Hi everyone, part 13 is already here. If you'd like to support me and watch new episodes of your favorite stories ahead of everyone else, consider subscribing to my Patreon, where you can also find the final part of the story. You'll find all the necessary links in the comments. Thank you for your support and enjoy watching.
If humans could grow beyond the level of gods in this world, then many people's fates would change. The figure wrapped in black light fully agreed with this statement. After all, it was precisely due to experiencing this kind of despair that he had willingly embraced the darkness. However, now, the truth was telling him that this wasn't an absolute answer. How could he willingly believe it? How could he accept it? So, when he saw Lin Fan alive and standing before him, his first reaction was disbelief. Was he the one who bullied you? Lin Fan ignored this and comforted the little girl for a moment before looking at the human traitor, who had a face full of disbelief. Yin Yang seemed to have found support and nodded fiercely in response. Yes. It was this guy, this despicable human traitor. Lin Fan gave the traitor a cold glance, then returned the identity token he held to Ying Yang, saying, "As a friend, since we've run into each other, I have to stand up for you. Keep this favor, and use it when you truly need it." Ying Yang was stunned again as she looked at the identity token representing a favor. She already felt deeply indebted to Lin Fan for this matter. After all, because of her, Lin Fan had been plotted against and put in danger. Whether she owed him or not, Lin Fan's favor should have been repaid. But now, Lin Fan was returning the token, helping her as a friend instead. This scene left her mind blank for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Yet, an indescribable warmth spread through her entire being. "Why are you standing there all dazed? Take it. Or I'll regret it," Lin Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, Ying Yang quickly snapped out of it. She gave Lin Fan a deep look before firmly nodding and putting the token away. She didn't say a word, but her determined gaze showed she had made some sort of decision. Lin Fan smiled back, ruffling her hair before taking out a healing pill crafted by a divine alchemist. "Give this to your sister. She'll recover soon. But it's extra, so when she wakes up, make sure she pays me." Lin Fan's smile remained as he handed the pill to her. Ying Yang took the pill and finally let out a breath of relief. She smiled back and said, "Don't worry, my sister will definitely take responsibility." "That's good." Lin Fan assumed her words meant she agreed to his condition and nodded slightly. Once the matter was settled, he no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he turned to face the figure who had been staring at him since his arrival. "A rare, strong human, yet you willingly become the lackey of some worthless god. Truly a sight to behold." Lin Fan looked at him, his expression calm, betraying no emotion. In fact, Lin Fan had recognized him the moment he arrived. This figure wrapped in black light was the same one who had emerged from the Life Forbidden Zone and fought the terrifying battle with the Star Dao controller, the one known as the Imperial Teacher. This invincible figure was, in truth, not much weaker than the so-called gods. In fact, in terms of endurance, such a person was even stronger because they were still alive and full of vitality. Yet, this invincible figure had willingly become a traitor to his race, a dog to the enemy, a choice hard to comprehend. But the figure wrapped in black light didn't respond to Lin Fan's judgment. His gaze froze slightly, showing some turmoil. He knew the entire plan. He also understood clearly what it meant for Lin Fan to appear here. No wonder it's called an accident. This really is an accident. He took a deep breath, his fists slowly clenching. However, he didn't show much emotion. Instead, he unleashed the suppressed aura within him, no longer holding back. Boom! This world didn't allow the existence of someone beyond the realm of martial saint. To break through such a level meant defying the heavens, shattering the limits set by the gods, and climbing even higher. "I will reach the pinnacle, and whoever dares to stand in my way will die." His expression turned indifferent as he charged at Lin Fan with an unstoppable force. Mountains appeared, growing taller as if they wanted to pierce through the heavens. The ground itself trembled, and the forces of the earth surged out in endless waves. This was the domain of the figure wrapped in black light, a domain beyond the level of martial saint. Ying Yang, carefully feeding the pill to her sister, suddenly found it hard to breathe within this domain. Even though Lin Fan was standing in front of her, shielding her from most of the pressure, she was still affected. The sheer terror of the domain didn't need words to describe it. Even the bright sun above seemed to be dimmed by the force of the earth, taking on a gray hue. This was his domain, the Lord of the Earth. Stubborn. Faced with this terrifying domain, Lin Fan gave only a simple comment. Without any extra movement, he raised his hand and lightly grasped toward the earth. Instantly, the entire world fell silent, freezing in place. Power. Absolute power. This primal, unstoppable force erupted without any embellishment. The towering mountains that had been growing upward, aiming to pierce the sky, were instantly shattered into dust. The Earth's shifting crust, surging with energy, was forcibly flattened. Or rather, an indescribable force simply stopped the movement of the Earth's crust, like a dangling object blown by the wind that was suddenly gripped tightly by an invisible hand, no longer able to move. Seeing this, the figure wrapped in black light paused for a moment before erupting into frantic madness. "I don't believe it. Without divine power, no warrior could have such strength. This is impossible." He roared in a frenzy, refusing to believe what was happening before his eyes. The backlash from his domain being forcibly broken caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices, but he ignored it, continuing to scream in denial. Humans couldn't grow to this level. If they could, then what had his sacrifice meant? Was it all a joke from the gods, a mistake of the world, or simply his own foolishness? Lin Fan made no comment. He only slowly clenched his hand, as if to end this confrontation the same way his opponent had intended to finish him. It was a simple gesture of respect, a way to bring closure to the matter. Yet this wasn't the end. The true source of all evil was the so-called gods, and everything had to end with them. After obtaining the gods' treasure, and with the blessings of 3 women skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Lin Fan's power had multiplied several times over. With 3 years of cultivation to fully absorb and master this accumulation, his strength had now reached an unimaginable level. Even Lin Fan himself didn't know the limits of his power at this point. At this moment he merely moved slightly, and his opponent was completely suppressed without the slightest ability to resist. This unmatched strength instantly shattered the figure wrapped in black light. "A martial artist can't possibly be this strong, this is all just an illusion." The figure, thoroughly broken, had red eyes as the black light surrounding him began to fade, revealing the face of a middle-aged man from the human race. His appearance wasn't bad, but now it was twisted and demonic, like a devil. He had entered a state of madness. The power within him went berserk, his energy flow reversing, and his veins bulged like black snakes crawling under his skin, pulsing with enormous blood energy. Kill! In his maddened state, his strength grew even more savage and uncontrollable. He wanted to destroy the illusion before him and reclaim his inner balance. He believed that everything in front of him was nothing more than a lie, and he was determined to shatter it with his own power. Boom! A power beyond that of a martial saint, too strong to describe in words, surged forth. It could only be compared to the strength of the gods of this world. As he descended into madness and unleashed his full fury, a vast mountain range was immediately enveloped by the overwhelming black light radiating from his body. The blazing sun in the sky was completely obscured, with not a single ray of light able to penetrate the darkness. This mountain range, rich with the energy of the heavens and earth, teeming with life, nourishing countless birds, beasts, hunters, and villagers, was suddenly plunged into terror. The beasts stopped moving, the birds refused to fly, and even the worms in the ground trembled uncontrollably. As for the hunters and villagers, they were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, shaking in fear. Not long ago, rumors had spread of a treasure appearing here, attracting many martial arts experts to explore. But the sudden appearance of this black light, this oppressive aura, was no sign of treasure, it was a harbinger of a great demon's awakening. What's happening? Is there a great demon emerging? The treasure seekers trembled under the omnipresent pressure. An aura so strong that even mighty martial saints could not remain calm. Among them, there were martial grand saints who had been quietly cultivating in the mountain range, but they too were struggling to cope with the situation. This is the aura of a martial saint beyond the highest level. These grand saints, after sensing for a moment, first appeared shocked, then grew excited, extremely excited, unable to contain their emotions. The path beyond the martial saint level had been broken since the decline of the Yaoqi Holy Land, a sanctuary for martial arts. No one could proceed further. Those who reached the Grand Saint stage could, at best, take half a step further. But even those who managed that were stuck, unable to make any more progress. Countless brilliant ancestors had fallen at this stage, bitterly unable to move forward, no matter how hard they tried. But now, someone who had truly crossed that step appeared. How could these elders not be excited? Without any hesitation, they pushed forward at their fastest speed, enduring the terrifying pressure as they rushed toward the source of the black light. Though they knew it was dangerous, even life-threatening, they pressed on without hesitation, just to witness the power of someone beyond a martial saint. If they could see it with their own eyes, they might gain a clue or a breakthrough opportunity. Under this overwhelming temptation, these grand saints hesitated not for a moment. As they drew closer, even breathing became difficult. the overwhelming black light crashed upon them like ocean waves, and they felt like fragile boats that could be overturned at any moment. But none of them stopped. They continued pushing forward despite the pressure. Finally, after enduring great hardship, they saw what they had come to see: a being beyond a martial saint. In their minds, a being of this caliber should possess divine might capable of crushing all opposition, a living god of war in this world. But when they finally saw the scene before them, they were all stunned. The being beyond a martial saint was indeed terrifying beyond belief, with immense energy and blood soaring to the heavens. His aura alone was enough to cause their own cultivation techniques to stall, and every movement carried immense power. This was the terrifying strength, the pinnacle of martial arts, that all-powerful individuals in the world dreamed of attaining. Yet what left them dumbfounded was the fact that this figure, whom they saw as an insurmountable mountain, was being effortlessly dominated by a young man, like a father disciplining his child. No matter how much the being beyond the martial saint level shattered space and unleashed terrifying energy, in front of this young man, it was all wiped away with a mere swipe of his hand. The young man casually pointed, and the being they had chased after their entire lives, someone beyond a martial saint, was struck as if hit by lightning, blood spraying from his mouth as if it were worthless. The blood of such a being had been refined to its peak, each drop containing immense martial power. Yet now it spilled like pig's blood, staining the void red. This scene left the grand saints who had rushed over in fervor unable to believe their eyes. Who is this person? Even someone beyond a martial saint can't fight back. The blood that continued to pour out, along with the waves of power, struck their minds, forcing them to focus their attention on the young man. They had seen the power of someone beyond a martial saint with their own eyes, but that same person was being effortlessly toyed with. His sky-shattering power was completely ignored. What kind of strength did this young man possess? They couldn't imagine, nor could they comprehend. It was beyond their understanding. "I've seen this man before." An elderly man with white hair suddenly recalled, his eyes widening in shock. As the others looked at him, he trembled and exclaimed, "I remember now. He's the head of the Lin family." The head of the Lin family? Could it be the one who wiped out a forbidden life zone? Yes, that's him. The elderly man nodded, his eyes locked onto the young man, afraid that blinking would make him miss something and leave him with a lifetime of regret. When this confirmation was spoken aloud, those present exclaimed in shock. The name of the Lin family head, once a rumor, now reverberated through the minds of the old generation, shaking them deeply. Lin Fan, aware of the onlookers, had noticed their presence from the beginning. But he didn't care. His attention was focused on his opponent, who had entered a state of madness, as he wanted to see the true strength of someone beyond a martial saint. 9 turns of the martial saint each turn a realm unto itself. Beyond the martial saint level, the path had long been broken, the inheritance lost. Even with the Yaoqi Holy Land's teachings, Lin Fan couldn't fully grasp what lay beyond, as the world itself was flawed, blocking the way forward. Now that he had finally encountered someone beyond a martial saint, he naturally wanted to observe and learn, hoping to gain some insights. Even if he couldn't use it himself, his family might. But after some observation, he found that it wasn't as impressive as he had imagined. In fact, the man hadn't truly reached the level beyond a martial saint. He had been forcibly pushed to this level by an external force. Though powerful, it wasn't the right path. It ends here. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, having gained nothing of value. He decided to end it. With a slight adjustment of his blood energy, he slowly clenched his right fist. There were no grand techniques or flashy effects, just a simple punch. Yet, the extreme force of it shattered the void as it traveled, pulverizing the black light-enveloped figure in its path. The man's exterior remained undamaged, but inside his organs and meridians were utterly destroyed, all life extinguished. In his final moments, as he returned from his madness, there was no fear of death in his eyes, only a complex emotion. "Your strength is great, but humans will never rival the gods. It's all in vain, utterly meaningless." But he looked at Lin Fan one last time, uttered his final words, and then fell into eternal sleep. Lin Fan heard his words but didn't respond. He only smiled faintly. Humans can't surpass the gods? Hey! A bunch of decaying, pitiful creatures, like sewer rats clinging to life. The extreme power surged within Lin Fan, stirring the heavens and earth, breaking through the clouds. A true human warrior beyond the martial saint level had fallen. With his death, all debts were erased. Lin Fan didn't show any further consideration. With a wave of his hand, he opened a rift in the void and banished the man's corpse within. In the end, the man was just a pitiable soul, having lost his way in pursuit of greater power, straying down the wrong path. He had made mistakes, no doubt. But the real fault didn't lie with him. It lay with the so-called gods who treated humanity like livestock, keeping them confined in this world. If not for them, with his exceptional talent, how could he have fallen to the point of selling his soul? Lin Fan didn't offer much judgment but had already made up his mind. Whether for the sake of justice or for the future of his wife and children to keep growing stronger, these so-called gods had no place left in this world. In the past he hadn't been strong enough and needed time to grow. But now, that wasn't necessary anymore. Let's leave here. Lin Fan glanced around. Without the Black Light's domain, more and more powerful figures were heading in their direction. Not one to show off, he waved his hand, gathering up the two sisters, and with a flash, disappeared from the area. They reappeared atop a small mountain miles away. The female guard who had gone to seek help earlier was waiting there. When she saw Ying and her sister, her face lit up with joy. "You've worked hard," Ying said. She might have acted like a playful girl around Lin Fan, but in front of her subordinates, she displayed the regal poise of a royal princess. "It was my duty," the female guard replied, though she couldn't help feeling a bit guilty, knowing she had almost caused a disaster after falling under mind control. Ying didn't blame her. After all, the trap had been well prepared, and even she herself had almost fallen victim. Lin Fan didn't participate in their conversation. With a slight gesture, he summoned the unconscious Holy Maiden to float before him. Without the usual soft glow surrounding her, the Holy Maiden's ethereal beauty, surpassing that of any celestial goddess, was fully revealed to Lin Fan's gaze. Her cold, otherworldly beauty seemed to transcend the mortal realm, captivating anyone who saw her. Her graceful figure, dressed in a simple white ancient gown without any adornments, looked so perfect on her that even the slightly loose fabric seemed to fit snugly in just the right places. With Lin Fan's years of experience, he estimated that a normal man would need both hands to fully cover that area. If one were to bury their face there and didn't have good lung capacity, they might even suffocate. Though her long legs were hidden beneath the gown, the glimpse of their perfect curve was enough to stir anyone's imagination. From head to toe, this woman was flawless. If celestial maidens truly existed, they would look just like her. No wonder she usually veiled her appearance with that soft glow. With such beauty capable of causing chaos, revealing it could bring endless trouble. The phrase "a beauty brings disaster" certainly had its truth. While she had the strength and background to not fear much, it would still cause unnecessary complications. There was no need for doubt. The system's notification had already chimed in Lin Fan's mind. In this area, the system was certainly professional, and there seemed to be a hint of urgency in its tone, something that hadn't been there before. A natural divine body. Such a gifted woman was something Lin Fan had never encountered before. Yet, even though he could have taken advantage of the situation, that wasn't his style. Taking her wrist, he used his divine healer skills to carefully examine her condition. "Lin Fan, is my sister all right?" Ying asked, stepping forward with concern as she saw him examining her sister intently. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, summoned a set of silver needles, and with a flick, placed them into the Holy Maiden's key meridian points. After finishing the treatment, he finally spoke. "She'll be fine. She was exhausted from the battle and used up a lot of her life force, but I've used golden needles to clear her blocked meridians. She'll wake up soon, and as long as she takes care to nourish her body, she'll recover." As he finished speaking, his words quickly came true. The Holy Maiden, who had been unconscious, twitched slightly, and then slowly opened her eyes. At first she seemed confused, unsure of what had happened. However, she quickly tried to gather her strength, preparing to fight again. But her energy was completely drained, and her meridians were damaged. How could she summon any power? As she attempted this, a sharp pain surged through her, causing her vision to go black, and she nearly fainted again. Fortunately, Lin Fan, the divine healer, was there. He gently touched her, sending a warm flow of energy into her body, easing the pain. The warmth felt so comforting that she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, biting her lips slightly in contentment. When she realized what had just happened, her face turned slightly red as she saw Lin Fan standing before her. Such a reaction anyone would understand. Since Lin Fan was there and had treated her, it was clear that the rescue had succeeded, and they were now safe. The familiar soft glow reappeared, covering her face once more. But Lin Fan, standing so close, had already seen everything. He smiled faintly. Even a celestial maiden was still, in the end, just a woman. The Holy Maiden blushed even more at his smile. And the atmosphere grew a little awkward. Always calm and detached, she now found it hard to maintain her usual composure. "Sister, you're finally awake." Ying's voice broke the awkward silence. "You're not hurt, are you?" The holy maiden collected herself and gracefully floated down to check on her younger sister. Ying Ying shook her head. I'm fine, Lin Fan arrived just in time. But of the guards who protected us, only Feng San survived. Her tone grew somber as she continued, guilt weighing heavily on her. I'm sorry, sister. This is all my fault. The holy maiden had been prepared to scold her sister, as this incident was indeed a lesson not to be forgotten. But seeing Ying Ying's remorseful expression, she couldn't bear to. As long as you've learned from your mistake. This wasn't entirely your fault. They had been planning this for a long time. Even without this incident, they would have found another way. Ying Ying nodded slightly, having truly learned her lesson. If it hadn't been for Lin Fan's timely arrival, she didn't dare imagine what could have happened. With that thought, she looked toward Lin Fan again, her resolve growing even stronger. A man like him, flawless in both character and strength, was someone she couldn't let her sister miss out on. Since childhood, she had dreamt of finding her sister an invincible husband. That way, if anyone ever dared to bully her, she could turn to her brother-in-law for help. Neither Lin Fan nor the holy maiden had any idea of her thoughts. After calming herself, the holy maiden sincerely thanked Lin Fan, promising to send him a reward soon. Lin Fan didn't refuse. After all, saving her life deserved some compensation. No rush on the reward. But those ancient creatures from the Forbidden Zone sent someone beyond the martial saint level. They weren't just targeting you or me. You two need to be more careful going forward. Since they were now friends, Lin Fan offered this warning. The holy maiden nodded. I know. Their target is my father. The ruler of the Lord of Qin. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow at her words. At that moment, the entire sky trembled, and an indescribable pressure blanketed the Lord of Qin. What's happening? All across the land, people felt a deep sense of unease and fear, unsure of what was causing their hearts to race. Only Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. He knew that somewhere, unimaginable powers were clashing in a terrifying battle. Recalling the holy maiden's earlier words, he quickly pieced things together. The ruler of the Lord of Qin. The moment the holy maiden mentioned it, her words were immediately proven true. She understood this more clearly than anyone. Her expression grew incredibly solemn, and although she tried to remain calm, her eyes were filled with deep worry. As the most cherished daughter of the Lord of Qin ruler, she had been specially trained since childhood and knew the depths of her father's strength. But in the face of the god schemes and the combined efforts of multiple masters of forbidden zones, even she couldn't maintain full confidence. However, such a level of battle was beyond her ability to intervene in at present. Perhaps in the future, she would grow to unimaginable heights, but right now, she simply lacked the time to accumulate the necessary power. It wasn't just her. Across the entire world, what warrior of this era could possibly intervene? The only one who might. As this thought crossed her mind, she involuntarily glanced at Lin Fan beside her. In the entire world, the only person capable of influencing this battle was this man. Lin Fan noticed her gaze, and their eyes met. Facing Lin Fan, the holy maiden bit her lip in silence before finally speaking. Lin, could I ask you for a favor? You want me to help, right? Lin Fan understood immediately, and looked directly at her. Yes, could you? Besides using up the favor you've granted my sister and me, I can promise you 3 additional conditions. Whether you want resources, the continuation of the Yaoqi ancient scriptures techniques, or anything else, I can offer it to you. The holy maiden's eyes wavered as she spoke, and by the end, she felt a deep sense of shame. Lin Fan had just saved both of their lives, and had already been dragged into a terrifying scheme because of them. Yet, she couldn't suppress her worry. At this moment, across the entire world, only Lin Fan could offer any hope of help. Ying Ying, the younger sister, also realized the gravity of the situation, her gaze turning pleading, though she remained silent. She wasn't foolish, she knew the dangers involved. Lin Fan's strength was undeniably great, among the strongest she had ever seen. She even believed that her father might not be as strong as Lin Fan. But they were up against the masters of forbidden zones, and not just 1 or 2. These were no mere avatars but the true entities themselves, joining forces in person. The stakes were unimaginable. Your offer is tempting, but I'm afraid I can't agree, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Hearing his refusal, the light in the holy maiden's eyes dimmed. But she couldn't force the issue and fell silent. Ying Ying mirrored her sister's reaction, though she also felt a sense of relief. Her feelings were conflicted, torn between worry for her father and not wanting her friend Lin Fan to face such danger. Lin Fan noticed all of this, and a faint smile curled at his lips. Your offer was good, but my help is worth more than that. If you want my assistance, one favor will be enough. What? Both sisters had prepared themselves for rejection, but this sudden turn of events left them speechless, transforming their silence into joy. Lin, are you really willing to help? The holy maiden, normally so composed, could hardly contain her excitement. Indeed. If you're willing to use the favor I owe you, then I'll help, and I'll give it my all. Lin Fan confirmed. Realizing that Lin Fan wasn't joking, the holy maiden, alongside her sister, bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Lin, for your selfless help. I cannot decide my sister's favor, but beyond the one I hold, my previous offer still stands. Please don't refuse. It's my personal gesture of thanks, and I hope you'll accept it. Her words were sincere, and she even hurried to clarify, afraid of upsetting Lin Fan. Faced with such an earnest gesture, Lin Fan, who usually stood by his word, was about to refuse again. But given the circumstances and her heartfelt gratitude, he decided not to argue further. He simply wouldn't claim the additional reward later. Retrieving the identity token that represented the favor, Lin Fan's expression sharpened. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, having teleported away. Central State. Above the Lord of Qian Imperial Palace. This was the heart of the empire, where the nation's fortune had gathered. It was a space fortified by years of prosperity, filled with the empire's essence, a place highly beneficial for cultivators, a holy land for cultivation. In the past, aside from the ruler of Lord of Qian, no other living being dared approach this place. But now it was filled with uninvited guests, all with cold and indifferent expressions, each exuding an aura of decay. And at the center of these invaders stood the rightful ruler of this place. To break into the heart of the empire and surround the ruler of Lord of Qian, only the masters of forbidden zones could pull off such a feat. After 4 years of planning, they had finally acted. And they had done so with overwhelming force, directly invading the core of the empire's fortune. Using special methods, they had cut the ruler of Lord of Qian off from the empire's power, leaving him to face them without the strength of the empire's luck to aid him. This drastically weakened the ruler's abilities. Despite this unfavorable situation, the ruler of Lord of Qian remained unfazed, his gaze stern and cold as he regarded the invaders. He wore the imperial crown and a black dragon robe. Though he stood alone, his presence was no less imposing than the group of Forbidden Zone masters surrounding him. You decayed remnants dare dream of enslaving humanity. Today, as the ruler of this world, I will suppress you and rid the land of your poison. His voice echoed with the weight of heaven's mandate. Even without the empire's fortune to bolster him, his words resonated with the law of the heavens, carrying the force of reality. As his words fell, an unimaginable suppressive power descended upon the masters of the Forbidden Zones. Ruler of the world? This is a world we gods created. You are mere livestock we allowed to exist, and you dare call yourself ruler? You are beyond forgiveness. One of the Forbidden Zone masters, the most volatile among them, growled in response, declaring that humans were nothing more than their cattle. The suppressive power summoned by the Lord of Qian ruler was shattered with a mere gesture from this Forbidden Zone master. This was their true form, a power far surpassing that of any human warrior. Suppress. The ruler of Lord of Qian did not engage in further argument. With a single word, his gaze locked onto his opponent, and judgment fell. With that single word, the previously shattered suppression power reformed, even stronger than before. Boom! The Forbidden Zone master who had spoken earlier, so arrogant and defiant, suddenly felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed upon him. His once proud posture crumbled, and he bent forward, unable to resist spitting out a mouthful of decayed blood. A once mighty master of the Forbidden Zone had been suppressed by the Lord of Qian ruler's words. Seeing this, all the other Forbidden Zone masters present were visibly shaken. The masters of the Forbidden Zones all knew of the Lord of Qian ruler's formidable power. If not for this, they wouldn't have spent so long preparing before making their move. But what they hadn't expected was just how powerful he had become. Speaking his will into reality, true word becomes law. This was no longer just raw strength, it was a higher realm. A different kind of mastery. Damn it. He's already taken the first step on the path of the human sovereign. He's becoming a true sovereign. We can't hold back anymore. We need to strike together, or we'll never be able to deal with him. The master of one of the Forbidden Zones, who had been heavily suppressed by the ruler's power, realized the situation and shouted out. In truth, the other masters already knew. Those who shared the same level of power were never weaklings. Frankly, even if one of them had taken the lead, the result wouldn't have been much better. The Lord of Qian ruler had far exceeded their expectations. Now, they had no choice but to attack together. The pride of the so-called gods was meaningless in the face of such terrifying strength. A divine extinction, heavenly punishment, facial, soul destruction, spirit devour. Without hesitation, the masters of the Forbidden Zones locked eyes, each unleashing their strongest killing techniques. The master of the blood plane stood among them, his body radiating blood-red light. In his hand, a divine sword dripping with blood emanated overwhelming killing intent, slashing to destroy souls and spirits alike. The other masters, each one as powerful as the next, unleashed attacks so strong that even the fortified space of the Empire's fate couldn't bear it, beginning to warp and twist. Lin Fan had previously endured a strike from over 10 masters of the Forbidden Zones, but that had been a blow sealed with an ancient artifact, a far cry from the true force these masters could now wield. They adapted to their environment, their opponent, and the perfect moment to unleash their full strength, maximizing their killing intent. The Lord of Kyun ruler, standing at the center of it all, faced unimaginable pressure. His black dragon robe flapped in the violent winds, and even the imperial crown on his head swayed slightly. Yet his expression remained calm, his deep eyes as unfathomable as the stars. Without hesitation he stepped forward into the onslaught of endless killing moves. That single step shook the entire world. Countless starry illusions appeared around him, constantly rising, falling and shattering. Behind him, a golden divine dragon materialized, bathed in sacred golden light. Coupled with his imperial aura, he resembled an ancient human sovereign, returning to patrol the world. Boom! An invisible force collided with the combined attacks of the masters of the Forbidden Zones. Compared to their dazzling strikes, this force seemed weak. But it stopped their attacks in their tracks, unable to advance even a fraction further. This was the Lord of Kyun ruler, taking a single step forward and revealing his sovereign power. Corrupt beings, you dare dream of becoming rulers of the world and enslaving humanity. Your crimes are unforgivable, and you shall be executed. The ruler's voice thundered. When the final word executed fell, a vast and overwhelming power descended. Execute. This immense power transformed into the word execute, pressing down upon the masters. With just one clash, the combined killing moves of the Forbidden Zone masters were shattered. The word continued its advance, moving toward the masters themselves. A single word, not only capable of destroying their strongest attacks, but also retaining enough force to suppress them further. The terror of it was unimaginable. The Forbidden Zone masters' faces changed drastically. They could no longer remain calm. How can he be this strong? They couldn't believe it. How could a human, who had grown up under their watch, possibly have reached such an unimaginable level of power? This isn't the time to ask why. If we waste time talking, we'll end up as corpses, shouted the master of the blood plains, a being who commanded the laws of slaughter. His instincts were ruthless, and his decisiveness unmatched. His reminder snapped the others back to reality. Now wasn't the time to question how strong the Lord of Kyun ruler had become, but to figure out how to survive. They were certain such a powerful technique wasn't something the ruler could use freely, and as beings who saw themselves as the rulers of this world, they couldn't afford to admit defeat or retreat. Kill. Their united battle cry echoed, this time even more resolute and without restraint. The special space refined by the nation's fate shook violently. Without the Empire's fortune to absorb the shockwaves, the entire Lord of Kyun Imperial Palace, and even the whole central state, would have been wiped out by the sheer force of the battle. The strength of the Forbidden Zone masters was undeniable. The rules they commanded held an inherent suppression over even the strongest beings, allowing them to borrow the power of their peak achievements. Although the Lord of Kyun ruler's word execute had shattered, the combined might of the Forbidden Zone masters was enough to prevent it from achieving its full effect. However, the ruler himself remained utterly calm, as though nothing in this world could shake his will. Countless starry illusions swirled around him, merging with the divine dragon behind him, forming a brilliant constellation dragon. Roar. With a thunderous dragon's cry, the constellation dragon separated from the ruler and charged toward the Forbidden Zone masters. A mere beast dares to act so arrogantly. Seeing this, the Forbidden Zone masters burned with anger, feeling insulted. The Lord of Kyun ruler's cultivation of the human sovereign's path was one thing, but to send a mere beast, a dragon formed from the Empire's fortune, to suppress them all? It was an insult. Their fury drove their power to new heights, yet their faces remained grim. Because, despite their outrage, the dragon born from the Empire's fortune and the ruler's will was not falling behind in the battle. From start to finish, the ruler hadn't even lifted a finger, let alone unleashed a killing technique. Use the peak power of our Dao fruits. Even if it costs us this mortal shell, we can't let him grow any stronger. Otherwise we won't be able to stop him. Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to make a decision, a costly one. The price was steep, but they didn't hesitate. The moment the suggestion was made, they reached a consensus. Boom! Immense power erupted as the Forbidden Zone Masters burned their life force, drawing on the peak strength of their Tao fruits. Their energy surged endlessly. The Empire's fortune dragon was strong, embodying the will of the Lord of Qin ruler and the power of the stars. But against the self-sacrificing might of the Forbidden Zone Masters, it could no longer hold its ground. After a fierce struggle, which cost the Forbidden Zone Masters dearly, the dragon slowly dissipated, returning to the ethereal flow of the Empire's fortune. "What will you do now?" one of the Forbidden Zone Masters taunted, their confidence restored after tapping into the peak power of their Tao fruits. They looked down upon the Lord of Qin ruler. But the ruler remained unmoved, his gaze cold and indifferent. With a calm motion, he reached for the imperial sword at his waist and slowly drew it. Endless golden light radiated from the slowly unsheathed imperial sword. The moment the blade was halfway out, it became the sole focus of the heavens and earth. The sheer majesty of its golden glow made even the masters of the Forbidden Zone struggle to keep their eyes open. The brilliance of their peak Tao fruits, borrowed at the cost of burning their life force, seemed dim in comparison. Clang. Finally, the imperial sword was fully unsheathed. Cleanse. The single word echoed softly, but it carried the boundless might of an emperor's authority. There was no fancy sword technique, not even incredible speed. The Lord of Qin ruler simply swung the imperial sword in a straightforward slash. Yet, this ordinary strike devoured all the light in the heavens and earth, becoming the sole existence. The one golden sword light filled the entire space, covering the sky. With a single slash, the Lord of Qin ruler had blotted out the sky. The combined power of the Forbidden Zone Master's peak Tao fruits was instantly swallowed. No one knew how much time had passed, but under the influence of the Empire's fortune, the space gradually calmed, revealing the special domain once more. Because the domain shared the same source of power, it hadn't suffered much damage. Only a single crack, splitting the space in two, remained, connecting to the world outside. What a freak! The once majestic Forbidden Zone Masters stood frozen. They lowered their heads slightly, glancing at their chests before letting out bitter smiles. Their reaction was strange, almost illogical. But it soon became clear why. The next moment, a cracking sound came from their chests, and a straight line of blood slowly appeared, seeping out decayed blood. Their bodies had been cut. Under the Lord of Qin ruler's single sword strike, their once whole forms had been severed in two. As the crisp sound echoed, and the decayed blood flowed, the aura emanating from them quickly weakened, like snow melting from a cliff, fading at an incredible speed. In the end, their vitality was completely extinguished, and their bodies split into two halves. Just one sword. More than 10 masters of the Forbidden Zones, beings regarded as gods, were erased without any resistance. Such divine power defied description. Your Majesty, you've finally taken that step. Congratulations! As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the crack, none other than the Grand Astrologer of the Imperial Observatory, the Lord of Qin ruler's teacher. The Lord of Qin ruler, who had remained unmoved even in the face of the Forbidden Zone Masters, showed the respect of a student when facing his teacher. Teacher, it's all thanks to your efforts. Without your guidance, how could I have reached this day? The ruler spoke, his tone filled with respect. His teacher had not only taught him many things but was also the reason he had survived to reach this realm. Without exaggeration, the ruler owed his teacher an unpayable debt. Because of this, he never questioned his teacher, trusting him without reservation. So when the teacher appeared right after the battle, the ruler didn't suspect anything. He simply believed his teacher had arrived for his own reasons. There was nothing wrong with that. Thus he allowed his teacher to approach and help clean up the battlefield. The remains of the so-called gods were valuable treasures, their bones, and the decayed divine blood they exuded were rare resources. For martial cultivators, such items provided immense benefits. Even for a vast empire like Lord of Qin, such treasures were not to be discarded. The ruler believed his teacher was there to help collect the spoils. But what he could never have imagined was that, just as his teacher reached his side, the man suddenly drew a pitch-black dagger, and in a moment of vulnerability, plunged it into his back, piercing through his chest. The sudden attack struck directly at the Lord of Qin ruler's heart. Blood gushed from his mouth uncontrollably. This was not merely a physical wound. Within the dagger surged destructive power, curses and death energy that wreaked havoc on his body. This blow was a devastating and unimaginable strike. The ruler's sovereign might rapidly weakened, his strength visibly diminishing. In mere moments, his imperial aura had faded to almost nothing. Ha ha ha! A burst of triumphant laughter echoed through the void. Suddenly, figures radiating divine energy slowly materialized. Though their forms were indistinct, their auras revealed that these were the very same Forbidden Zone masters who had just been slain. It seemed impossible, as their corpses still floated in the air. How could they still exist? Yet there they were, and their presence was even more terrifying than before. No matter how much control you think you have, no matter how far you've stepped on the path of the human sovereign, what does it change? It's just a pointless struggle. In this world, we gods are the true rulers. The illusory figures sneered at the Lord of Kyun ruler, their disdain clear. They appeared to be the same beings, yet also not. The masters of the Forbidden Zones, the ancient gods, were far more complex than anyone imagined. This was no empty boast but a fact. The bodies seated in the Forbidden Zones were merely discarded shells, something like avatars or abandoned divine vessels. In truth, these figures were their true cores, the purest essence of their divine will. These were the eternal gods, the true rulers of this world. Teacher, you! The Lord of Kyun ruler ignored the mocking voices, turning to look at his most respected teacher, the man who had just pierced his chest. But the teacher's face was vacant, expressionless, like a lifeless puppet. Seeing this, the ruler instantly understood his teacher had been controlled by some method. Being stabbed by your most trusted teacher. How does it feel? A mocking voice rang out. A figure with ever-changing features and a flickering body emerged. This was the master of illusions, the one who had manipulated the ruler's teacher. He was basking in his triumph. Given the situation, the Lord of Kyun ruler should have been enraged, humiliated by the betrayal of the one person he trusted most. But instead, for the first time, the ruler smiled. I've been waiting for this moment. Now that you've finally revealed your true forms. The realm of national fortune. The sudden twist of events came too fast. First, the Lord of Kyun ruler slayed the masters of the Forbidden Zones with a single sword stroke, seemingly securing victory. But in truth, this was all a trap. These so-called masters of the Forbidden Zones were merely the decayed remains of ancient gods, used to lull the ruler into a false sense of security. Finally, through the use of a special mind control ability, the Lord of Kyun ruler's most trusted teacher was manipulated to deliver a deadly backstab. At this point, it seemed like the Lord of Kyun ruler had no chance of survival. But then, the situation reversed once more. The Lord of Kyun ruler had seen through everything all along. He had silently played along, using the opportunity to lure out the true forms of the Forbidden Zone masters. This series of reversals happened so quickly that it was hard to keep up. Everything that had occurred before was merely an appetizer, a warm-up before the real battle. Both sides had meticulously calculated every move, each twist more intricate than the last, like a roller coaster ride of strategy. When the true forms of the ancient gods appeared, their expressions were briefly grim. But soon, they smiled. So, you were waiting for our true forms? Do you think you can eliminate us all? A pathetic human, truly. You killed our decayed remains and thought you were invincible. How pitiful and ignorant. The true forms of these so-called gods laughed, as if they had heard the most amusing joke. One in particular, who seemed more talkative, said, "Do you not realize that we allowed you to destroy those remains? Your so-called display of invincibility was nothing but a part of our plan, arranged by us to exploit your national fortune and break free from our restrictions." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and a mysterious aura emanated from him, his voice now cold and commanding. End this farce. It's time to conclude this ridiculous charade. Agreed. The other gods nodded solemnly in response. They raised their hands in unison, and the same strange aura began to emanate from each of them. As their powers intertwined, they clenched their fists together. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The remains of the Forbidden Zone masters, which had been slain by the Lord of Kyun ruler, were now detonating one after another. Like exploding firecrackers, the remains shattered into pieces, but rather than scattering, they began to coalesce in a deliberate pattern. In the center of the battlefield, a swirling disk of flesh and blood began to form. This grotesque disk was etched with black, twisted runes. At first glance it seemed chaotic, but in truth, it held profound and intricate meaning. The moment it appeared, a terrifying rumble echoed through the heavens and earth, as if something ancient was awakening. However, as the disk spun faster, its malevolent aura began to fade, replaced by a golden glow. This golden light wasn't just any ordinary light, it was the aura of the Lord of Kyun's national fortune. The sacred energy of the Empire's fortune perfectly masked the disk's once evil aura. Because of this, The awakening entity that had stirred from its slumber gradually calmed, and did not fully awaken. It worked. Noticing this, the gods became visibly excited. Even beings as lofty as they were couldn't contain their emotions. By using the fortune of the human race to conceal the aura of our decayed remains, we've successfully set up the heaven-deceiving formation. From today onwards, we will no longer be bound. Power. It's been so many years since I last felt true power. I had nearly forgotten. The gods laughed in exhilaration as a divine power, unparalleled and majestic, began to stir within them. This was a sacred power, one that placed them far above all living beings. This was their true power, the holy strength of ancient gods. For eons, this terrifying power had been suppressed, leaving them unable to manifest it fully. They couldn't even show their true forms, only sending their decayed remains to walk among mortals, a humiliating state of existence. Day after day they had longed to break free from this confinement, but for ages, they had been trapped. Until finally, they encountered a being unlike any other, someone from beyond this world, with a unique bloodline, who cultivated the path of the human sovereign. Through him, they saw hope. From that moment, they began laying out their plan, a scheme that had taken years to unfold. Everything that had transpired before, every plot and movement, even their decayed remains wreaking havoc, was merely a pretense. Their true goal had always been to free themselves from their restrictions. And now, they had succeeded. Now that we've broken our bonds, it won't be long before we find a way to escape this place entirely. Our benefactor, how would you like us to repay you? They asked, turning to the Lord of Qin ruler with eyes filled with condescension. This was their true state, their natural state. What is a god? A being that looks down upon all creation, an all-powerful entity that controls everything. The atmosphere froze as the true forms of over 10 ancient gods, like multiple suns in the sky, focused their gaze on the Lord of Qin ruler. The overwhelming pressure they exerted was beyond description. For the first time since the battle began, the Lord of Qin ruler was unable to remain completely calm. The sheer weight of their power caused the space around him to collapse. Even the fortified space of national fortune could no longer bear it. All his calculations seemed to have been for nothing, merely a tool for the gods to free themselves from their shackles. In other words, he had been used from the very beginning. Faced with this realization, the Lord of Qin ruler wasn't enraged. But his mood certainly couldn't be described as good. Yet, instead of anger, he laughed. It was his first genuine laugh, and it came from deep within. As he laughed, he slowly pulled the black dagger from his chest. It wasn't infused with any evil power, just an ordinary dagger. Casually tossing the dagger aside, he nodded to his teacher, who stood behind him. His teacher, the Grand Astrologer of the Imperial Observatory, had long since regained his senses, the mind control over him now broken. He nodded back before swiftly leaving the space of national fortune. But before leaving, the teacher cast one last glance back, sighing deeply before disappearing. The Lord of Qin ruler paid no mind. He turned his gaze back to the triumphant gods, a smile still on his face. His reaction clearly wasn't what the gods had expected. It made them feel like they were the fools, dancing for nothing. Enough of these tricks. One of the more irritable gods couldn't bear it any longer. An overwhelming killing intent exploded from him. Having finally broken free from his restraints and regained his godly power, how could he tolerate a mere human acting in such a way? Die. A massive warhammer, crackling with destructive lightning, was swung by one of the giant gods, aiming to crush the Lord of Qin ruler into nothing. The space of national fortune began to crumble. Not even this special realm could withstand the true power of a god. This kind of power was beyond what this world could bear. Even with the national fortune space shielding it, from the outside, countless martial artists, and even some ordinary people with keen eyesight, could see the massive figure, wielding a hammer wreathed in destructive lightning, ready to bring about total annihilation. For a moment, they even forgot to breathe. The Lord of Qin ruler stood at the epicenter, bearing the full force of this apocalyptic strike. This was the true power of a god, capable of wiping out worlds. Yet, the Lord of Qin ruler showed no intention of dodging. His expression returned to its usual calm. At the final moment, he flipped his hand and brought out a jade seal inscribed with 8 characters. Mandated by heaven, may this reign endure and prosper. After all the planning, it was time for this to come to an end. The gods had used him to escape their constraints. But he too had planned to use the gods to solidify his path as the human sovereign. Since the moment he set foot in this realm, his strategy had already been in motion. This was a fateful gamble, a contest neither side could avoid. Everything was about to be decided. The gods have broken free from their shackles. The real game has begun. The only question is who will emerge victorious. A young girl in simple clothes stood at a stall selling various kites. As the apocalyptic vision appeared in the sky, she smiled and let out a soft laugh, characteristic of her youthful innocence. From her appearance, she was just an ordinary young girl. No flaws, but nothing remarkable either. Yet this seemingly ordinary girl remained calm and composed in the face of the world-ending vision, while everyone else was suffocating in fear. She spoke as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Standing beside her was a middle-aged man. If Lin Fan were present, he would immediately recognize him as Wise King, who had been missing for quite some time. When Wise King heard the girl's words, he asked in confusion, "The gods have truly broken free from their restraints. Can the outcome still be uncertain? Just a matter of strategy?" The girl replied with a smile. "Both sides in this battle are beings that stand above the heavens and earth. The outcome is far from decided, there are still plenty of variables at play." After hearing her response, Wise King remained silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed in resignation and said, "I once thought that with some lucky opportunities, I had reached the pinnacle, or at least, I was climbing towards it. I believed that the heroes of the world were no different from me. But now, I realize it was all just a delusion. A joke." His words weren't meant as flattery, nor as part of any scheme. They were a heartfelt reflection, an honest realization. This sentiment was completely different from his usual demeanor. But it was how he truly felt at that moment. The change in him had been brought about by the work Lin Fan had previously encouraged him to take up. A lowly job as a pimp. Or rather, the encounters he had made through that job. One of those encounters was Shu, the embodiment of calligraphy in the quartet of kin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. "Shu, you are human too. Are you really content to aid the wicked for the rest of your life?" After his reflection, Wise King turned to Shu, who appeared just as ordinary as ever, and asked her. Shu was busy choosing kites, acting like any regular girl. Every time she found one she liked, she asked the stall owner to take it down, haggling over the price now and then. Unlike the other stall owners who had been frozen by the divine powers spreading through the world, this particular vendor seemed entirely unaffected. It was as if he saw nothing but the plain girl, focusing solely on recommending the best kites for her. The scene felt strangely serene, and Shu genuinely seemed to enjoy herself. After picking out her favorite kite, she smiled and finally responded, "I never plan to serve anyone. I just want to read as many books as I can and travel as far as I can." Her smile was warm, her words sincere, like a child deeply in love with learning. "Since that's the case, could you release me from your service? The god's grand plan has already begun, and I'm no longer a threat to it." Wise King asked, clearly hoping for a positive answer. Shu's eyes brightened with an even bigger smile, her eyes narrowing into cheerful crescents. But before Wise King could feel any relief, she shook her head and rejected his plea. "Trying to trick me with such simple words? Do you think 3 years is enough to earn your freedom? Serve me for another 10 years, and then we'll talk about it." She tapped Wise King lightly with the kite in her hand, her friendly smile still in place, but her words were final and unyielding. 10 years? Wise King's heart sank. He realized there was no negotiating this time. Although he had been dealt several blows recently, and his resolve had weakened, that didn't mean he was entirely without options. As a pimp, he wasn't alone. He had a boss behind him. A small blood-colored insect crawled out from under his foot. It was the tool he used to communicate with his boss. From a young age, Wise King had never been one to resign himself to fate. He was always looking for a way out. The insect was fast and discreet, moving quickly toward its destination. But before Wise King could relax, the word "destroy" appeared above the insect's head, and it was immediately obliterated. A phantom book materialized in front of Shu, its pages turning, filled with countless glowing characters that flickered on and off. The word that had annihilated the insect had clearly come from this book, as its aura was identical. "Friend Long, such sneaky tricks are not the behavior of a good servant. Try something like that again, and I'll extend your servitude. You're too useful and obedient for me to let you go easily." Shu smiled as she put away the phantom book, her tone light but filled with authority. "Understood." Wise King replied with resignation. At that moment he had never missed Lin Fan more, his dependable son-in-law. Unfortunately, he had no way to reach him now. His only hope was that Lin Fan, angry at being stood up, would track him down out of sheer frustration. It was a thought he had never entertained before, but now it burned strongly in his mind. Shu, of course, couldn't read Wise King's inner thoughts, but they weren't difficult to guess. Still, she paid them no mind. After packing away her chosen kite, she looked up at the distant horizon. The apocalyptic vision of the gods had disappeared. leaving behind only a haze of chaos. Yet the suffocating aura remained, growing ever stronger, making it feel like the very air was running out. Breathing became increasingly difficult. Shu knew the battle was intensifying, and the time for a decisive outcome was approaching. Whether victory or defeat, history will remember it. This era will be marked forever. But as a member of the human race, I don't want our story to end here. I'll lend you a hand, Shu whispered softly. And the book filled with the countless characters of human history flickered once and disappeared. She had been nurtured by the gods, but she had long repaid that debt and freed herself from their control. The book of history, filled with her people's stories, was her will and the path she had chosen. Meanwhile, within the space of national fortune, the battle had reached its peak. Perhaps from the very beginning, it had been at this fever pitch. When the Lord of Qin ruler unleashed his imperial jade seal, the special technique the gods had used to isolate the national fortune was forcefully broken. With the power of the national fortune behind him, 8 golden characters appeared in the air, radiating boundless majesty. The brilliant light shone like a blazing sun. Even in the face of divine power, it did not falter. Such overwhelming might would have instantly obliterated the decayed remnants of the gods. They were no longer on the same level. But the opponent before him was no longer the decayed remains of gods, it was the true gods themselves, who had finally broken free from their restraints. Such petty tricks. In the presence of a true god, all is powerless, roared the giant god wielding a thunderous hammer. He swung his hammer relentlessly, shattering the space created by the national fortune. The 8 golden characters flickered, struggling to hold. It was clear to all that the Lord of Qin ruler was at a disadvantage. After all, there were several gods, but only one ruler. Yet the Lord of Qin ruler did not falter, even in the face of this adversity. Seeing his response, the gods watching couldn't help but smirk. They enjoyed watching mortals with unyielding spirits. What they didn't realize, however, was that each time the Lord of Qin ruler used the jade seal to channel the power of the national fortune, a small thread of golden light was siphoned from the flesh disk, formed by the decayed remains of the gods. With every use, the light dimmed ever so slightly, its aura growing weaker. The change was subtle, almost imperceptible, and hidden amidst the chaos of the battle. Even the gods failed to notice. But the golden light was fading, and the once evil crimson color was slowly re-emerging. They've caused such a commotion? Lin Fan was far away in the borderlands, quite distant from Central State. Even with his speed, it would take him some time to arrive. As a result, by the time he stepped into Central State, the battle had already grown fiercer. As soon as he entered the region, he sensed a massive wave of energy radiating from the distance, continuous and overwhelming. Even though he was within Central State's borders, he was still tens of thousands of miles away from the Lord of Qin Palace. The fact that such powerful shockwaves reached him from that distance gave him a clear understanding of how intense the battle must be. Lin Fan opened his martial eye, and could see that the very rules of the world in that area were being disrupted. Countless warriors were fleeing. This level of combat was far beyond their capabilities. It looks like this journey won't be boring after all. The ruler of Lord of Qin and these so-called gods. This is going to be interesting. Seeing the scale of the battle, a grin slowly spread across Lin Fan's face in anticipation. Ever since he had cultivated his ultimate power, he hadn't had the chance to truly fight at full strength. Along his journey, he barely needed to lift a finger to suppress any threats. While it was satisfying, it had become a bit dull. The feeling of being utterly invincible was something that only those who had experienced it could understand. It was like having a household full of beautiful wives. How could men who had never experienced it possibly relate? After all, they couldn't even dream of such a thing. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, and then activated the power of the world's formations, increasing his speed even further. He pressed on against the shockwaves, heading toward the battlefield. At the heart of the battlefield, Lin Fan's observations were confirmed. The fighting had reached an unprecedented intensity. The gods, after much scheming, had finally broken free from their restraints, and their powers had been fully restored. This was their moment of glory. However, the ruler of Lord of Qin, wielding nothing but his mortal human body, something the gods looked down upon, was holding his own in the battle. The ruler strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, his imperial jade seal hovering above his head and the emperor's sword firmly in hand. He wielded the boundless power of the national fortune, engaging the gods in direct combat. The sheer might of each blow could shatter the void, causing mountains and rivers to crumble, and even the stars seemed on the verge of falling. Under the influence of his imperial will, the 8 golden characters suspended in the sky shone even brighter. Meanwhile, the god wielding the thunder hammer was starting to struggle. A mere human, frail as he is, can actually stand against the thunder god without being at a disadvantage. What a freak! It's mainly due to the path he walks and the bloodline passed down by his ancestors. Without that, how could such a weak human even hope to challenge us, the rulers of the world's laws? Enough. Whatever the reason, this ends now. We can't let this drag on any longer, or something unforeseen might happen. Seeing the ruler of Lord of Keen holding his ground, the gods decided it was time to put an end to this before things spiraled out of control. Although they had broken free from their restraints, the method they used was somewhat underhanded. It wasn't a complete escape. If the battle dragged on too long, something unpredictable might occur, and that was a risk they weren't willing to take. There was no denying it, these gods, who had lived for countless ages, were nothing if not cautious. The ruler of Lord of Kin, unhurried and composed, continued battling the god who controlled the power of thunder. But when he overheard the god's conversation, his brow furrowed. To think these ancient beings, who barely cling to life, are not fools. But enough is enough. These so-called gods, who claim dominion over this world, it's time for them to return to dust and ashes. I'll use their divinity to build the foundation of my human empire. The ruler's eyes gleamed with imperial authority, and the slight frown on his face soon relaxed. He wasn't rattled by the unexpected situation. In the world, nothing is ever perfect. This he had prepared for long ago. Before the gods could join forces, the ruler summoned the imperial jade seal to his hand and hurled it toward the 8 golden characters suspended in the sky. This sudden move caught the gods completely off guard. They couldn't understand why the ruler would do such a thing. The imperial jade seal had been his key to breaking through their barriers. Now that he had thrown it away, he could no longer draw upon its power. It was as if he had voluntarily given up his greatest weapon. But in the next moment, they understood why. As the imperial jade seal approached the 8 golden characters, the endless national fortune they embody began to merge into the seal. When the process was complete, the once ancient and weathered jade seal burst into a brilliant golden light, transforming into a true sun. Anyone within Central State could see the sudden appearance of this golden sun, its dazzling light eclipsing even the midday sun. This is bad. The gods, who had long mastered the laws of the universe, possessed keen instincts. As soon as they saw the blinding golden light emanating from the imperial jade seal, they sensed danger. The most perceptive among them immediately turned their gaze toward the flesh disk, the artifact that had allowed them to break free from their shackles by disguising its evil nature with the aura of human national fortune. They had kept this vital artifact at the center of their defenses, confident that brute force couldn't destroy it. This had reassured them enough to sit back and enjoy the show. Everything had seemed fine. But now, everything was far from fine. As the golden light from the imperial jade seal intensified, the human national fortune that had concealed the flesh disk's malevolent energy began to melt away like snow in spring, transforming back into golden streams of national fortune and merging with the radiant light. With the aura of human fortune stripped away, the flesh disk's evil nature was laid bare for all to see. Damn it! The gods could no longer maintain their composure. They had anticipated that the ruler of Lord of Kian might have a trick up his sleeve, which was why they had been so eager to finish the battle quickly. But they hadn't expected him to pull such a devastating move. If the flesh disk lost its effectiveness, not only would they once again be shackled by their ancient restraints, but they might even face catastrophic consequences as a result. Boom! As they cursed in frustration, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. The mysterious presence that had been stirred but had then fallen back into slumber was now fully awakening once more, its fury palpable. Sensing this, the gods were even more shaken. This cunning human. We can't let that thing awaken. Everyone, bring out your deepest reserves, or we're all doomed. The most powerful of the gods spoke, his face grim with fear of the entity about to awaken, his voice tinged with dread. As he spoke, he produced a multicolored feather and cast it toward the flesh disk. His words were quickly acknowledged by the other gods, who also retrieved rare and unique artifacts, each radiating pure divine energy. One of the gods even offered up a golden dragon horn. With the human fortune stripped away from the flesh disk, they could only attempt to conceal it once more using these divine artifacts, which had to be of the highest purity and close to human nature. Otherwise, they would be ineffective. These artifacts were incredibly precious, and the gods had been reluctant to use them. Moreover, this method was unstable, and they had only intended to use it as a last resort. But now they had no choice. Their anger burned even hotter, but the worst was yet to come. At some point, the chief astronomer, who had left the battlefield earlier, quietly returned, appearing silently beside the weakened flesh disk. Countless stars appeared in the sky, even in the light of day. An endless stream of starlight descended from the heavens. Rather than forming an attack, the starlight coalesced into a barrier, shielding the flesh disk. The barrier wouldn't last long against the god's power, but even a brief moment would be enough. At that very instant, the mysterious entity finally fully awakened. The eye. Me eye. A massive eye. An eye so vast that its size defied description, occupying nearly the entire sky. This eye was formed from endless streams of golden light. Its radiant, golden iris carried a fierce rage as it gazed down upon the earth. The moment this golden eye appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to awaken from a long slumber. It has awakened. In the utterly shattered space of the nation's fortune, when the golden eye emerged, the expressions of all the gods present changed drastically. The thunder god, who had just been locked in a fierce battle with the Lord of Keen and wielding his mighty thunder hammer, felt terror flicker in his eyes. The overwhelming dominance he had shown moments before vanished completely. Stop it from watching us. Though the other gods fared slightly better, they were still in dire straits. Even the strongest among them, though more composed than the thunder god, was similarly shaken. However, unlike the thunder god's panic, he maintained his calm and quickly took action. Sever the connection together. Without hesitation, the gods worked in unison. In an instant, they shattered the starlight barrier created by the chief of the astronomical observatory, and rushed toward the flesh and blood disk. The being they sought to prevent had already awakened. The only way to remedy the situation now was to sever the connection to the flesh and blood disk. Without the disk's influence, they would be constrained once more, but at least they would no longer be trapped and subject to catastrophe. It was a painful choice equivalent to reimposing limitations on themselves, but they had no other option. In this moment, their hatred for the Lord of Keen and the chief of the astronomical observatory reached a peak. If they could, they would have devoured their flesh and drank their blood. Their powers remained strong, and together, they were capable of annihilating anything. The Lord of Keen tried to stop them, but he was farther from the flesh and blood disk. Even with his swift reaction, it was difficult to intervene in time. He understood this well, and could only sigh in resignation. However, just when he thought the gods would inevitably escape, his teacher, who stood closest to the disk, once again channeled the power of the stars, forming a thick suit of stellar armor around himself. After casting a final glance at his beloved disciple, the Lord of Keen, he resolutely stood in front of the disk. To block the combined full-force strike of the gods with one's body, this would be impossible even for the Lord of Keen, who could wield the protection of the nation's fortune, let alone an elderly man. Such an act was clearly done with the certainty of death. Master. For the first time, the Lord of Keen lost his composure not because of an overwhelming enemy, but because of his teacher. You've grown strong. Keep moving forward resolutely. The glory of the Yang imperial family will once again shine bright in your hands. With these final words, the old man spread his arms wide, and the starlight around him blazed even more brilliantly, outshining the midday sun. The Lord of Keen clenched his fists tightly. He had planned for everything, but he had not foreseen that his teacher would sacrifice himself for him. In truth, there was no need for such an extreme measure. He could have dealt with the gods' problem himself. However, that would have only solved the issue, without being able to use their divinity to lay the foundation for the human emperor. Not that it mattered to him. Ying Zheng had never been weak. Even without the divine foundation, he was confident he could ascend to the peak step by step. He not only intended to restore the glory of his ancestors, but to create his own legend as well. But his teacher did not want him to miss this opportunity, choosing to sacrifice himself so that Ying Zheng would not lose this chance. Futile resistance. The gods, watching this scene, remained cold. To them, it was nothing but futile defiance. Boom! The combined strike of the gods engulfed the endless starlight, and with it, the chief of the astronomical observatory. The flesh and blood disk, too, was within the destructive reach, and was on the verge of collapse. However, at the last moment, a book suddenly flew over, its pages turning rapidly at an indescribable speed, surpassing everything else. Countless characters emerged from the book, forming grand chapters of history. Within the river of time, vague visions of countless living beings appeared, ancestors of mankind, progressing from primitive farming to modern civilization. These characters and images contained no power, yet as they appeared, the violent force of the gods began to calm. The endless river of history could accommodate everything. Even the gods, lofty as they were, could not escape its flow. A book! How dare you betray me? The other gods did not recognize the source of this book, but a figure drenched in blood and wielding a blood-red sword did. It was the true form of the Lord of the Scarlet Plains, the god of slaughter, master of the rules of death. Instantly he flew into a rage, his blood-red hair flaring wildly. I did not betray anyone. I merely love reading many books, and walking many paths. I also do not wish for books to be destroyed, nor for the path to be cut off, leaving no way forward. As the god of slaughter's furious words echoed, a young girl's voice emerged faintly from the book. It was as if she were either answering him or simply sharing her thoughts earnestly. With her voice, the book's pages turned faster, and the shadows from the river of history became more frequent, nearly tangible. The gods' violent force was increasingly subdued. Though they eventually succeeded in shattering the flesh and blood disk, it was too late. The golden eye in the sky had already fixed its gaze upon them. And at that moment, Lin Fan arrived from the borderlands. He took in the final scene completely. But the book intervened. He raised an eyebrow, then stretched out his hand and plucked a star-wrapped orb from the god's chaotic energy. Inside was a starry illusion, along with over a dozen sacred, fearsome objects. The god's power, sensing him as an intruder, surged toward Lin Fan, attempting to annihilate him. Hey! And you think you can kill me with that? Lin Fan smiled, raised a single finger, and flicked it toward the oncoming force. Crack! The terrifying power that had collapsed the void shattered like glass at Lin Fan's flick. There was no wave of energy, just pure, absolute strength. Another one. The gods, already despairing from their repeated setbacks, felt their spirits sink even further. The Lord of Qian also noticed the newcomer and fixed his gaze on him. At almost the same time, Lin Fan looked back at him. Their eyes met this time at close range, just as they had in their first, distant encounter. My friends, the situation has reached this point. If we don't fight with all our might, we'll either remain in eternal slumber, or be completely obliterated. Unlike the calm stares exchanged by the two humans, the gods were far from composed. Their long-laid plans had now utterly failed. Not only would they face terrible backlash, but also contend with two exceptional human beings. The Lord of Qian had already proven himself. Even when facing gods freed from their limitations, he held his ground and only grew stronger with each battle. With the power to control humanity's destiny, and wield the authority of the human emperor, unless someone had the strength to instantly kill him, he would remain invincible. As for Lin Fan, who had just arrived, they were even more familiar with him. He had single-handedly destroyed an ancient, eternal forbidden zone of life, an accomplishment even the Lord of Qian had never achieved. In all of history, no one had ever dared to attempt such a feat. It's not that others lacked the strength, but because they feared that such actions would spiral out of control, leading to unpredictable consequences. The god's revenge was no laughing matter. Yet Lin Fan had done it, and now stood here, alive and well, without any harm. Despite the many traps and ambushes the gods had set for him, they had been unable to defeat him. In simple terms, it was as if Lin Fan had danced on their graves many times, without ever taking them seriously, and no matter how they plotted, they couldn't touch him. Although the Lord of Qian, with his ability to break their limitations, remained their priority threat, Lin Fan was no less dangerous. In fact, compared to the Lord of Qian, the gods were more wary of Lin Fan. No matter how much they investigated or how many methods they used to predict his fate, they could not determine Lin Fan's true background. It wasn't that they found nothing. On the contrary, they uncovered far too much, with details so specific it was bewildering, down to how many times he wet the bed as a child. But none of it made sense. According to their findings, Lin Fan was nothing more than an ordinary human, someone who couldn't even compare to a sturdy farmhand. Born to a mother who died in childbirth, and a father who passed away soon after, he failed at school and couldn't hold a job. He was, by all accounts, a total failure. But in reality, he had first ventured into the Forbidden Zone, forcefully tearing off a god's arm. He had bulldozed through every trap the gods set for him, as if they were nothing. Finally, he even stepped foot into the very Forbidden Zone that even the Lord of Qian feared to provoke, flattening it completely. He didn't care about revenge, or perhaps he never took the gods seriously in the first place. Could an ordinary person have done all this? Was any of this possible for a mere human? If so, every stray dog in the street would be an emperor by now. We really have no choice but to fight. None of the gods present disputed this grim reality. They all knew exactly what kind of situation they were in. Boom! The golden eye in the sky grew angrier as it fixed its gaze upon them. As if provoked. Destroy! A majestic voice echoed from the void, and countless golden lightning bolts rained down, engulfing the gods. Each bolt carried a destructive force, infused with a divine essence, the complete opposite of the gods' faint aura of decay. Seeing this golden lightning, the gods' faces turned pale. Oddly enough, Lin Fan and the others were also within the storm but remained unharmed. They were completely immune to the destructive lightning. In fact, the lightning felt rather soothing to them, as if their bodies were being cleansed and refined. But while they felt refreshed, the gods were suffering. Each bolt of golden lightning exploded upon contact, causing black smoke to rise from their bodies, as if they had been splashed with acid. We must find a way to avoid this god-slaying lightning, or our divine souls will be severely damaged. Some of the weaker gods were already struggling after being hit by only a few bolts. The lightning seemed specifically designed to counter them. We do need to avoid it, but first we must eliminate these obstacles. As long as they remain, the human presence will keep guiding the lightning toward us. We'll never be able to avoid it. Another god spoke up. No matter how powerful they were, none could withstand the lightning for long. Bloodslaughter, lead a team to hold off the god-slaying lightning. Thunder and Reaper, you take care of the two human outliers. The most powerful deity quickly divided the tasks. Bloodslaughter was the lord of the Scarlet Plains, a god who mastered the rules of killing, ranking among the strongest of the gods. Thunder and Reaper, one being the thunder god, who had fought the Lord of Keen before, and the other a god who controlled the powers of death and ruled the forbidden zone of the dead. Though Lin Fan had already wiped out the Reaper's domain, leaving nothing but ruins, not even sparing his former avatars. Naturally, Reaper's hatred for Lin Fan should have been boundless, and one would expect him to seek immediate revenge. Yet, oddly enough, he rushed toward the Lord of Keen instead. As if they had planned it beforehand, the Thunder God charged directly at Lin Fan. In their minds, they had each chosen the easier target. Especially the Thunder God, who believed Lin Fan to be the weaker of the two. Today he would crush this so-called outlier. The Lord of Keen's strength stemmed from his powerful bloodline and mastery of the human emperor's path, which granted him dominion over humanity's destiny. This unique martial path made him as powerful as the gods. But Lin Fan? Aside from his peculiar history, there was nothing remarkable about him. To the Thunder God, Lin Fan's strength had always seemed unimpressive. Once faced with the true form of a god, Lin Fan would surely reveal his weaknesses and prove to be fragile. Today I'll smash your skull into paste, human. Remember this, your killer is the god of thunder. Grinning wickedly, the Thunder God raised his giant hammer high. The god of thunder. Seeing the smugness on the god's face, Lin Fan chuckled. Without saying a word, he summoned his blood-red spear, holding it in one hand, and thrust it toward the descending hammer. How foolish! The Thunder God sneered at Lin Fan's response. He was a god renowned for his physical strength, the embodiment of wild, thunderous power. For a weak human like Lin Fan to challenge him in raw strength was nothing short of suicidal. His muscles bulged, and violent lightning crackled as the thunder hammer came crashing down, aimed straight at Lin Fan's spear. Today, he was determined to obliterate this so-called outlier in a single strike. He had no doubt about it, and swung with all his might. But as his hammer fell, the sneer on his face instantly froze. Even the other gods, busy with their assigned tasks, were left stunned. Such incredible physical strength. All the so-called gods present were utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Even the Lord of the Dead, who had been about to engage the Lord of Keen, froze in shock, his hand halted mid-motion. It wasn't that they lacked resolve or weren't determined enough. What they were witnessing was simply too overwhelming, too unbelievable. The Thunder God, known for his unmatched physical strength among the gods, wielded a hammer of thunder with the weight of 10,000 tons, empowered by violent lightning that greatly enhanced its force. When it came to sheer physical strength, none among the gods could claim they could beat him. In their group, he was even hailed as the god of war. But now, he was locked in a contest of strength with a seemingly frail human, and he wasn't winning. In fact, he was barely holding his ground, and perhaps even losing. The man, holding a blood-red spear with one hand, appeared thin and slight, yet no matter how much force the Thunder God exerted, he could not move him an inch. Lin Fan stood unmoved, like an unshakable pillar in a storm. One was holding a massive warhammer, descending with overwhelming force. The other wielded a spear, not even a weapon suited for brute strength, yet still pushed upward without giving ground. The comparison was clear. The gods had expected that Lin Fan might not be easily defeated, perhaps not even pushed back. But they never expected this outcome. Even the Lord of Keen turned his gaze in surprise. Having just faced the Thunder God himself, he knew firsthand how terrifyingly powerful the god was and how difficult it was to resist him. My teacher once spoke of a true dragon seen in the heavens. It must be this boy. No wonder both Yao'er and Yinger valued him so much, even sending him gifts multiple times. He's not someone to be confined by this world. But how far will he go? The Lord of Qin gave a nod of approval, then cast a sharp gaze toward the other gods. If Lin Fan was a true dragon, did that mean the emperor of the Lord of Qin, who followed the path of the human emperor, was not a dragon as well? Today they would see who was more like the true dragon. With the fortune of humanity surging around him, the golden emperor's sword in his hand shone even brighter. Today he would slay the gods head-on. Lin Fan's display of strength had instantly sparked a fierce sense of competition in the Lord of Qin. It was a mindset he had never experienced before. Not even in his youth, when he had faced the Sword God or the Dragon Clan Patriarch, had he felt such rivalry. But now, facing this younger man, that feeling was stronger than ever. Damn it! Still in a daze, the Lord of the Dead had almost been caught off guard by a sudden attack. Barely recovering, he cursed under his breath. Despite his frustration, he dared not let his guard down. He quickly summoned the power of death to strike back. Boom! Above them, the golden divine lightning raged. The gods had no choice but to unleash their full power, struggling to fend off the god-slaying bolts that poured from the furious golden eye in the sky. The eye's wrath grew fiercer, and the divine lightning became even more violent, weighing heavily on the gods like a crushing mountain. And yet, despite their struggle, the gods' attention was still drawn to the two battlegrounds below. Perhaps it was a trick of their minds, but they had the sinking feeling that this time they were doomed. Not by the golden eye they feared so much, but by the two humans, the two outliers. The Thunder God, more than anyone, felt this dread intensely. His resolve began to waver. But as a proud god, he refused to acknowledge his defeat, especially in the one area where he took the most pride, his strength. Taking a deep breath, he said coldly, "Human, you're not bad. But that was just a warm-up. Now, I'll use my real power. Let's see if you can keep up, otherwise, it would be far too boring." "As you wish." Lin Fan smiled calmly, giving a simple, quiet reply. He didn't argue, nor did he boast. He was genuinely looking forward to seeing the Thunder God unleash even more power, so he could test his own limits. The Thunder God, unwilling to accept defeat, grew more and more ferocious. Lightning crackled violently around him, amplifying his terrifying strength. Each swing of his hammer shattered the very air, leaving the void in tatters. The sheer wildness of his power was enough to make anyone think twice about resisting. Compared to the slender Lin Fan, who was now entirely engulfed in the storm of lightning, it seemed like he had all but disappeared. Thunder's wrath. The Thunder God, growing stronger with each strike, finally unleashed his ultimate attack, channeling all his energy into one devastating blow. Endless lightning engulfed Lin Fan, so dense that only fleeting glimpses of his form could be seen within it, as though he were barely hanging on. But in truth, Lin Fan was using only one hand. His blood-red spear seemed to be moving effortlessly, each stroke perfectly blocking the Thunder God's fierce attacks. No matter how much force the god exerted, Lin Fan stood firm, completely unmoved. With one hand, Lin Fan held a glowing orb, which contained sacred artifacts forged by the gods, pulsating with divine power that demanded constant focus to suppress. With his other hand, he battled the Thunder God, who was famed for his strength. Yet the ease with which Lin Fan blocked his attacks left the Thunder God in a cold sweat. If he didn't suppress his power with everything he had, would he even have the chance to continue? For the first time, the Thunder God regretted choosing this fight. Faced with this outlier, he would have preferred to battle the Lord of Qin instead. Coincidentally, the Lord of the Dead was feeling the same regret. Confronted by a fully engaged Lord of Qin, who was determined to prove himself, the pressure on him became unbearable. Forget defeating his opponent quickly, he would be lucky just to survive. "Thunder God, you're more familiar with this man's fighting style. You should handle him. Let's finish this quickly." The Lord of the Dead, struggling to keep up, reluctantly called out, hoping to coax the Thunder God back into switching opponents. He expected resistance after all, who swaps opponents mid-battle? But to his surprise, the Thunder God agreed instantly, as if he had been waiting for this suggestion. "This weakling isn't worth my time. I've been thinking the same." The Thunder God, trying to maintain his dignity, responded in a booming voice, acting as though Lin Fan was beneath him. But in reality, he couldn't wait to swap opponents. The Lord of the Dead, unaware of this eagerness, or perhaps choosing to ignore it, was relieved. While Lin Fan was powerful, he still believed he could handle him. In just 3 short years, even if Lin Fan had grown stronger, it couldn't be by much. Growth always had limits, even for those blessed by destiny. But after trading just one blow with Lin Fan, the Lord of the Dead immediately regretted his decision. The sheer force of Lin Fan's strike nearly shattered his soul. It was a physical attack, Yet it bypassed all laws and directly affected his soul. The god of death nearly turned into a lifeless husk. Damn it! The once proud lord of the dead, a master of death, couldn't help but curse aloud in shock and disbelief. Glancing over at the thunder god, he considered asking him to swap back. But the thunder god didn't even turn around. There was no way he was switching back. He would rather face the Lord of Qian and his sword than endure another of Lin Fan's blows. In just the opening exchange, Lin Fan had frightened not one, but two gods. It all seemed almost laughable, but it was the truth. The Lord of Qian, looking at the thunder god now back in front of him, shook his head, facing such bizarre behavior. How could there be any real comparison between them now? Did you just intervene? At the familiar kite stall, the wise king looked at the book before him and asked. The book had flashed and disappeared just moments ago, and from the distant battlefield, he could faintly sense a familiar presence. This made the wise king suspicious. The book smiled and nodded yes, but honestly, even without my involvement, the result would have been the same. What I did was merely the finishing touch. What do you mean? What do you mean? Though the wise king was a captive, he was not someone who feared death. His pride remained intact, and his spirit was unshaken. The book didn't mind and responded with a light laugh. Weren't you planning to steal a god's body and forge a clone? Now that all the gods are struggling to survive their tribulation, do you dare to cut off their escape routes with me? Cut off the gods' retreat? The wise king's eyes narrowed sharply. Even though it wasn't stated outright, he was no fool. He instantly understood. These gods, who had lived for countless years, were cunning and experienced. There was no way they wouldn't have left themselves a way out. Cutting off their retreat would be like digging up their roots. How? Most people would have been terrified at the idea of going after the gods' escape routes. These were not easily seized, and a single misstep could lead to endless disaster, or worse. But who was the wise king? In his philosophy, the timid starve, while the bold feast. Even after being beaten by Lin Fan so many times, he hadn't given up his desire to acquire Lin Fan's powerful physique. He just hadn't found the opportunity yet. Aren't you afraid? The book raised an eyebrow, surprised. The wise king chuckled. Of course there's some fear, but if I miss out on something this significant, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Besides, if a fragile woman like you dares to do it, why shouldn't I? Then, let's go. Without another word, the book smiled and vanished in a flash. The wise king immediately followed, showing no hesitation. Above the Qian imperial palace, the gods were still fiercely battling, their overwhelming divine power holding back the thunderous storm of lightning falling from the sky, showcasing the immense strength of the gods. But they had no idea that, aside from Lin Fan, another unforeseen force was plotting against them. As ancient beings who had lived for who knows how long, these gods naturally had many ways to save themselves. With every risky move, they left themselves multiple exits. But those very exits were about to be seized. Despite all their careful calculations, they were being outmaneuvered. No matter how meticulously they planned, the unexpected could still happen even to gods. Lin Fan wasn't thinking about any of this. He had come to assist not only out of a sense of duty but also to test the limits of the power he had cultivated. With threefold enhanced comprehension, Lin Fan's learning ability had become terrifying. In 3 years of training he had fused the various forces within him into a singular, ultimate power, one that was entirely his own. This unique cultivation path was unlike any conventional martial arts, stripped of all the excess, leaving only the most essential core of power. The balance of yin and yang gave his strength a perfect foundation, allowing him to progress smoothly in his cultivation. With all these factors in play, Lin Fan's ultimate power had been fully perfected. This was why, in just 3 short years, he had advanced so dramatically. To put it simply, the dragon had awakened after 3 years of preparation. Power burst. With a blood-red spear in hand, Lin Fan's ultimate power surged through his body, and every move he made was filled with force, building up to an explosive strike. The Lord of the Dead, a mere soul without a physical body, had already had his remnants destroyed by Lin Fan. In theory, he should have been immune to physical attacks. But in the face of Lin Fan's ultimate power, all his defenses failed, and he could only struggle to hold on. As Lin Fan unleashed his full strength, the Lord of the Dead's soul was shattered in an instant. Though he quickly reformed, his once solid soul had become hazy, clearly damaged. On the other side, the Thunder God, who had switched opponents, was not faring any better. The Lord of Qian, now driven by a desire to compare himself to Lin Fan, unleashed his full might, no longer holding back. The fortune of the empire surged, and the path of the human emperor was pushed to its limits. The terrifying power of his words alone crushed the thunder god, pressing him down as if he were being dragged through the earth. Lin Fan's ultimate power was destructive, but in terms of sheer presence, it couldn't compare to the Lord of Qian. With a single word, suppress. The thunder god felt as if he were carrying a mountain. Every move became painfully slow. As the 8 characters granted by heaven, eternal prosperity floated in the air. The pressure on the thunder god intensified to unbearable levels. Originally, the god's plan had been to eliminate the 2 outliers, thus easing their precarious situation. But now, the tables had turned, and they were the ones barely hanging on. Useless fools. The Lord of the Scarlet Plains, master of the path of slaughter and known for his ruthless nature, was growing increasingly cold as he realized what was happening. But before he could take any action, his expression suddenly changed. At first it was just him, but soon the other gods began to show the same reaction. Their faces were like those of men who had just discovered they'd been betrayed by their wives. Damn it! Angry roars echoed across the battlefield. Even the leader of the gods, who had remained calm despite earlier setbacks, was now visibly shaken. Not even their failed schemes had angered them this much. Faced with this sudden turn of events, neither Lin Fan nor the Lord of Qian knew what was going on. It wasn't their doing. But whatever was happening, the gods were in no mood to explain. In fact, they were now desperate to leave the battlefield. Even the Lord of the Dead, who was being crushed by Lin Fan and on the verge of being destroyed, seemed eager to flee, even if it meant suffering further damage. But how could they escape so easily? Though Lin Fan didn't know exactly what was going on, he knew that if the enemy wanted to leave, he would make sure they couldn't. The more they tried to run, the more he pursued, refusing to let them go. He even managed to pull some of the gods, who were defending against the Golden Eye, into his battle. Seeing what Lin Fan was doing, the Lord of Qian quickly caught on and made the same move. The gods, desperate to escape, were being held in place by Lin Fan and the Lord of Qian, while the Golden Eye in the sky unleashed even more terrifying god-slaying lightning. But despite this, the gods were determined to flee, even if it meant taking severe damage. If you want to die so badly, then let me grant your wish. The strongest of the gods, blocked by Lin Fan, was now fully enraged, determined to kill him first. The power of destruction surged around the god, its very essence meant to annihilate all. But Lin Fan did not fear. His blood-red spear danced, poised to strike. His ultimate power seemed to suppress even the laws of destruction, allowing him to counter with ease. Even against the strongest god, Lin Fan stood fearless, charging forward without hesitation. When his power reached its peak, he unleashed it in an explosive strike, shattering the god's destructive force and forcing him back. At the same time, the gray light surrounding the god dissipated for a moment, revealing the god's true form. Lin Fan had expected to see a skull, or perhaps rotting bones, something akin to what he had encountered before. Why else would this god hide his face? Surely it wasn't something anyone would want to see. But to his surprise, underneath the light was a woman, a goddess? Since Lin Fan had stepped into the world, he was no longer a novice. He was familiar with the Forbidden Zones and their rulers. In his experience, these so-called masters of the Forbidden Zones were beings barely clinging to life, full of decay. They were either rotting corpses, grotesque creatures, or mere skeletons. He often mocked them as gutter rats barely hanging on, and it wasn't without reason. What he didn't expect, however, was to encounter someone different this time. Though he only caught a brief glimpse before the ghostly light once again shrouded the figure, he had clearly seen a woman who looked completely human. Not only was there no stench of decay, but there was even a faint, refreshing fragrance. It was surprising, to say the least. But Lin Fan wasn't one to go soft because of that. His blood-red spear continued to whirl as he prepared to fight this so-called goddess. His ultimate power exploded repeatedly, shattering the opponent's laws, making all her efforts useless. This overwhelming suppression left her struggling. Despite her godly strength, which could easily destroy worlds, she found it difficult to land a blow. You all go. Eliminate the ones blocking our escape. Leave him to me. The goddess of destruction ordered coldly, realizing she couldn't handle Lin Fan immediately. Their carefully planned escape route was their last chance at survival. Losing it was not an option. The other gods, hearing her, didn't waste any time. With a nod, they moved to bypass Lin Fan and leave. The Golden Eye in the sky was still relentlessly unleashing god-slaying lightning, raining down on them like acid, causing clouds of smoke to rise from their decaying forms. But by focusing on defense, they could hold on for a little while. As long as they dealt with the obstruction, they were confident they could survive this disaster. Watching the gods try to leave, Lin Fan didn't stop them. The destruction goddess, who had been ready to block him at any cost, was momentarily taken aback. Given Lin Fan's displayed power, his inaction didn't seem to fit. But her confusion didn't last long, as the gods who had tried to escape soon returned, their faces grim. There's a formation outside. It harnesses the power of this entire world. Unless we destroy the entire realm, we won't be able to break free in time. The gods' faces were filled with frustration, and behind that, an unmistakable fear of death. The divine lightning continued to fall from the sky, weakening them further. It wouldn't be long before the bolts wiped them out entirely. Their escape route had been sabotaged. And now they were trapped. Facing the need to force their way out, they were blocked by a formation. One thing after another now, death felt very real to them. This wasn't the kind of sleep they could wake up from. This was total annihilation. In the face of such overwhelming fear, even the gods couldn't remain indifferent. Did you set up that formation? The destruction goddess asked coldly, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan, having pieced together the truth from his earlier actions. Congratulations, you're right. But no prize for you. Lin Fan replied with a smile. With his mastery of divine formations, he had preemptively set a world-encompassing formation that even the gods would struggle to break through. Given more time, he could have completely erased several of them with the formation alone. Hearing his answer, the destruction goddess fell silent. She hadn't expected to be cornered by a mere human. Not only had their plans utterly failed, but their escape was completely cut off. Human, I will remember you. With a cold, intense stare, she uttered these cryptic words. Then, she pulled out a black orb filled with destructive energy and crushed it in her hand. As the orb shattered, her energy visibly weakened at an alarming rate. It was clear that the orb was deeply tied to her power, and breaking it came at a heavy cost. Seeing this, Lin Fan instinctively tried to act, but it was too late. This was her lifeline, a last resort she would only use when facing true peril, something to save her life. As the orb exploded, it opened a dark portal, bypassing all obstacles. With one last look, the destruction goddess locked her gaze on Lin Fan, as if to sear his image into her memory. Then, with a flash, she disappeared into the portal. This was a method of tearing through space, using the immense power of the laws of destruction to create an escape route. Unless someone's power greatly exceeded hers, there was no stopping it. Wait for us. Nay-tee. The other gods panicked when they saw their leader escape. But the dark portal existed for only a fleeting moment. Though they moved quickly, they were too late. The portal had already closed. Only the Lord of the Scarlet Plains and a few others, who had anticipated the situation, managed to escape. The rest were left behind. Or rather, they had been deliberately abandoned to slow Lin Fan and the Lord of Qn down and provide targets for the Golden Eye's wrath. The Golden Eye in the sky grew ever more violent, and its divine lightning became nearly impossible to resist. The abandoned gods quickly realized what had happened. The anger of being discarded surged within them. No one liked being left behind like this. But Lin Fan didn't bother with them. Instead, he looked at the back of his hand. A black mark had appeared on the previously unblemished skin, running across the center of his hand, splitting it in two. It emitted a faint aura of destructive energy, occasionally flickering with a dark sheen. It looked like a tattoo, an intricate, striking one. But Lin Fan knew it wasn't just any tattoo. It was a mark left by the goddess of destruction. The mark did no harm, nor did it interfere with him. It was simply a way to track him. Just as she had said before disappearing, she would remember him. With this mark, no matter where Lin Fan hid, she would be able to find him. It was like a tracking device, ensuring that, wherever he went, she would always be able to follow. A powerful goddess with her eye on me. Should I be scared or? Lin Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should he be afraid of having caught the attention of such a powerful being? We finally made it through the ceiling formation. For a moment there I thought we were done for. One man exhaled in relief. It was indeed dangerous. But it shouldn't have been. The ceiling formation was created by several ancient emperors working together. It's meant to imprison those ancient evil gods. It draws on the power of heaven and earth, and has remained unshakable for years. There shouldn't have been any disturbances. Something must have happened. In the far north of the Lord of Qn lay a desolate wasteland, covered in gray sand, perpetually frozen under a thin layer of frost. The temperatures never rose above freezing, making even the hardiest of plants unable to survive. No living creatures could thrive in this place, and even powerful martial saints found it impossible to venture far into the area. The deeper one ventured, the colder it became, and the energy of heaven and earth vanished, leaving no way to replenish one's strength. Those who tried to force their way and often found themselves lost forever. There had once been a renowned great saint who, near the end of his life, ventured into this unexplored land in search of a way to extend his life. He never returned. Subsequent challengers, disbelieving the dangers, met the same fate. Thus this northern land, though free from any forbidden zone masters wreaking havoc, became a naturally formed death zone, a forbidden zone of life. But today, a group of people slowly emerged from this frozen wasteland. Their steps crunched on the frosted ground. Among them were two middle-aged men, both dressed in green robes, their faces pale but relieved as they stepped onto the black sand covered in ice. They exchanged glances, visibly shaken. Whatever happened, we're through now, so it's no longer a concern. The land of exile is a place where the rules of heaven and earth are weak, and strength here knows no bounds. Even a third-rate fighter at the pulse opening stage can walk on air in this place, and those slightly stronger can shatter the void. They call these people martial sages. What a joke. No wonder the descendants of those with cursed bloodlines hide here. Their martial hearts have been broken, so they come here to find a sense of power. Among the group, following the conversation of the two middle-aged men, a young man with an arrogant expression and a cold smile spoke up. He was dressed in golden battle armor, with an emblem of crossed swords and blades on his chest. Occasionally, a light flickered across it, adding to his already impressive presence. But when he spoke, the entire group turned their attention to him. Most nodded in agreement, whether sincerely or not, indicating his high status among them. Even the two men who had spoken earlier didn't contradict him, choosing instead to go along with his words. This land, sealed by the ancient emperors after a cataclysmic battle, no longer restricts the power of its inhabitants. Here, our strength will soar. Let's familiarize ourselves with this place first. Our backers went to great lengths to send us here, so we can't afford any mistakes. The two middle-aged men followed up with warnings to the group. Understood, the others replied seriously, bowing their heads in agreement. But the young man in golden armor simply smiled dismissively. The weakest among us already exceeds the limits of this sealed land. Forget capturing the descendants of criminals playing with the sealed evil gods here, wouldn't even be a challenge. As he spoke, an indescribable energy surged from within him, warping the space around them. Fortunately, they were in a barren, uninhabited area, or countless innocents would have perished from the sheer force of his aura. Those sealed evil gods once required the ancient emperors to pay a great price to imprison them. Even in their weakened state, they have formidable means. We shouldn't underestimate them. We are here with a mission, and it's best not to cause unnecessary trouble. One of the middle-aged men said. The other quickly agreed. Master Feng is right. We have a task to complete, and unless necessary, let's avoid complications. You're all too cautious. The young man sneered but said no more. Seeing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. His strength might not have been the highest, but his background demanded respect. Even the two leaders had to be wary of him. Let's hope he stays focused on the mission. The two men thought silently. They were frustrated that such an important task had been saddled with someone like him. But there was nothing they could do. With a final sigh, they led the group out of the far north, at the Qin Palace. As the fierce battle finally came to an end, Lin Fan, who had come to help, was invited into the sacred and imposing palace. Father, are you hurt? Ying Ying, the emperor's young daughter, rushed over, throwing herself into her father's arms, her eyes filled with tears. The Lord of Qin, who always maintained an air of authority and distance, softened when faced with his daughter, showing a look of fatherly affection. I'm fine. No need to worry. He replied gently, though a hint of sadness flickered across his face. Indeed, he had emerged from the battle unharmed. With the help of the Golden Eye and Lin Fan, he had successfully slain several gods and secured his foundation. But his beloved teacher, the imperial tutor, had sacrificed himself to aid him. Ying Yang knew this as well, and her expression turned sorrowful. In her eyes, the imperial tutor, the chief astronomer, had always been a kind and respected elder. He had cared for her, teaching and guiding her like a loving grandfather when her father was too busy. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool, Ying Ying's older sister, remained silent, fully aware of the tutor's contributions and the depth of his sacrifice. Ahem, maybe now isn't the time to be so sad. Lin Fan coughed lightly, breaking the heavy mood. After everything that had happened, even the Lord of Qin now regarded Lin Fan, a man who had risen from obscurity, with the highest respect. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Unfazed by their attention, Lin Fan calmly reached into the glowing orb he had been suppressing and pulled out a starlight-filled phantom. Lin Fan is that. Ying Ying, who had grown to believe Lin Fan could do anything, widened her eyes in shock as she made a sudden connection. Indeed, This is the lingering remnant of his will. Lin Fan nodded, confirming his answer. The starlit phantom in his hand was the remaining consciousness of the Imperial Tutor, the chief astronomer of Qian. When martial artists reach the level of martial saint, their martial will becomes perfected. They can project the true essence of martial arts through their will, and as their cultivation advances, this will grow stronger. In fact, even without a physical body, a martial artist can continue to exist. The old monster from the Buddhist sect who attached himself to a bronze statue is a prime example. Even after hundreds of years, he's still alive, becoming a different form of life. As someone beyond the level of martial saint, the chief astronomer had a far stronger and more perfected will. The survival of his remnant will wasn't too surprising. Though the gods' combined attack had severely weakened it, making it barely perceptible to others, Lin Fan's martial eye, capable of seeing through everything, allowed him to detect even the faintest trace of its existence. When he first arrived on the battlefield and saw the spoils of war, he didn't hesitate to claim them. Among these treasures was the sacred dragon horn, an item of immeasurable value. In the process of collecting these spoils, he had also retrieved this lingering will. Although it was just a byproduct of his actions, it had nonetheless preserved a sliver of the chief astronomer's life force. "It's really Grandfather Chen's will," Ying exclaimed in surprise. Despite having suspected it, hearing the confirmation filled her with uncontrollable joy. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool also brightened, her eyes reflecting deep gratitude as she looked at Lin Fan. Once again, Lin Fan had come to their aid, and every time it felt like a lifeline, rescuing them from the brink of despair. However, the Lord of Qian could only sigh. His sharp eyes saw through the situation. This remnant was far too incomplete to survive. Reviving the chief astronomer was out of the question. In the end, it was nothing more than a fleeting obsession. The gods' all-out assault had completely shattered the chief astronomer's existence. This sliver of will was incredibly fragile, on the verge of vanishing at any moment. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool soon understood this too, falling into silence once more. With only a faint obsession left, not even the legendary divine elixirs could save him. But the ever-hopeful Yang hadn't considered all of this. Or perhaps, she had such blind faith in Lin Fan that she refused to accept the reality. Having confirmed that it was indeed her grandfather's remnant will, she rushed forward, grabbing Lin Fan's hand. "Lin Fan, you can bring Grandfather Chen back, right?" Sister, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool interjected, scolding her younger sister before Lin Fan could respond. "Young Master Lin has already done enough for us. Grandfather Chen's will is nearly gone, only a shred of his consciousness remains. Not even divine medicines can save him now. Don't make things difficult for him." She turned to Lin Fan with an apologetic look. He had helped them so much already that she couldn't fathom how they would ever repay him. Asking him to perform an impossible task now felt like too much. Hearing her sister's scolding, Ying looked over at her father, the Lord of Qian, who commanded the path of the human emperor. But the Lord of Qian simply shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Though he didn't speak, his gesture was clear enough. Her elder sister was right, there was no hope. At best, this was just wishful thinking. Seeing her father's response, Ying's face turned pale, and memories of the past rushed through her mind. Her father, the Lord of Qian, had always been busy with affairs of state, while her mother had been preoccupied with palace intrigues. As a result, the love and care she received growing up were far less than she had hoped for. Though the Lord of Qian was a responsible father, his duties weighed heavily on him, leaving little time for her and her sister. The only source of warmth in her life had been the chief astronomer, who had treated her like a doting grandfather. Not only had he taught her martial arts, but he had also been kind and indulgent, the reason for her lively and cheerful personality. But now, he was gone. As these memories flooded back, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up. Then she remembered Lin Fan's earlier words. "No need to be so sad just yet. Lin Fan, you can help, can't you?" Despite agreeing with her sister that Lin Fan had done more than enough for them, so much, in fact, that they could never repay him, she couldn't help but cling to the hope that he could still do something. If they couldn't repay him, well, she thought, maybe she could offer her sister in marriage to Lin Fan. That way they'd all be family, and helping out wouldn't feel like too much. This idea made her look at Lin Fan with even more hope. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool had no idea what her sister was thinking, and certainly didn't know that she was being offered up as repayment. But recalling Lin Fan's incredible abilities, even she began to feel a flicker of hope. Under the gaze of the two sisters, Lin Fan slowly nodded. "You really can." Even the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, usually so composed, couldn't help but show her surprise. "Maybe, possibly, I think so," Lin Fan said with a chuckle, looking down at the eager girl clinging to his hand. In the past, Even with divine medical skills, such a task would have been impossible. After all, this wasn't merely a matter of healing, this was someone who was already gone. The saying medicine cannot save the dead still held true. Even miracles that could bring the dead back to life had their limits. However, during his recent encounter with a mystical raffle, he had won a rare divine elixir that was just right for the situation. The Heavenly Salvation Elixir. As its name suggested, it was meant to help one overcome calamity, bringing the dead back to life. Even if only a sliver of will remained, the elixir could restore the soul and help them survive the disaster. Lin Fan, if you truly can, I swear as the ruler of this empire, whatever you need in return, I will provide it. The Lord of Qian stepped forward, his tone serious. Sensing that Lin Fan might hesitate, the Lord of Qian added, as a token of my sincerity, whether you succeed or not, you are welcome to enter both the Imperial Treasury and my personal collection to choose anything you desire, until you are satisfied. Anything I want. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes. The Lord of Qian replied without hesitation, offering a firm confirmation. Though he had shown fatherly affection in front of his daughters, his commanding presence had not diminished. His words, spoken with authority, left no room for doubt. The path of the human emperor was one the Lord of Qian had cultivated through great effort, and he indeed carried the aura of a true emperor. Lin Fan rarely felt admiration for others, especially men, but he couldn't help but respect the Lord of Qian. Without further ado, he took out the Heavenly Salvation Elixir. The Lord of Qian wasted no time, immediately summoning an attendant to open both the national and personal treasuries, allowing Lin Fan free rein to choose. Though they came from different backgrounds and followed different paths, Lin Fan and the Lord of Qian shared a mutual understanding. Meanwhile, far to the north, the group of outsiders that had emerged from the wasteland reached a small village at the northernmost edge of the Lord of Qian. These are the natives of this land? And their so-called martial artists, how weak and disordered their life force is. Absolutely pathetic. The young man dressed in golden armor sneered as he surveyed the northern village they had just entered. His gaze, filled with contempt, swept over the villagers. Though the others remained silent, they all wore expressions of disdain. Coming from a much larger and more powerful world, they naturally carried a sense of superiority. Now, seeing how weak the locals were only deepened their scorn. Even the two middle-aged men leading the group shared the same attitude. It wasn't a matter of arrogance, but rather the undeniable fact that the inhabitants of this land were incredibly weak. Not just the common folk, but even the so-called martial artists were frail beyond belief. Their life force was chaotic and impure, making them appear crippled in comparison. Such weak martial artists, if placed in their world, would be easily outclassed by even those at a lower cultivation level. A fight between someone of equal rank would be laughable, the locals wouldn't stand a chance. As the saying goes, scholars may be humble, but warriors are prideful. And for these seasoned martial masters, the desire to compare their strength was even stronger. They thrived on competition. What kind of people are you? While the group judged the village, a child playing near the entrance noticed them and curiously approached. The boy had a round, chubby face, was dressed in roughly sewn animal skins, and had a runny nose. He looked simple and unafraid of strangers, examining them with wide-eyed curiosity. The young man in the golden armor smiled slightly, walking over and placing his hand on the boy's head. What do you think we are? He smiled warmly, looking approachable. His refined appearance made him seem friendly. The boy, bold as he was, didn't flinch even as the stranger touched his head. Tilting his head thoughtfully, he answered, "You're dressed funny, so you're not from around here. You must be travelers, adventurers from far away, right?" Though the northern lands were harsh, they had an air of mystery that occasionally drew powerful outsiders seeking adventure. Sometimes these travelers stopped by the village for supplies, as few could endure the bitter cold without seeking shelter or food. "You're a clever little one." The young man's smile widened as he praised the child. Hey. The boy grinned, clearly enjoying the compliment. "Little one, since you're so smart, how about I give you a gift?" The young man continued to smile as he spoke. "What kind of gift?" The boy, fearless and full of excitement, eagerly asked. Growing up in such a harsh environment had made him bold, and he was excited at the prospect of receiving something from these seemingly well-off strangers. After all, travelers often brought unusual treats like the sweet crystal candy he still remembered fondly. "You'll love it. I'll send you to your next life, where you can be born into a better family," the young man said with a cheerful grin, his tone light, as though he were offering the boy a wonderful treat. But his words were chilling. The boy wasn't a fool, and seeing the young man's eyes grow darker, he began to panic. "And no, I don't want your gift. He stammered, trying to pull away and run back to the village. But he couldn't escape. The hand pressing on his head tightened, the pain growing unbearable, as if his skull was about to explode. And then it did. The young man casually crushed the boy's head, letting the body drop to the ground as if it were nothing, flicking away the blood and bits of brain from his hand. His smile never faltered. Now, little one, it's rude to refuse a gift from your elders. No need to thank me, it's just a small gesture. As he finished speaking, his expression slowly shifted from warm to cold. We'll rest in this village for a while and adjust to the rules of this world. To avoid unnecessary complications, kill all the villagers. Let them serve their final purpose. His voice remained calm, but the coldness in his words was bone-chilling. He emphasized unnecessary complications with deliberate malice. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances, knowing full well that the young man was speaking to them. His intent was clear: he enjoyed killing and was asserting his dominance over them. They understood but had no choice but to obey. After all, the boy's brutal death had already drawn the villagers' attention, and people were beginning to gather. Among them were not only ordinary villagers but also a few martial artists who had been hiding in the village, as well as some outsiders who had come here on treasure-seeking expeditions. Though these powerful outsiders were weak in the eyes of this group, if word got out about what had happened here, it could indeed lead to trouble. Even though they knew the young man was merely indulging his bloodlust, they had no choice but to go along with it. Kill them all. With a deep breath, one of the leaders gave the cold command. The others, all highly trained and loyal, moved without hesitation. They advanced toward the villagers who had gathered. Who are you people? Why are you attacking our village? The village head, a half-saint in terms of cultivation, had perfected his martial will and was only one step away from becoming a full saint. In this remote land, such strength was terrifying. But before he could even finish speaking, one of the attackers stepped forward and beheaded him with ease, as if the village head were nothing more than an insect. They killed the village head. We can't fight them. Everyone retreat. Seeing this, the remaining villagers were filled with panic. Although they were enraged, if even the village head, a half-saint, could be killed in an instant, what hope did they, with their much weaker abilities, have? But could they retreat? Of course not. To these invaders, the villagers, though human, were inferior. They were like cattle, unworthy of sharing the same world as them. In modern terms, they were viewed as lesser being slaves, or even worse. Usually these invaders wouldn't bother dealing with such lowly creatures, but now that they had started, they wouldn't stop. Pathetic. One of the attackers, lost in bloodlust, grabbed a young man and ripped him in half, his organs spilling onto the ground. The boy died with his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and confusion. The village had always been welcoming to outsiders, never overcharging or mistreating them. Why then were they being slaughtered like this? He wasn't the only one who couldn't understand. Even the visiting outsiders who had come in search of treasure didn't know why this massacre was happening. But there was no answer. Only cold blades awaited them. Within the time it took for a single incense stick to burn, the village was wiped out. From the elderly to newborns, no one was spared. As the last of the villagers fell, the young man in golden armor surveyed the scene with satisfaction. The thick stench of blood filled the air, making him feel exhilarated. He had always had a taste for blood, but in the outside world he was bound by rules and restrictions. Here, though, there were no such limits. Or rather, the rules in this land meant nothing to him. This place is truly wonderful, he said. His voice filled with pleasure as he spread his arms and inhaled the blood-soaked air, smiling contentedly. For him, this was paradise. Whether the victims felt wronged or cried out in agony was of no concern to him. After all, who would listen to the cries of ants? Cold and ruthless, that's the most fitting description of these outsiders. Or rather, from the beginning, they never saw the people here as their equals. To them, these were nothing more than lowly natives. In simpler terms, they regarded the locals much like pests. Meanwhile, thanks to the miraculous effects of the heavenly salvation elixir, the chief astronomer of Qin, who had been doomed to die, was granted a new lease on life. When Lin Fan shattered the divine pill, it transformed into a radiant stream of medicinal energy, sweeping across the scene. Bathed in the glow of this endless light, the chief astronomer's remnant will was restored. From a faint, formless wisp, it gradually took on the shape of a shadowy figure. Though still somewhat weak, the imminent threat of it fading completely was gone. With time and proper care, the remnant could be nurtured. If it were later attached to a suitable battle puppet or special artifact, the chief astronomer could experience a rebirth of sorts. Though some of his abilities would be lost, it was far better than death. After all, as long as he still existed, there was hope. With future cultivation, there was even a chance of full bodily restoration. In martial arts, the goal is to refine oneself. Once a practitioner reaches the highest realms, regenerating the physical body and being reborn from even a drop of blood are not impossible feats. Am I really alive? As the chief astronomer regained consciousness, he was initially stunned. He had been fully aware of his dire condition and the final outcome. However, upon seeing Lin Fan, a look of understanding crossed his face. His gaze, deep as the stars, fixed on Lin Fan. There was much unsaid in that look. Through his mastery of star-gazing techniques, which Lin Fan had elevated to divine levels using a max-level upgrade card, Lin Fan surpassed even the chief astronomer in this art. As kindred spirits, the chief astronomer could see some of the truth in Lin Fan's eyes. But Lin Fan said nothing. He merely smiled slightly, returning the gaze. The chief astronomer blinked in surprise, but then smiled in return, filled with admiration. He couldn't help but marvel at the young man before him. In this small world, a true genius had emerged. Before, he had called Lin Fan a true dragon. But even that no longer seemed adequate. This was no mere dragon, this was a prodigy of legend. The Lord of Qin, seeing that his respected teacher had recovered somewhat, felt the urge to say something. Though not an emotionless man, his position often forced him to act with detachment. But just as he was about to speak, the national aura that had been gathering over the palace began to ripple slightly, its attention shifting toward the far north. This subtle disturbance might have been imperceptible to an ordinary emperor, even if they sensed it. But the Lord of Qin was different. He had mastered the path of the human emperor, a unique martial art that granted him full control over the flow of the nation's fate. While he couldn't see events as clearly as with his own eyes, he could still feel when something terrible occurred within the borders of his realm, thanks to the warnings from the national aura. This was the power of the human emperor. Within his dominion, his authority was absolute. He was a true emperor. Even so, he did not act immediately, continuing with his planned arrangements. Yet, deep in his eyes, there was now a hint of coldness. Yao Ying take this token and escort Lord Lin to both the national and royal treasuries. Let him choose whatever he desires. The Lord of Qin handed a golden medallion, engraved with the image of a divine dragon, to his daughters. Yes, father. Neither sister objected. Both were immensely grateful to Lin Fan, and now was the time to show their gratitude without holding back. Ying, in particular, was overjoyed. She had already decided that Lin Fan should take everything he wanted from the treasuries. There was no need to be modest. After all, taxes and tributes would soon be collected from all corners of the empire to replenish the stores. As a close friend, she was more than happy to be generous. And in her heart, she had already made up her mind to repay Lin Fan by offering her elder sister's hand in marriage. Once they were all family, helping each other out wouldn't seem like too much. Lin Fan, unaware of Ying's thoughts, simply nodded in acknowledgement to the Lord of Qin before following the two women out of the grand hall. He had sensed the shift in the emperor's demeanor, but since the Lord of Qin hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fan didn't pry. After all, he had come to repay a favor, helping out where he could. The reward was just part of the deal. As the group left, the Lord of Qin called for his most trusted servant. Before long, the commander of the Dragon Guard, the Emperor's personal elite force, arrived to pay his respects. The northern lands have seen some troubling events that have disturbed the flow of our national aura. You will personally lead a team to investigate. The Lord of Qin, his imperial authority fully restored, issued the command to the commander of the Dragon Guard, his voice carrying the weight of an emperor's will. As you command, the commander replied respectfully, quickly assembling his team and setting off for the northern lands. Sitting coldly behind his imperial desk, the Lord of Qin reflected on the recent unrest. Though the chaos among the gods had not yet settled, another disturbance had already arisen. Still, he felt no fear. A true emperor faces all challenges head-on, with unwavering courage. This is just the beginning. One day I will return to that land. The descendants of the cursed bloodlines. Who are the truly guilty ones here? Even though he sensed the dangers ahead, the Lord of Qin's eyes remained steely cold as he spoke. Meanwhile, inside the imperial treasury of the Lord of Qin, with the emperor's dragon seal in hand and the two princesses leading the way, Lin Fan had no trouble entering the heavily guarded vault. The Lord of Qin spanned a vast territory, rich in resources and home to countless talented individuals. The national treasury reflected this abundance. Piles of coins, gold and silver were stacked high, but that was just the beginning. The vault also housed countless resources coveted by martial artists, rare herbs, spiritual flowers, and even legendary metals and divine gold. There were also strange and ancient artifacts, many awaiting discovery by someone who could unlock their secrets. And of course, the treasury held an extensive collection of the Empire's finest martial arts manuals and combat techniques. Nearly every martial art of note had a copy stored here. Lin Fan even found several long-lost techniques, considered to be among the highest in their class. Still, none of them compared to the ancient Jade Pool Sutra he had already obtained, a technique that transcended all others. But that didn't stop him from collecting them. After all, not everyone in his household would be suited for such an ancient method. Having a variety of techniques on hand could only be an advantage. Seeing his interest in the manuals, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, Princess Yang Yao, immediately ordered that copies of all the treasured techniques be made for Lin Fan. These martial arts manuals were both incredibly valuable and, at the same time, not hard to come by. Understanding this, Lin Fan didn't hesitate. However, after this he wasn't too greedy. He didn't strip the vault bare, instead focusing on choosing only the items he truly needed. Even so, by the time he finished, his space ring was completely full. It wasn't until Princess Yang Yao generously gifted him a larger space ring that he was able to fit everything. "Aren't you going to take more?" Princess Yang Yao asked as she noticed the treasury was still mostly full. Ying Ying chimed in, "Don't hold back, Lin Fan. We'll restock the treasury soon enough. You can take it all if you want." Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at her words. She truly had no qualms about giving away the Empire's wealth, but she was also a true friend, generous to a fault. After all, this wasn't just a small amount, it was an enormous fortune, enough to rival that of entire nations. "If Lin Fan isn't going to take more, let's head to the royal treasury," Princess Yang Yao said, leading the way to the emperor's private vault. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and followed. The royal treasury was the emperor's personal collection. It might not have the sheer volume of the national vault, but the quality of its items was unrivaled, containing rare and precious treasures. Lin Fan knew this and couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for what awaited him inside. The royal treasury. In terms of size, it was much smaller than the national treasury on a completely different scale. However, in terms of security, it was even more tightly guarded. Not even a fly could slip through the defenses. And while the royal treasury might not contain as many items as the national treasury, its overall value was certainly no less. The collection housed many rare and mysterious artifacts, and as soon as Lin Fan stepped inside, one particular object immediately caught his attention. It was an ancient stone tablet, rectangular and plain. Among the many treasures in the vault, it didn't stand out much. Yet its presence here signaled its extraordinary nature. Indeed, it was far from ordinary, otherwise it wouldn't have drawn Lin Fan's gaze so quickly. This stone tablet, Ying Yao began to explain, noticing Lin Fan's interest, was something my father brought back when he was young, from the land of heavenly burial. It has an aura of deep mystery, but it seems incomplete, making it difficult to use. That's why father stored it here in the royal treasury. It's definitely incomplete. Lin Fan agreed, nodding. "Could it be that you know its origin?" Ying Yao asked, clearly surprised. Even her father, after years of study, had only managed to conclude that the tablet was missing a piece. Yet here Lin Fan was so certain at first glance. Lin Fan nodded again. "Yes, I do. The missing part of this stone tablet. I already have it." "Really?" This time even Yang Yang was taken aback, finding the coincidence hard to believe. Without saying more, Lin Fan reached into his spatial ring and retrieved the reincarnation chessboard. As soon as the chessboard appeared, the seemingly ordinary stone tablet began to glow faintly, emitting a soft, eerie light. A wave of reincarnation energy surged forth. Likewise, the reincarnation chessboard in Lin Fan's hand began to glow as well. Then, as if guided by an unseen force, both objects floated into the air and aligned themselves perfectly, merging together. With a flash of radiant light, the two pieces fit seamlessly into one. Boom! The moment the pieces fused, a deafening crack echoed through the sky, and the entire capital was suddenly plunged into darkness. A cold wind began to howl, seemingly coming from nowhere. Though it was the middle of summer, the wind was icy, chilling everyone to the bone. In the city, ordinary citizens shivered uncontrollably, while even the strong, with their vigorous life force, instinctively pulled their clothes tighter around themselves. The sudden cold felt as if it pierced straight through to the bones, and faintly, as if from a great distance, a sound like weeping could be heard. "There's a ghost." Someone screamed in terror, pointing to a shadowy corner where the house met the ground. When others followed the direction of the scream, they saw several semi-transparent ghostly figures. And this was only the beginning. Soon, more and more ghostly apparitions began to appear, flickering in and out of sight. Some people could even see a shadowy road leading into the unknown darkness, with groups of ghosts slowly walking in procession down the path. This eerie phenomenon immediately drew the attention of the city's guards. When the commander of the city's defenses arrived, his scalp tingled with fear. He could clearly see that the dark, ghostly road led straight toward the heart of the capital, toward the royal palace. Flying into the air to confirm his suspicions, the commander's face paled. The road of darkness, along with the endless procession of ghosts, was indeed heading directly for the royal palace. The commander wasn't the only one to notice. As the center of power for the entire Lord of Qian, the palace was home to many powerful individuals, and they soon became aware of the situation. Especially the Lord of Qian, who sensed the disturbance immediately and quickly traced its origin. In a flash, he appeared inside his private vault. There he found his two daughters, Lin Fan, and the glowing reincarnation chessboard, now merged with the ancient stone tablet. This is an ancient divine weapon. The Lord of Qian, upon seeing the reincarnation chessboard and the overwhelming aura of reincarnation emanating from it, gasped in shock. His eyes widened, and he spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. An ancient divine weapon. Lin Fan, who had been examining his now complete chessboard, raised an eyebrow at the emperor's words. Yes, an ancient divine weapon. The Lord of Qian nodded, his expression grave. With confirmation, Lin Fan turned his attention back to the chessboard. The chessboard in his hands had come from the old monster of the Buddhist sect, or rather, it had been extorted from him. Originally, Lin Fan had only the middle piece, which already possessed remarkable abilities. It had allowed the old monster, whose body had been destroyed, to fully extract his martial will and attach it to a special Buddha statue, granting him a new life. It was because of this ability that Lin Fan had accepted the Buddhist sect's apology and allowed them to join his ranks. Later he had acquired the second piece of the chessboard, the top piece etched with a grid. Upon combining the two pieces, Lin Fan realized it was a chessboard containing a reincarnation formation that could forcibly pull a person's soul into the cycle of reincarnation. At the time he thought the chessboard was complete. But now, to his surprise, there was a third piece, the base, which had been stored in the royal treasury of the Lord of Qian. With the final piece in place, the chessboard was now whole. And its true nature was revealed. An ancient divine weapon. A legendary weapon used by the gods of ancient times, a supreme artifact of unimaginable power. This was no mere relic. When wielded by the gods, it could unleash devastating divine might. Even now, with no one controlling it, the mere presence of the fully restored chessboard had projected the fabled Yellow Springs Road into existence. If someone were to fully activate the chessboard, pouring their power into it, who knew what kind of world-shattering force it could unleash? Could it truly summon the cycle of reincarnation and drag countless souls into its depths? Such a power, which targeted the soul and will, was nearly impossible to defend against. And the sheer weight of the reincarnation energy within was terrifying. If someone became trapped inside, they could lose themselves completely, never to return. In the ancient times, it is said that there was a god of unimaginable power who created an entire world through his divine will. This world was known as the realm of reincarnation, or the underworld of reincarnation. And that god was called the Lord of Reincarnation. The Lord of Qian spoke with awe, his expression reverent. There was even a hint of longing in his voice, a tone that had never before crossed his lips. It was a rare moment for him, but one that felt entirely appropriate. The Lord of Reincarnation. Lin Fan's curiosity was piqued, and not just a little. The legendary gods of ancient times. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the verge of uncovering one of the universe's greatest secrets. Yes, Lord of Reincarnation. The Lord of Qian nodded solemnly, as if the name carried some sort of mystical power, resonating with the forces of the universe. Outside, the Yellow Springs Road, along with the line of newly formed ghostly shadows, became even clearer, as if they had arrived at the underworld. Lin Fan remained silent, but his gaze sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Creating a world and wielding the power of reincarnation, what kind of immense power must that be? All things in the world can never escape the cycle of life and death. Even the universe has its birth and eventual demise. This is the cycle of life and death, a form of existence beyond the material realm. This ancient divine weapon of yours is called the Six Paths of Reincarnation Board. It holds the power of reincarnation controlled by the Lord of Reincarnation. It can form a powerful Six Paths reincarnation formation and open the Yellow Springs Road, banishing your enemies to eternal exile. The Lord of Qian's voice rang out again, his gaze fixed on the stone chessboard. Although this is merely an ancient divine weapon used by the Lord of Reincarnation before he reached his peak, and it leans more towards support, its mysteries are still profound. Not to mention, it involves a great cosmic secret. For the first time, the Lord of Qin spoke at such length. It was clear that the appearance of this legendary ancient weapon had stirred his normally composed demeanor. Especially as he spoke further, a gleam of light flickered in his eyes. Lin Fan even caught a glimpse of something like desire in them, though he couldn't be sure if it was just an illusion. This expression was something Lin Fan had never seen from the Lord of Qin before, not even from his two daughters, Ying Yao and Ying Ying. In that moment, Ying Yao felt a vague sense of unease, fearing the birth of some dangerous thoughts. Fortunately, this worry was unnecessary. The Lord of Qin's expression was simply a natural human reaction, vanishing in an instant. The glint of desire in his eyes quickly disappeared. His expression remained serious, but it was only the respect one gives to something of great importance. Lin Fan, with his keen eyesight and the enhancement of his martial vision, had observed everything clearly. He thought to himself, truly worthy of being the Lord of Qin, and worthy of being a cultivator of the Emperor's path, a man who dared to fight ancient gods alone. Setting everything else aside, the sheer willpower of such a person was extraordinary. Even knowing the immense value of the item before him, he felt no greed, nor did he show any intention of taking it for himself. This wasn't due to a lack of desire, but because he believed that, in time, he would reach that level on his own. There was no need for greed. He believed he would eventually surpass this. With such conviction, what need was there for desire? This great secret, could it be related to the legacy of the Lord of Reincarnation? Lin Fan's attitude had relaxed, as he now felt more recognition for the other party. This wasn't a sign of disrespect, but rather the opposite. Only those he acknowledged would see him act this way. The Lord of Qin was momentarily surprised, then nodded with approval, saying, "No wonder my children hold you in such high regard. You truly are remarkable." Lin Fan only smiled slightly at the compliment. This was just the beginning. He had read countless fantasy novels with such storylines before. That's right. The Lord of Qin continued, "This ancient divine weapon does indeed involve the legacy of the Lord of Reincarnation. It's said that the Six Paths reincarnation board was made from leftover scraps when the Lord of Reincarnation was forging his supreme ancient divine weapon. The two share some abilities, and there is a unique connection between them." The Lord of Qin didn't hold back anymore, nodding slightly. That supreme ancient divine weapon was the Lord of Reincarnation's main weapon, the core of the underworld realm. It has a name that even the gods fear: the Six Paths Reincarnation Disc. The Six Paths Reincarnation Disc. When Lin Fan heard the name, his pupils contracted sharply. There are ancient legends that say whoever finds this supreme divine weapon will not only inherit the Lord of Reincarnation's legacy, but also become the new ruler of the underworld realm. Imagine the terrifying power of controlling an entire world. The Lord of Qin's voice grew more serious as he spoke. "Wow. Controlling a world, isn't that becoming a god?" Yang Ying exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement. "You could say that." The Lord of Qin nodded, which made his younger daughter even more thrilled. However, he didn't show any greed. Instead, he smiled sincerely at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, if you ever truly gain that legacy, remember your old friend. Don't worry, I won't forget." Lin Fan had always liked this straightforward girl, and he joked back. But this was still far off. The legacy wasn't so easily attained. If it were, it wouldn't have waited for him for so long. Even the stone slabs of the Six Paths Reincarnation Board had passed through countless hands. If it were easy to obtain, it wouldn't still be waiting for him now. This was the truth. The Lord of Qin agreed as well and said, "This is just an opportunity. To truly find the Six Paths Reincarnation Disc and inherit the Lord of Reincarnation's legacy, you will face countless trials. There is also one more thing: it involves a karmic cause." Karmic cause. Lin Fan took the Six Paths Reincarnation Board back into his hand, the ghostly light dimming. He had held the board long enough to have some control over it. After doing this, he calmly asked, showing no reaction to the mention of karma. The Lord of Qin nodded silently, not stopping him from taking the board. It was indeed a priceless treasure, tied to even greater temptations. But Ying Zheng desired nothing that belonged to others. He believed that one day he would reach that level on his own. Even surpass it. In ancient times, the Lord of Qin explained, there were others like you who gathered 3 of the separated stone slabs, gaining the same opportunity. But all of them met a mysterious end, as if this divine weapon carries some sort of curse, bringing misfortune. The Lord of Qin didn't hide anything, speaking openly. He wasn't trying to gain anything in return. He took what he wanted by his own means, without resorting to underhanded tricks. That was the way of the emperor, always upright. Sometimes it could seem domineering, but no one ever resented him for it. Lin Fan wasn't an exception, smiling as he toyed with the board in his hand. A curse that brings misfortune? He hadn't taken it too seriously before. After all, with his system brother by his side, how could anything go wrong? But hearing this description now, his curiosity was piqued. Misfortune? What kind of misfortune? Would he start growing red hair all over? Growing red hair was obviously a joke, but given the status of the Lord of Qin, he wouldn't say something frivolous. Such secrets wouldn't have been shared easily if Lin Fan hadn't helped him a great deal and earned a personal favor. This is a powerful weapon, but you should use it sparingly. Especially once you step beyond this world, you must be even more cautious. The Lord of Qin reminded him again. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished just as silently as he had arrived. Having mastered the path of the human emperor and the fate of a nation, his strength was like a bottomless abyss, growing ever more unfathomable with time. Especially after successfully slaying several gods and laying the perfect foundation for his rule. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, understanding the meaning behind those words. For a treasure of such incredible power, even with a terrifying curse, there would always be people who refused to believe in the danger. Or even if they believed it, the immense benefits were still enough to tempt anyone. What if he could avoid the curse? If he truly inherited the legacy of the ancient great god, he would soar to unimaginable heights, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The only thing that puzzled him was the Lord of Qin's final words, "Once you step beyond this world." It wasn't the first time he had heard such a phrase. When he fought the lords of the Forbidden Zones, those so-called gods, he had heard them mention this more than once. It seems this world holds even greater secrets. Lin Fan muttered with a smile, his curiosity growing. But since the Lord of Qin didn't want to elaborate, he didn't ask further. There was no need to. With enough strength, these mysteries would no longer be mysteries. Without lingering, Lin Fan took only one stone slab from the royal treasury. He wasn't a greedy person. However, little Ying Ying seemed anxious, constantly winking at him, clearly reminding him of the earlier advice. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled and patted her head. "We're friends now. If you ever run into trouble, just come find me." With that, he left the palace, walking through the air. Ugh! He messed up my hair. And what an idiot! Ying Ying pouted, looking unhappy as she fixed her hair. He didn't even take the treasures offered to him. What else could he be but a fool? Nearby, Ying Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy as she watched her carefree sister. She couldn't quite explain why, or what exactly she was envious of. Inside the palace at Chengtian Hall, the Lord of Qin, who had left earlier, watched Lin Fan depart, also observing the reactions of his two daughters. Unlike other emperors, he didn't keep a harem or have thousands of consorts, nor did he have any sons, only two daughters. His concern for them surpassed that of any ruler in history, though he never outwardly expressed it. This world is too small. Only by stepping beyond it can one truly spread their wings and become a true dragon. Otherwise, you will only be a fleeting blossom. The Lord of Qin murmured quietly to himself before calling for his steward. The steward was none other than Zhao Gao, the eunuch who had caused trouble for Lin Fan many times and nearly had his soul ripped out by Lin Fan from across the void. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Gao knelt on the ground, trembling as he paid his respects. He had been terrified before, and it wasn't hard to understand why he wasn't blind or deaf. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had wet himself in fear earlier and had just changed his clothes. The Lord of Qin gazed down at him with an unreadable expression, revealing no thoughts or emotions. Though Zhao Gao was prostrate on the ground, he could still feel the weight of the emperor's piercing gaze on him. This made him even more cautious, remaining motionless in his position, too scared to make the slightest move. At that moment, his heart was filled with dread. He feared that the Lord of Qin might sacrifice him, his servant, to remove any ties to the rapidly rising Lin Fan. It wasn't an irrational fear. If he were in the emperor's shoes, he would have done the same. The longer the Lord of Qin remained silent, the more Zhao Gao's anxiety grew. He felt certain that he was about to be discarded. The suffocating weight was the worst part, almost unbearable. "Zhao Gao, your servant is here." When the Lord of Qin finally spoke, Zhao Gao hurriedly responded, his fear evident. "Gather your inner guard and form a division to hunt down the escaped gods." The Lord of Qin's command was cold and emotionless, as if issuing a divine edict. "What? Me?" Zhao Gao's entire body trembled, his head snapping up in shock. The might of the gods. It had always been a vague concept before. But today, The entire imperial capital and all of Central State had witnessed their power firsthand. The force that could destroy the heavens and earth, even shattering the very fabric of the nation's destiny. The capital itself had nearly been leveled, and it still hadn't fully recovered. This was the most fortified and important part of the Lord of Qin, protected by powerful formations and magical wards. Yet despite all this, the city was almost destroyed. Countless buildings lay in ruins. He had hidden deep within the palace, protected by layers of powerful formations, yet even then he had been unable to breathe under the pressure. And now he was being asked to hunt down such terrifying beings? Wasn't that a death sentence? You have an objection. The Lord of Qin's cold gaze instantly brought Zhao Gao back to his senses. No, Your Majesty. Almost by instinct, Zhao Gao pressed his head back to the floor. Then go. I hope you won't disappoint me and make sure you don't. The Emperor's voice was calm, but to Zhao Gao it felt like thunder crashing in his ears. By the time he came back to his senses, the Lord of Qin had long since left. Staring at the spot where the Emperor had stood, Zhao Gao trembled with a fear he had never felt before. No way I've been found out. I'm just scaring myself, that has to be it. That's the only explanation. He muttered frantically to himself as he stumbled away. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family estate, Lin Fan had no idea about the events unfolding behind him, nor about the fate of the opponents he had long since forgotten. This trip had not only allowed him to repay a favor but also left him with a wealth of rewards. He had truly returned with full spoils, not only completing the Six Paths reincarnation board, a legendary ancient divine weapon, but also taking a trove of resources from the Qmoinroyal treasury. Even though he had taken only a fraction, the sheer amount was staggering. In high spirits, he looked forward to sharing the news with his wives. But as soon as he arrived home, 2 pieces of bad news immediately ruined his good mood. Master, you've finally returned. Both of your wives have suddenly fallen ill. The steward, Uncle Fu, had been waiting anxiously outside. As soon as he saw Lin Fan, he rushed over, his face full of worry. Lin Fan had been calm, confident that no matter what happened, he could handle it. But when he heard those words, all his good mood instantly vanished. How could they suddenly fall ill? His expression darkened as he quickly walked toward the manor. Illness shouldn't have been an issue. His wives, even the weakest among them, had reached the peak of martial arts, at the level of Martial Saint 8th turn. Their bodies, strengthened by their powerful QI and physical cultivation, should have made illness impossible, let alone a sudden sickness. For them to fall ill so unexpectedly, it had to be either a curse or some internal problem. This couldn't be something trivial. Uncle Fu, who had followed Lin Fan from humble beginnings, understood the gravity of the situation. Keeping pace with Lin Fan, he explained, 2 days ago both madams were perfectly fine, but suddenly, their faces turned deathly pale. Madame King fell into a half-conscious state, and Madame Wang completely lost consciousness. Her breathing became very erratic. Madame King was none other than Xiao Qiwing, while Madame Wang was Wang Nan Nan, Lin Fan's first wife. Did you call for the family physician? Lin Fan's face grew even grimmer upon hearing this. Yes, the family physician came immediately, but he couldn't find the cause. All he could determine was that both madams' bodies were in distress. Uncle Fu replied. Without asking further questions, Lin Fan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was already inside the inner courtyard of the manor. Nothing in the courtyard had changed, but the atmosphere had become much heavier. The normally lively children now looked solemn, their faces full of worry. Lin Anuo, the more sensitive of the children, had been crying, her eyes red and swollen. Seeing all of this, Lin Fan's expression became even darker. Father. Lin Anuo was the daughter of the quiet girl, Tan Jingjing. Like her mother, she had a gentle temperament and wasn't very competitive. Though not particularly gifted in martial arts, she had a sharp mind and keen insight. Lin Fan had barely set foot in the courtyard when she was the first to notice him, calling out softly. The others, hearing her, all turned toward Lin Fan. Most of his wives were present, their faces showing exhaustion. Though 2 days wasn't a long time, the strain was clearly taking its toll. Especially on Ye Xiaoru, the eldest sister among them. As the oldest, she had borne the heaviest burden during Lin Fan's absence. She had done everything she could, but nothing had changed. She had been forced to watch helplessly as her sister's conditions worsened. The pressure she had been under was unimaginable, and in just 2 days she had become noticeably more haggard. Husband. Seeing Lin Fan, her pillar of strength, Ye Xiaoru, who had been holding everything together, finally broke down in tears. Don't cry. I'm here now. Everything will be okay. Lin Fan reassured her, though his heart was in turmoil. He forced himself to remain calm, comforting his wives and children. Ye Xiaoru clung to him, allowing herself to relax slightly for the first time since the ordeal began. The other wives, too, found some solace in Lin Fan's presence. They had an almost blind faith in him, a confidence that immediately put them at ease. "Tell me exactly what happened," Lin Fan said after a brief moment of comforting them, turning his gaze toward Jian Lao, one of his wives. Although Ye Xiaoru was in charge of household matters, Jian Lao had a firmer grasp on the specifics. In the household, aside from Lin Fan, she had the most authority over their network of hidden guards. Jian Lao did not disappoint. Though clearly tense, she maintained her composure and responded, 2 days ago, around noon, both Sister Xiao Qing and Sister Nan Nan suddenly had violent surges of qi and blood, as if something inside them had gone awry. Then they both fainted. Sister Xiao Qing was slightly better, though she's in a semi-conscious state. She hasn't fully passed out. But Sister Nan Nan is in worse condition. She's been in a deep coma. Her qi is in complete chaos, and we can't suppress it. If not for the help of Sage Chang Qingqing, who's been stabilizing their condition, the consequences could have been disastrous. Lin Fan had already realized the severity of the situation after hearing Uncle Fu's report, but he hadn't expected it to be this dire. 2 days ago at noon. That was just after his battle with the so-called gods had ended. Could this timing be connected to those gods? Or was it something else entirely? He recalled how, shortly after the battle, the Lord of Qin's expression had suddenly shifted. Could all of this be related? With that thought, his heart sank further. His spiritual awareness expanded, and he immediately located his 2 wives, teleporting to their side in an instant. The 2 afflicted wives were being kept in a secret chamber beneath the estate. Inside, the family physicians were busily at work. 2 of his more powerful wives, He Mingyu and Zhu Yu, stood guard nearby. One of his other wives, Hua, who was skilled in playing the zither, was performing a calming and restorative melody, her music filling the chamber. Sage Changqing, the ancient being who had once attempted to pass down his legacy to Lin Fan's 2 children, was using his evergreen body's life essence to suppress the chaotic qi within the 2 wives. A soft groan escaped Zhao Qing's lips. She was in a semi-conscious state, her face twisting in pain, as if trapped in a terrible nightmare. But compared to her, the situation with Wang Nan Nan was much worse. The normally gentle and rosy-cheeked Nan Nan was now deathly pale, her veins bulging and writhing beneath her skin like venomous snakes, ready to burst at any moment, subjecting her to unimaginable pain. If it weren't for Sage Changqing's relentless efforts to heal her, constantly restoring her torn blood vessels, she would have already died from her body's violent internal rupture. Damn it! Lin Fan could no longer maintain his calm. He had only left home for a short time, yet everything had spiraled out of control. And what made it worse was that no one could identify the root cause of the problem. But there was no time for hesitation. Lin Fan immediately activated his Heaven's Eye to investigate. As soon as he looked deeper, his entire body shook in shock. Something was indeed stirring within both of his wives, an awakening of some kind. It seemed like a consciousness, or perhaps a latent power, or even something embedded in their very bloodlines. As he pushed his Heaven's Eye further to see more clearly, his consciousness was abruptly pulled into a strange new world. In this alien realm, an unimaginable battle was taking place. The very fabric of space was being torn apart, and even the stars were on the verge of destruction. The battle he had recently fought against the gods seemed insignificant by comparison. Within this grand, cosmic conflict, Lin Fan felt utterly minuscule. Any of the beings present could have easily erased him with a mere thought. The sheer power on display, even knowing it was a vision, was overwhelming. How is this possible? Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, Lin Fan caught sight of something, and he froze in shock, his mind going blank. In this strange realm, Lin Fan unexpectedly saw his wife, Xiao Qing. However, the Xiao Qing he saw now was not the usual delicate and gentle girl he knew. Instead, she was dressed in a regal, gold and green battle armor, wielding a blue divine sword, exuding the aura of an empress. Each of her movements unleashed destructive power capable of tearing the heavens apart. In this terrifying battle, she led an army of soldiers clad in green armor, fighting against a horde of sinister, evil figures. Countless enemies were cut down by her divine sword, falling like rain, their blood staining the sky red. The phrase "one sword's cold light shining across the land" might have sounded exaggerated, but in this moment, it barely captured the scene. After his recent battle with the so-called gods, Lin Fan had felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, he had suppressed these so-called deities. Where in the world could he not go now? But the sight before him was like a blow to the head. My wife is this powerful. He stood there, dumbfounded, with only this thought in his mind. There was no way he could mistake her. The empress clad in golden armor was undoubtedly Xiao Qing. Her appearance and aura were unmistakable. The only difference was their demeanor. The Xiao Qing he knew was a gentle, quiet wife, while this one was a fierce empress, dominating and explosively powerful. Kill. He. A cold shout rang out. On the battlefield, this version of Xiao Qing unleashed the full power of her body. Countless stars seemed to emit light from her every pore, as if each was a vast sun hidden within her. Such overwhelming power caused even the stars in the sky to tremble, as if they were being pulled toward her. This was no longer the power of a mere mortal. Even true gods, in Lin Fan's opinion, wouldn't possess such strength. And here, the term god didn't refer to the ones he had fought earlier, but the real gods from myths and legends. Who knows how long the battle lasted, but in the end, Xiao Qing's side emerged victorious, though at great cost. As the battle came to a close, Xiao Qing began organizing her forces to clean up the battlefield. In that moment, she seemed to sense something and turned her gaze in Lin Fan's direction. Their eyes met. It felt like they were separated by vast stretches of time and space, yet at the same time, it was as if they were standing right next to each other. It was an indescribable feeling. Just as Lin Fan tried to communicate with her, the world before him suddenly spun. His consciousness shook, and he found himself back in the underground chamber. Xiao Qing was still lying on the icy bed in the secret chamber, looking the same as before. But strangely, her face had become peaceful, no longer showing signs of the painful nightmares she had been enduring. Lin Fan walked over to the bed, nodded briefly at the wives guarding her Xu Yu and the others, and then took Xiao Qing's wrist to check her pulse. It matched what he had seen. Her condition had stabilized. However, Lin Fan quickly noticed something different. Xiao Qing's naturally open meridians, which had always been prone to closing, were now fully stabilized. Moreover, he could faintly sense the presence of an immense star-like power within these meridians. This energy was subtle, barely detectable, but even the slightest trace of it gave Xiao Qing a new and extraordinary quality. It was highly likely that this energy was the source of Xiao Qing's strange, innate ability, her words becoming reality. What intrigued Lin Fan the most was that this energy was identical to the power he had just sensed from the Empress like Xiao Qing in the otherworldly battlefield. Although the magnitude of the two powers was worlds apart, they clearly shared the same origin. So that battlefield was part of Xiao Qing's dream. But is it connected to something more, or is it purely coincidental? Lin Fan pondered, his mind flashing through various possibilities from reincarnation to the intertwining of past and present lives, even thoughts of cyclic rebirth. If even the ancient beings of Buddhism could use the residual powers of the Six Paths reincarnation board to reincarnate in a different way, then perhaps it wasn't so strange that this world had other methods for reincarnation or restoration. But was this a blessing or a curse? The images of that battlefield replayed in Lin Fan's mind, and for now he couldn't be certain, nor could he guess. Yet he wasn't too worried. If even his own wife couldn't handle this, then Lin Fan wouldn't be worth much either. How's Xiao Qing doing? As soon as Lin Fan released her wrist and opened his eyes, Xu Yu, who had been waiting anxiously, asked. In their household, apart from Jian Lao, who had once been the lady of the house, Zhu Yu, once a fearsome demoness, was the closest to Xiao Qing. It seemed odd, given their different personalities, but the two got along exceptionally well. She's fine now, Lin Fan replied. Though the situation's deeper implications remained unclear, Xiao Qing was indeed no longer in danger. The recent disturbance had only triggered the power lying dormant in her meridians. In fact, it had been beneficial. The once dormant power of the stars had begun circulating, strengthening her body, enhancing her physique, and reinforcing her meridians. In the process, the ninth seal within her had silently broken. I'm glad she's okay. Zhu Yu sighed in relief, but her expression quickly grew serious again. While the Xiao Qing had improved, Wang Nan was still suffering, her power raging out of control. Sage Cheng Xingxing, who had been using his own life essence to suppress the chaotic energy in Nan's body, was visibly struggling, too exhausted even to notice Lin Fan's arrival. Don't worry, Lin Fan reassured them. Now that I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. He walked over to Wang Nan's icy bed. Sage Cheng Xingxing was standing nearby, using his evergreen body to repair Wang Nan's torn meridians. His face was deathly pale, drenched in sweat, as though he had just been pulled from a river. Seeing this, Lin Fan was touched. Who would be willing to go to such lengths unless they truly cared? He patted Sage Qianqing on the shoulder and handed him a divine pill. Old Shen, I won't say too much. I owe you for this. Sage Qianqing, completely drained, breathed a sigh of relief at Lin Fan's arrival. Without hesitation, he accepted the pill, swallowed it, and immediately sat down to meditate and recover. This ordeal had nearly cost him his life. If Lin Fan hadn't returned when he did, even this ancient being, thousands of years old, might have died in the process. Lin Fan didn't say anything further. Words weren't necessary, what mattered was keeping the memory of this debt. Focusing his energy, Lin Fan placed his hand over Wang Nan-Nan's chest. The violent energy within her wasn't difficult to deal with. It could be suppressed using an even stronger force. The extreme power within Lin Fan, infused with the divine attribute of the dragon, was the perfect counter to the raging force inside her. At first, everything went smoothly. Wang Nan-Nan's chaotic energy was quickly subdued, but just as it was about to be completely suppressed, an unknown force suddenly surged forth, breaking through Lin Fan's control. This unknown power carried a unique kind of pressure, and the golden eye that had been dormant since Lin Fan's battle with the gods now began to stir again. At the same time, several powerful beings turned their attention in this direction. Among them were the gods who had fled in defeat, as well as a group of mysterious outsiders recovering in the far north. One of these figures, a young man with a bloody, sadistic smile, leapt into the sky, his face lighting up with wild joy as he sensed the disturbance. An awakening of the imperial bloodline? I never imagined that in this forsaken land, there would still be a direct descendant of the imperial bloodline. If I could extract that bloodline, perhaps I could grasp the mysteries of the emperor's power. The young man's face was filled with excitement, stunned by such an unexpected windfall. Two middle-aged men, the other leaders of the group, silently appeared beside him. They exchanged uneasy glances. While this discovery was indeed a stroke of luck, both had an ominous feeling. Something about this journey seemed increasingly unpredictable. Too many unexpected twists had occurred, and they feared more would follow. However, they knew that in this moment, trying to reason with the young man was futile. His excitement had turned into a fanatical obsession. Even if they wanted to stop him, they knew they couldn't. This string of unforeseen events makes the future difficult to predict. But fortunately, the anomaly in this world has already matured. As long as he remains, there's always a sliver of hope. The chief astronomer of the Imperial Observatory had returned to the star-gazing tower to recuperate. Although his physical body had been destroyed, after absorbing endless starlight, he managed to briefly form a starry body, appearing human once more. Gazing at the night sky, he let out a sigh. He could perceive many secrets of the heavens, but some things he dared not speak of. Once spoken, the very course of events could change. Many of the world's trajectories were already predetermined. Trying to forcibly interfere would only make matters more chaotic and uncontrollable. What brought him comfort was the anomaly he had predicted, a variable that had now grown stronger, bringing greater hope for the future. The two little princesses really are the Emperor's good fortune. With their assistance, the Emperor's path to soaring as a dragon will no longer face obstacles. The only question is how far he will ascend. A smile appeared on his face, unbothered by the upheavals around him. Despite the recent calamities, it seemed like all of this was merely the start of something great. Back at the Lin family estate, Lin Fan was too preoccupied to consider the reactions from the outside world. Just when he thought he had suppressed the chaotic force within Wang Nan-Nan, it suddenly surged back with renewed intensity, catching him off guard. Lin Fan, don't suppress it any further. It seems to be a bloodline awakening. At that moment, Qi, one of the four sisters, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and spoke softly. Bloodline awakening. Hearing this, Lin Fan paused, his raised hand hovering in mid-air. Qi nodded. Yes. I once heard from Shu that in this world, when certain supreme beings reach the pinnacle of power, their offspring inherit their extraordinary bloodline. This inheritance isn't just a common constitution but a deep power carried through their blood. When the right opportunity arises, that bloodline will awaken. An inheritance of a supreme being's bloodline. Lin Fan wasn't unfamiliar with the concept. Having read extensively in his past life, he immediately understood. His gaze returned to Wang Nan-Nan, lying on the icy bed. He knew her well. After all, he had married her not long after arriving in this world, and they had endured many challenges together. He was well aware of her background. She came from a simple farming family, and her parents had passed away when she was very young. She was raised by her uncle, who inherited her family's property. Such a household could barely afford to feed another mouth, let alone pay high taxes. As a result, Wang Nan Nan had eventually been handed over to the authorities for redistribution. Despite her misfortune, Wang Nan Nan, kind-hearted as she was, never complained, and after she married Lin Fan, giving her uncle a sum of silver, she never looked back. It was clear that her upbringing in her uncle's household had been difficult. Her aunt was harsh and cold, which explained why Wang Nan Nan had severed ties with them after her marriage. When Lin Fan had initially looked into her background, he didn't find much out of the ordinary. A common story of a girl raised in hardship, mistreated by her aunt, a familiar tale in many places. However, just as he was about to end his investigation, an unexpected secret surfaced. From an elder in the village, Lin Fan learned that Wang Nan Nan was not actually the biological daughter of her parents. No one else knew this, not even her uncle. Wang Nan Nan's adoptive parents had once had a daughter, but she died shortly after birth. In the countryside, the death of an infant wasn't given much attention. The child would be wrapped in a cloth and buried in a common grave, with no formal rites. After losing their daughter, her adoptive parents found Wang Nan Nan abandoned by the roadside on their way home. Believing it was a gift from the heavens to comfort their loss, they took her in and raised her as their own. The only one who knew the truth was the village's barefoot doctor, who had tried to save their dying child. He was the one who told Lin Fan's investigators about the secret. Upon learning this, Lin Fan hadn't pursued it further. In such hard times, it wasn't uncommon for infants, especially girls, to be abandoned. He saw no need to tell Wang Nan Nan and burden her with unnecessary worries. But now, it seemed that her origins were far from ordinary. His wife, Wang Nan Nan, carried the bloodline of a supreme being. Judging by the current situation, this bloodline was anything but simple. It was clear that her abandonment wasn't an ordinary case at all. My wife, Wang Nan Nan, carries the blood of an emperor? She has the potential to be an empress. This thought suddenly crossed Lin Fan's mind. Now that the cause of the problem was clear, handling it would be much easier. As long as he could repair her damaged meridians, maintaining a balance during her bloodline awakening, everything would stabilize. What would be difficult for others was not an issue for Lin Fan. Even without considering his divine-level medical skills, the divine dragon power within him had the ability to nourish the body, aiding in recovery. With his healing techniques and the dragon's power, maintaining the delicate balance of her awakening was effortless. Although the bloodline awakening caused Wang Nan Nan great pain, under Lin Fan's care, her life was no longer in danger. In fact, as her bloodline continued to awaken, her aura grew stronger and more powerful. A faint sense of pressure began to radiate from her, affecting everyone in the room. Even Lin Fan felt the weight of it, though his extreme power quickly dissipated the pressure, making it feel like nothing. Instead, the stimulation caused his own energy to flow even faster, hinting at a possible breakthrough. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected this turn of events to bring him such a bonus. His wife, it seemed, truly was his lucky star. The saying "marry well, prosper greatly" couldn't have been more accurate in his case. His fortune, both in family and power, was truly vast. This time, upon returning home, Lin Fan thought something serious might have happened, as his luck had been soaring for a while, and he feared it might be starting to turn. But to his surprise, his luck was stronger than he could have imagined. Not only did nothing bad happen, but something incredibly good did, something beyond his wildest expectations. A bloodline awakening. And judging by the magnitude of the awakening, this was no ordinary bloodline. After all, even he had been affected by it, which said a lot about its power. Then there was Yao Qing, his wife, who was proving to be extraordinary as well. No wonder her divine ability was words become reality. And no wonder her body's meridians had been naturally wide open from the start. Based on what he now knew, it was highly likely that she was a reincarnation of a supremely powerful being undergoing rebirth and cultivation once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your wife has awakened an imperial bloodline. You are awarded a breakthrough pill. As Lin Fan basked in his joy, the system's notification rang out again, confirming that Wang Nan Nan's bloodline was indeed awakening. Imperial bloodline. Seeing this term, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. The system's notification wasn't just good news, it confirmed his suspicions. And another reward had arrived. Breakthrough pill. Lin Fan quickly checked the description of the reward. After reading it, his smile grew even brighter. At the Martial Saint level, consuming this pill would allow the user to advance one stage without any side effects, with no risk of instability in their foundation. The Martial Saint realm. Even the 9th turn of the Martial Saint realm was included in the range of improvement. In other words, if Lin Fan consumed this reward, he would be able to continue along the path that had previously been blocked. Over the past few days, Lin Fan had come to understand that the world he currently lived in was sealed. Due to the influence of both the seal and the so-called gods, the laws of this world had become chaotic. The path to higher cultivation realms had been cut off in this era. No matter how gifted someone was, as long as they remained in this cage, it was impossible to advance to greater heights. The black-robed man who had set a trap for Lin Fan earlier was a good example. Even after selling his soul, his so-called breakthrough was nothing more than a false advancement. Lin Fan himself had reached the peak of the 9th turnover 3 years ago, having cultivated the power of extremes. Yet even so, he couldn't glimpse the path forward. It wasn't that his talent was lacking, it was simply that the way ahead in this world had been severed. Before reaching the martial saint realm, cultivation focused on developing the body and unlocking its potential. But beyond that, it involved the comprehension of laws. Even though Lin Fan currently possessed the power to crush gods at higher levels, his own cultivation realm couldn't progress. But now, with the system's reward, it was as if the missing piece had fallen into place. Brother system, you're always so thoughtful. Let's see if you can handle this next step. Lin Fan was in high spirits, feeling like everything was falling into place. The only question was whether the system could break through the severed path in this world. Start preparing. A month from now, the Lin family will host a grand banquet. Lin Fan ordered Uncle Fu, the steward, as he left the chamber, having resolved the issues at hand. Uncle Fu, being wise and experienced, immediately understood from his master's demeanor that everything had been resolved, and quite successfully at that. Without hesitation, he bowed and went to make the necessary arrangements. The announcement of a banquet at the Lin family would undoubtedly shake the entire world. By now, the Lin family's reputation had spread far and wide. After all, Lin Fan's single-handed destruction of a forbidden zone was enough to speak for itself. Having set everything in motion, Lin Fan didn't concern himself further. He visited his 2 still sleeping wives, made sure they were being guarded by trusted individuals, and then entered seclusion. A month should be enough time for him to fully absorb the system's reward and break through. Under the influence of his immense luck, everything on Lin Fan's side was going smoothly. However, things weren't going so well for others. Especially for the eunuch Zhao Gao, who had been ordered to establish the division for hunting gods. He had spent these past few days in constant anxiety, not only because his mission put his life at risk, but also because of the final words the Lord of Qin had spoken to him, which left him deeply unsettled. No. I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. Suddenly, as if making a decision, Zhao Gao gritted his teeth and headed toward a secret courtyard. This place was secluded, inhabited only by 2 elderly individuals. In reality, they were Zhao Gao's most loyal followers, stationed there to maintain this hidden base. As Zhao Gao quietly arrived, the 2 old servants knelt in greeting. Normally, Zhao Gao would say something to maintain appearances, as a eunuch of his standing always cared about his dignity. But today he was too preoccupied. He casually waved the 2 elders away and headed straight for the courtyard's kitchen. The kitchen was simple, with just a stove and basic utensils. However, when Zhao Gao pressed down hard on the salt jar, the blackened stove moved aside like a puzzle, revealing a stone staircase leading downward. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gao descended the stairs. Once his figure disappeared, the stove returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Hundreds of meters underground, Zhao Gao followed the winding stone steps down into a secret chamber. The space was dimly lit, with only an eerie green light emanating from a long burning bronze lamp, casting sinister shadows across the room. At the far end of the chamber was a stone altar, atop which stood a statue, shrouded in ghostly light. Zhao Gao walked straight to the statue and knelt down before it. Honored God of destruction, your most faithful servant beseeches you. Please, grant me your divine presence and hear my plea. As Zhao Gao knelt, his voice was filled with unprecedented reverence. Buzz! As soon as his words fell, the previously silent statue began to emit ripples of energy. The statue's dim eyes suddenly lit up with an eerie glow. What is it? A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the chamber, and the temperature instantly dropped. A layer of frost appeared on the stone walls, as if the cold had seeped into the very soul. Even Zhao Gao couldn't resist the chill, but he didn't dare show any displeasure. Instead, he pressed his body even lower to the ground. Honored God of destruction, it seems the Lord of Qin has begun to suspect my true identity. Zhao Gao confessed, his body trembling as he spoke. Explain. The cold voice commanded. Zhao Gao dared not hesitate. He recounted everything the Lord of Qin had said, along with his own analysis, leaving nothing out. A division for hunting gods. After listening to Zhao Gao's words, the voice from the statue let out a chuckle. The cold, distant tone had softened slightly. Then go ahead, form it, help him search. Tell him to look toward the far northern lands there, he will find what he seeks. The voice from the statue now held a note of mockery. If Lin Fan had been present, he would have recognized it immediately. The so-called god of destruction speaking through the statue was none other than the goddess Lin Fan had battled before the one who had left him with the mark of destruction. It turned out that Zhao Gao was one of her apostles, planted long ago in the court of the Lord of Qin. Despite her defeat, the goddess didn't seem angered or frustrated. In fact, her tone was light and amused, as she directed Zhao Gao toward the far north, where the foreign invaders were lurking. With all these pieces in play, the situation was growing ever more unpredictable. Search the far northern lands. Zhao Gao, having left the underground chamber, began to mull over the instructions he had received. As someone in power, he was certainly familiar with the far northern lands, but precisely because of this familiarity he was filled with doubt. The far north was nothing but barren, desolate wasteland, truly an inhospitable place. Yet now, the god he served had directed him to investigate that very region, stating clearly that it was the correct course of action. Zhao Gao was a shrewd man. It was this cunning that allowed him to discern the deeper meaning behind his orders and execute them accordingly. Summon the men. Upon returning to the newly established headquarters of the Division for Hunting Gods, he immediately called for his most trusted lieutenant. At your service, sir. The head of the newly formed division swiftly arrived to pay his respects. This man was one of Zhao Gao's closest confidants, someone he had personally selected from the ranks of the Imperial Guards. Zhao Gao trusted few people, but this one he relied on completely, entrusting him with significant responsibility. Send word, have all the division's teams search the far northern lands. Zhao Gao ordered without further explanation. The far northern lands? But sir, isn't that area barren and uninhabited? The lieutenant asked, clearly puzzled. Just do as you're told. Since when did I owe you an explanation? Zhao Gao's face grew cold, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. My apologies, sir. I was wrong. The lieutenant immediately knelt in fear, pleading for forgiveness. You are indeed at fault. However, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you succeed, not only will I overlook your mistake, but you will also be richly rewarded. Zhao Gao's tone remained icy, asserting his authority as always. Yes, sir. The lieutenant had no choice but to submit completely. Zhao Gao controlled every aspect of his life. There was no room for rebellion unless he was willing to give up everything he had. Zhao Gao knew this well, which is why he had no concerns about loyalty. Even if there was the potential for betrayal in the future, it didn't matter to him. As long as he could survive this crisis, Zhao Gao was confident he could control his own destiny. You all look down on eunuchs, but one day, the fate of this world will be in our hands. After sending his men away, Zhao Gao's expression twisted into one of madness. This side of him was rarely shown, but it reflected his true inner thoughts. Everyone had always treated him like a pawn, or worse, an insect to be squashed at will. How could he accept that? From the moment he seized control of his own fate, he had vowed to rise, step by step, to the very top to become the Zhao Gao who stood above all others. Those who used him, those who intended to discard him after he had served his purpose, he would one day trample them beneath his feet. Ha ha ha! His laughter echoed throughout the hall, filling the space with a chilling sound. The far northern lands. This was the northernmost region of the Lord of Qin, a place known for its harsh climate and lack of life. However, in recent days, the area had seen the arrival of many outsiders. First came the Dragon Guards, who had been dispatched to investigate. Then, Zhao Gao's newly formed division for hunting gods began its operations there. Each group had its own orders and pursued its tasks with great enthusiasm. Yet despite their extensive searches, neither the Dragon Guards nor the division had found anything of note. While the area was rife with violent tribal skirmishes, and the occasional rogue traveler engaged in illegal activity, none of these issues warranted such large-scale involvement. It wasn't that these activities were acceptable, but they were trivial enough that local authorities could easily handle them. If the local government failed, higher authorities at the regional or provincial level could step in. What exactly are we supposed to be investigating? The Dragon Guards were the first to arrive, and after days of finding nothing significant, they began to grow frustrated. They had been sent to this desolate region, yet all they encountered were minor disturbances, far from the pressing matters they had expected. Even their leader couldn't help but feel baffled by the situation. Commander, colleagues, I've noticed something that might be worth looking into, though I'm not sure if it's relevant. Just as complaints were rising among the dragon guards, one of their members spoke up. All eyes turned to the speaker, none other than Wu Huang, who had risen quickly through the ranks. Over the past few days, Wu Huang's cultivation had reached the peak of the Great Sage realm, and he had even become a vice commander of the dragon guards. Given his status, when he spoke, the entire unit's attention shifted to him. What do you have to say? The dragon guard commander, upon realizing it was Wu Huang who had spoken, responded coolly, a hint of indifference in his voice. Wu Huang's eyes flickered. He understood the reason for the commander's attitude. His rapid rise in rank had begun to threaten the man's position. It wasn't about loyalty, but a natural consequence of competing interests. Commander, our current investigation has yielded little, but that's because we've only searched from the skies. If someone is deliberately hiding something, we might not catch it from such a distance. Wu Hong stepped forward, speaking with calm composure. In the past he would have been more patient, but after arriving in the far north, he knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He had already sensed that the greatest upheaval in this world was beginning. If he could seize this opportunity, he would soar to unimaginable heights. If he missed it, well, he didn't need to think about that. How dare you? Since when does a vice commander question how I lead an investigation? The Dragon Guard commander, quick to sense the shift in Wu Huang's behavior, snapped angrily. But it was already too late. Wu Huang had anticipated this reaction, and had made all the necessary preparations, not just for himself, but with the support of several comrades. Did you think you could use my son-in-law to shield yourselves from disaster without asking for my permission? Wu Huang's voice was cold and detached. He felt no joy in the confrontation, only a grim determination. This world needed chaos. Only in chaos could a new order be established. And only through that upheaval could a true, new world emerge. Commander Long, now that things have reached this point, what should we do next? The Dragon Guards, standing by in silence, looked to Wu Huang for direction after he had taken control of the situation. Finally, one of the captains stepped forward to ask. Wu Huang didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the sky for a moment before saying, "The world is about to fall into chaos. In times like these, if we want to survive, we need strength." His words hung in the air. The men exchanged uncertain glances. They all knew this truth, of course, but strength wasn't something you could simply summon at will. "I understand your doubts," Wu Huang continued, "and I know what you're worried about. It's true that strength doesn't come easily. But I know a place where we can rapidly increase our power, and it's within our reach." Where? The moment Wu Huang said this, excitement flickered among the Dragon Guards. They had followed him not only because of certain methods he employed but also because they were drawn to his charisma. At this point, none of them doubted his words. Wu Huang turned and pointed in a direction. "We go to the heavenly burial grounds, the eternal resting place of the divine dragon." The eternal resting place of the divine dragon. The mention of this place immediately captured the attention of the Dragon Guards. Their martial arts training was closely linked to the power of the true dragon. If they could truly find this legendary resting place and absorb the dragon's essence, both their strength and cultivation would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. And so, the Dragon Guards, originally sent to investigate, were swayed by Wu Huang and led off course. It may have seemed reckless, but as the rightful heir to a dynasty, Wu Huang's use of unconventional methods wasn't entirely surprising. Even wise King, Wu Huang's uncle, had managed to carve out his own powerful position within the kingdom. It was no surprise that Wu Huang, who was capable of overshadowing even him, was a force to be reckoned with. Each of these men had a destiny resembling that of a hero. If not for Lin Fan's overwhelming power suppressing them, their presence alone would have been far more impactful. While the Dragon Guards veered off track, the same happened with the Division for Hunting Gods, who, in accordance with their orders, also abandoned their mission. Though they claimed to be investigating, every time they arrived at a new town, they indulged themselves with food, drink, and extortion, acting like local bullies. These men were carefully selected by Zhao Gao himself from the Imperial Guards, trusted for their absolute loyalty. Under Zhao Gao's influence, they had no intention of accomplishing anything meaningful. Despite both groups being deployed to conduct thorough investigations and act as an early warning system, they achieved nothing in the end. It all seemed as though fate had already decided the outcome. Lin Family Manor. Half a month passed quickly. As word spread that the Lin family was preparing a grand banquet, countless powerful figures began gathering in the area. But before the banquet could begin, An unexpected visitor arrived, a familiar face from the past. Wise King. Lin Fan emerged from his retreat, looking remarkably ordinary, as if all the sharpness of his character had been smoothed out. He resembled a simple young man, devoid of the overwhelming aura of an invincible martial artist. At first glance, he didn't seem like a powerful figure at all. However, upon closer inspection, one could sense the profound martial intent in every movement he made, evidence that he had reached a state of returning to simplicity, where true mastery lay in appearing natural. But that calm, unassuming demeanor vanished the moment he saw his visitor. The familiar face wasn't just anyone, it was Wise King, the man who had long acted as Lin Fan's intermediary, though he had been missing for some time. "It's me," Wise King replied, visibly uncomfortable. This time, his avatar was in the form of a young woman dressed in a long gown. This wasn't some cross-dressing charade, he had literally taken the form of a woman. "Wise King. The first never knew you had this hobby. You've really opened my eyes." Lin Fan chuckled. Wise King looked even more embarrassed. Though he frequently used secret techniques to create avatars, often to dig up graves or loot tombs, he would always convert the body into his usual male form. This time, however, he hadn't bothered. His current avatar was that of a young woman, her chest noticeably full, like she was carrying 2 large apples. For a man who prided himself on his masculinity, this was beyond awkward. "I didn't have much choice. I've been burning through avatars lately, and this one. Well, I dug it up recently and didn't have time to properly refine it," Wise King explained, clearly flustered. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Burning through a lot of avatars lately, huh? But I bet you've gained a lot as well. You've got me figured out. Seems like you've seen right through me." Wise King laughed, acknowledging that his recent ventures had indeed been fruitful. Lin Fan smiled again. Part of it was deduction, but mostly it was insight. His cultivation had reached a higher level, granting him a sharper ability to perceive things. Although he hadn't fully absorbed the system's rewards yet, the severed path had begun to reconnect. The process was slow, as the incomplete laws of this world made it difficult to break through. Progress could only be made gradually as the missing pieces of the world's laws were restored. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had ascended to a new stage. His techniques had become more refined, and his martial eye now granted him the ability to perceive even deeper truths. He could now discern hidden intentions, sometimes without even realizing it. Even though Wise King had taken on the guise of a woman and concealed his thoughts well, he couldn't escape Lin Fan's sharp perception. Wise King, however, was unaware of Lin Fan's newfound ability. He assumed that Lin Fan had simply grown more familiar with him over time, and had learned to anticipate his behavior. "I've had some decent gains recently, but that's just a small piece. The real treasure still awaits you, the true mastermind, to claim," Wise King said with a smile, his voice unexpectedly melodious, like the sweet chirping of a yellow warbler. Combined with his current appearance, he seemed almost alluring. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. If he were to sell this version of his uncle to a brothel, he was sure he'd fetch a high price. "What are you thinking?" Wise King saw the mischievous glint in Lin Fan's eyes, and couldn't help but shudder. Lin Fan grinned wickedly. "I was just wondering how much you'd sell for." "Damn." Wise King took a step back, clutching his chest in mock alarm, his face full of wariness. His honor could be sacrificed, his blood could be spilled, but his dignity as a man, well, that was something he refused to lose. "Ahaha." Lin Fan laughed heartily, clearly amused by how easily he had unsettled his uncle. Wise King knew he'd been played, and could only offer a helpless smile. "I actually came to discuss something important. Could we please avoid the scary jokes?" "Alright, go ahead. You've been slacking off for a while, so what have you brought back for your employer who pays your salary?" Lin Fan said, his smile fading as he returned to his usual calm demeanor. But Wise King didn't dare take this lightly. If he ended up being sold to a brothel, he'd never recover from the trauma. "Nephew, how would you like a goddess?" Wise King glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice conspiratorially as he spoke to Lin Fan. "Dear nephew, do you want a goddess?" Wise King didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, dropping a bombshell. "A goddess?" Lin Fan paused, momentarily taken aback. Wise King nodded seriously. "Yes, a real goddess, a true deity." Hearing this, Lin Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened. That unintentional, piercing look sent a shiver down Wise King's spine, causing him to instinctively step back. A sense of dread washed over him, realizing that Lin Fan's power had grown significantly in this short time, far more than he had anticipated. While Wise King had made considerable gains recently, plotting alongside Shu and looting the gods' back doors, he still hadn't fully absorbed the benefits. Once he did, he expected to undergo a complete rebirth and ascend to new heights. In his mind, he had even envisioned giving Lin Fan a taste of his own medicine once he grew strong enough. But at this moment, that swelling pride was instantly shattered. Although he had grown stronger, Lin Fan's progress was downright terrifying. His fleeting arrogance was crushed, and he quickly shifted his attitude, becoming far more cautious and respectful. "So, you're telling me that you've got a goddess ready for me to take?" Lin Fan spoke calmly, glancing briefly at the mark of destruction on the back of his hand. Wise King, now fully serious, nodded. "Exactly. The only question is, are you interested? Tell me more." Lin Fan's voice remained steady. The so-called gods in this world were few in number, and narrowing it down to female deities made it an even smaller pool. It seemed likely, almost certain, that the goddess Wise King was talking about was the very one who had marked him the one who controlled the laws of destruction. "The reason I've been gone so long wasn't by choice," Wise King began, recounting his recent experiences. Initially, he had tried to trick Shu into helping him score some benefits from Lin Fan, but his scheme had been exposed, and Shu had captured his real body. Under Shu's influence, Wise King ended up looting the gods' hidden pathways, only to be relentlessly hunted by the gods, with nowhere to escape. One by one, he had to sacrifice his avatars, barely buying himself enough time to survive. It had been an arduous and desperate struggle, and the young woman's body he was currently inhabiting was the product of that frantic period, hastily created. Despite the constant pursuit, they had not gone down without a fight. Shu, in particular, was a master of numerous arcane techniques and could foresee danger, allowing them to evade total disaster. Even though they had suffered, they hadn't been without their counterattacks. After the destruction of the flesh wheel, the gods were once again suppressed by the seals on their power. While still formidable, their strength had been weakened significantly. Wary of drawing the attention of the Golden Eye once again, the gods were cautious, afraid to use their full power recklessly. This gave Wise King and Shu more room to maneuver. After a period of cat and mouse, they finally found an opportunity to strike back. "Not long ago, we lured the ancient god who was chasing us into the Mo River. Shu used special techniques to summon 9 dragon boats from the river, forming a grand array. With that, we managed to repel the ancient god. One of them, who had already been severely injured, was even suppressed beneath the Mo River by the dragon boats." The Wise King finished his tale in one breath, clearly still shaken by the harrowing experience. "You've really been through a lot during this time. And you've accomplished some pretty impressive feats," Lin Fan said with a smile, his expression softening. Seeing Lin Fan smile again, Wise King let out a quiet sigh of relief, though he couldn't quite explain why. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a deep sense of reverence toward his nephew. Wise King was someone who craved excitement and never shied away from scheming, even against the ancient gods themselves. Despite being relentlessly hunted, he had continued to plot and counterattack, showing incredible courage. Yet when it came to Lin Fan, he found himself feeling an involuntary respect more so than even when facing the gods. It was puzzling, but he couldn't help but give Lin Fan his full attention and respect. "The goddess you've suppressed with the dragon boats, does she look like this?" Lin Fan, paying no mind to Wise King's inner thoughts, waved his hand, and an image of a woman appeared, vividly sketched in the air. The image wasn't just of anyone, it was the very goddess who had left the mark of destruction on Lin Fan's hand, and had sworn to return and settle things with him later. In truth, she was more accurately referred to as the goddess of destruction. Wise King stared at the image, impressed by Lin Fan's artistic skills, but quickly recognized the woman's face. "You've met her?" Wise King asked, stunned. Lin Fan simply smiled, not saying a word. He hadn't just met her, he had been marked by her. However, before she could come after him, it seemed fate had worked in his favor, leading others to her first. "She was injured recently. Was that your doing?" Wise King's eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. "You could say that." Lin Fan nodded. The goddess had been forced to use her own life force as a last resort due to the pressure Lin Fan had exerted on her, which could indeed be considered his doing. I don't even know what to say." Wise King was speechless. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the gods firsthand. Even though their strength was currently suppressed and many of their abilities had been sealed, they were still capable of putting him in life-threatening danger at every turn. Had it not been for his life-preserving skills and the unfathomable abilities of Shu, Wise King would have perished long ago. It had taken everything they had, plus the right timing, to fight back using the dragon boats. If not for that, they would still be running for their lives. Even now, while they had managed to push back the gods, the results hadn't been as definitive as they hoped. Although the gods had been wounded and retreated for the time being, they weren't dead, and could return at any moment. Moreover, the goddess they had suppressed wasn't truly defeated. Instead, her imprisonment was merely holding them back, tethering them to one spot. In short, they had lost their mobility. If the other gods recovered and came back, they would be in serious trouble. That was the real reason Wise King had come to offer Lin Fan the goddess on a silver platter. Realizing there was no point in holding back, Wise King confessed everything to Lin Fan. After all, it was a win-win situation. Lin Fan had tasked him with finding high-quality women, even jokingly calling him a matchmaker. Well, now he had found a real goddess. Was that good enough? The only remaining question was whether Lin Fan had the courage to claim her. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. Was he, Lin Fan, ever afraid of a challenge? A goddess? That was exactly who he was planning to deal with. The two had a long-standing grudge, so Lin Fan wasn't going to hold back. Wise King, desperate enough to bring a female avatar to request help, was clearly in need. Both sides were eager to get things done, and it seemed like a perfect match. Shall we head out right now? Wise King wasted no time, clearly in a hurry. His true body was trapped alongside Shu, and it was the greatest crisis he had ever faced. I'll make a few preparations, then we'll leave. Lin Fan wasn't as desperate, but he didn't want to miss this opportunity either. Since the feud existed, it had to be settled. Half an hour later, after making some arrangements at home, Lin Fan set off with Wise King, heading toward the Mo River. Lin Fan was no stranger to the Mo River. When he first arrived in this land, he had crossed it. He was also familiar with the dragon boats that traversed it, having received significant benefits from one of them during a fortunate encounter. The river wasn't far from the Lin family estate, so it didn't take long for the two of them to reach the riverbank. Despite being an inland river, the Mo River was vast, more like an inland sea. Its waves crashed against the shore, while the sky above was dark with storm clouds, flashing with lightning. The weather was so hostile that anyone attempting to cross the river without protection would be struck by lightning and face untold dangers from the depths below, certain death. When Lin Fan had crossed the river before, he had to use a specialized dragon boat. But now, he had grown so much that such threats posed no danger to him at all. With just a glance around, Lin Fan raised a golden barrier and, following Wise King's guidance, charged into the legendary river. Thunder and lightning crashed down upon the barrier, but it didn't falter in the slightest. They continued forward. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Fan's golden barrier reached the center of the Mo River. Here the clouds were even thicker, black as ink and pressing down as if they would fall from the sky. Lightning, filled with the aura of destruction, flickered constantly, striking the river below. Standing in this place felt like being in the middle of an apocalyptic scene. Lin Fan paid no attention to the ominous surroundings. His eyes were immediately drawn to something on the river's surface. Dragon boats. 9 golden dragon boats, like divine creatures, floated across the water, arranged in the formation of the 9 palaces, each connected by beams of golden light that formed a grand array. This golden array pressed down upon the river's depths, where a golden dragon swam, illuminating the dark river below. Because of this light, Lin Fan could see a figure suppressed beneath the river. Activating his martial eye, Lin Fan saw through the barriers, and his brow raised slightly. The figure trapped beneath the river was none other than the goddess of destruction, the same one who had threatened him before. He glanced at the mark of destruction on his hand and smiled faintly. But instead of acting, he turned his attention to the central dragon boat. On that boat stood a young woman who appeared ordinary at first glance. But upon closer inspection, she seemed to be surrounded by countless fleeting figures, like an endless river of time. In her hands was a semi-transparent book, its pages turning constantly. Strange characters, filled with a mysterious aura, floated from the book, weaving themselves into the formation of the 9 dragon boats. It was clear she was using the special powers of her book to control the dragon boats, borrowing the strength within them to create the formation. "Is that Shu?" Lin Fan asked, staring at her. Wise King nodded. "Yes, she's one of the 4 Shu from Qian chess, calligraphy, and painting." His eyes showed deep wariness as he spoke, clearly having experienced her power firsthand. Lin Fan nodded slightly, then asked without warning, "And your true body? Didn't you say it was trapped too?" "Well?" Wise King looked a little embarrassed. After a moment, he pointed to a corner of Shu's dragon boat, toward a black lump. "That's my real body over there. It was severely injured, so it's recovering." Lin Fan followed the direction of his finger, and his expression became rather strange. His true body really did look like a pile of something unpleasant. It wasn't an exaggeration. Wise King's real body had been beaten so badly it was now just a black, formless mass lying limply in the shadows on the deck, looking disturbingly like a giant pile of filth. It occasionally twitched, which only made it more disgusting. No wonder Wise King had looked so embarrassed earlier. The whole situation was pretty absurd. There's nothing I could do. These gods are incredibly powerful. Even with all their restrictions, they still surpass the limits of this world by a wide margin. Thankfully, I've mastered a few survival tricks, or there wouldn't even be a pile of me left. Wise King explained helplessly. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. He had faced these gods before, and knew how terrifyingly powerful they were. Without the seals limiting them, even he might not have been able to handle them. For Wise King to survive, even in such a pitiful state, was quite impressive. Of course, that was before. Now, with the breakthrough pill from the system, Lin Fan had advanced to a new level. If he fought them again, things would be different. Lin Fan, master of the Lin family. While Lin Fan and Wise King's avatar were talking, Shu noticed their presence. Her ancient, wise eyes turned toward them. Lin Fan didn't hide or evade, instead smiling and nodding. That's right. The legendary Shu of the Four Arts truly lives up to her reputation. I'm impressed. He, in front of the master of the Lin family, my little tricks are nothing. Shu giggled sweetly, looking just like an innocent young girl. If it weren't for the fact that she was currently suppressing a god, no one would have doubted she was simply a normal girl. You're too modest. Lin Fan smiled warmly as he and Wise King's avatar landed on the dragon boat's deck. Their first meeting went smoothly, with a pleasant exchange of words. However, things weren't going so well for someone else. Beneath the Mo River, the goddess of destruction, trapped by the dragon boat's formation, remained calm. After all, this was part of her plan to allow Shu and the others to suppress her, trapping them in one place. As long as she could keep them occupied long enough, the other gods would recover and come for them, allowing her to reclaim what had been stolen from her. Everything was going smoothly, just as she had planned. But now, an unexpected variable had appeared. When she saw Lin Fan's figure, along with his faint smile, the calm within her heart instantly shattered. Damn it! The powerful goddess who controlled the laws of destruction could no longer remain calm when Lin Fan suddenly appeared. She and her fellow gods had meticulously planned everything. Despite relentlessly hunting Shu and Wise King, they had erased all traces of their presence along the way. They even went so far as to expend their own life force to shield their fates from divination, making it impossible for anyone to predict their location. In truth, their nature alone made them difficult to track, but they had taken extra precautions, demonstrating how cautious they truly were. Yet, despite all of this, the very person they least wanted to see had shown up at the worst possible moment. This was no joke, it was a matter of life and death. The plan has changed. Come quickly. She had been sitting back, biding her time while keeping Shu in check, waiting for her allies to recover before launching a decisive strike. But now, that wasn't an option. If she waited any longer, she might lose her life here. Using an agreed-upon signal, she quickly relayed the message to her recuperating allies. However, she was careful to omit key details. She didn't reveal that the disturbance was caused by Lin Fan, nor did she mention that he had found them. Lin Fan sensed her communication but chose not to interfere, allowing her to send the message. Master Lin, it seems this goddess is quite afraid of you. I suppose the injury she suffered must have come from you. Shu remarked with a knowing smile, her expression glowing with even more warmth. Though it was their first time meeting face to face, Shu was no stranger to Lin Fan's reputation. Now that they were finally interacting, she realized his reputation was fully deserved. While Shu had managed to suppress the goddess at the bottom of the river, using the advantageous terrain, she herself was partially restrained as well. Though not at her wits' end, she was certainly at a disadvantage compared to the goddess. The moment Lin Fan arrived, the goddess had lost her composure, and Shu could even detect a trace of panic in her eyes, something that told her a lot. Lin Fan didn't deny this and nodded with a smile. It was just luck being at the right place at the right time. Luck may play a role in many things, but to truly accomplish something, it takes more than just luck. Shu shook her head. Especially with these gods, who have hidden in the shadows for so long. Each one possesses unimaginable abilities, and injuring them is no easy task. Her words were sincere, with no trace of flattery. Though this was their first encounter, and they had originally been on opposing sides, the atmosphere between them was surprisingly amicable, like old friends who had finally met after a long wait. You managed to do it too, Lin Fan said, gesturing toward the dragon boats and the trapped goddess of destruction. It's different. Shu shook her head again. The gods are under renewed suppression now, and they're using that to their advantage by tricking us into staying here. Though it looks like we've injured them, in reality, we're the ones being manipulated." There was no bitterness in her voice, only a calm acceptance. After all, her current situation was also part of her plan, using their own scheme against them. Lin Fan understood this point, but he didn't mind. For both of them, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The only one truly at a disadvantage was the goddess, whose face had grown increasingly tense. "You're like a ghost that won't go away." Seeing the situation change, the goddess dropped her act and stood up. While she had been suppressed, she hadn't completely lost her ability to act. She had simply chosen to restrict Shu's freedom in order to maintain a balance. "Didn't you mark me yourself? How am I the one haunting you now?" Lin Fan responded calmly, still smiling, completely unbothered by her cold words. The more relaxed he seemed, the more serious the goddess's expression became. She recognized this as confidence, a confidence born from complete control over the situation. It hadn't been long since their last encounter, but she could already sense that Lin Fan's power had grown exponentially. This is truly a wild card. Her expression grew colder, her eyes filling with killing intent. She had her own plans and hadn't been in a rush to act, as she had been aiming for a particular outcome. But now, she couldn't afford to stick to her original plan. It wasn't that her will had wavered, but the unpredictability of the situation had made it impossible for her to stay in control. Lin Fan had to be eliminated as soon as possible. "Master Lin, it seems this goddess holds quite a grudge against you," Shu said playfully, her large eyes blinking innocently, like a mischievous little sister. "She certainly does." Lin Fan nodded with a smile, exchanging casual remarks with Shu without any urgency to make a move. He was waiting, clearly aware of the reinforcements the goddess had called for. "If she dislikes you so much, you should give her a good lesson," Shu teased, sounding innocent but clearly aiming to provoke a fight. Lin Fan saw through her intention but agreed, nodding. However, instead of attacking, he said, "A lesson, of course. But before that, shouldn't you pay me for helping you out of this predicament?" "Payment for helping me?" Shu's playful smile faltered. "Why not?" Lin Fan shot her a sidelong glance. Shu was momentarily speechless. Their banter made the goddess of destruction chuckle, amused at the absurdity of it all. But her smile quickly faded when Shu, after a brief pause, actually produced a payment without any argument. "This is a nirvana divine fruit. It can be used for rebirth, healing severe injuries, or cleansing and refining the body. It's even rumored to aid in bloodline awakening, making the process smoother and more complete." Shu revealed a golden fruit, radiating a fiery glow. The moment it appeared, the air filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The Nirvana divine fruit was a legendary treasure, long thought extinct, with only a few remnants surviving in ancient ruins. Its effects were as miraculous as described, capable of facilitating a complete rebirth, particularly when it came to bloodline awakening. Shu handed the fruit to Lin Fan without hesitation, as if it were nothing. Wise King, watching from the side, couldn't help but drool at the sight of the divine fruit. If he had it, not only could his true body recover instantly, but he might even awaken a bloodline of his own. Unfortunately, all he could do was watch the exchange with longing. "Good for bloodline awakening, huh?" Lin Fan accepted the fruit, giving Shu a curious look. His wife Wang Nanan was currently undergoing a bloodline awakening. Was this fruit a coincidence, or had Shu somehow seen through to his situation? Shu smiled faintly but said nothing. "You've been very generous," Lin Fan said with a smile, pocketing the legendary fruit. With the payment settled, the mood between them became even friendlier. However, the goddess of destruction couldn't hold it in any longer. It wasn't just that the conflict she'd hoped for hadn't materialized, it was also the fact that Shu had just handed over the Nirvana divine fruit, one of her trump cards, to Lin Fan as payment for helping defeat her. As a god, she couldn't tolerate such a slap in the face. "You wretched pair. I'll see you both destroyed today." Her fury erupted, and a violent aura of destruction surged forth. For someone who rarely lost control of her emotions, this was the second time in a short span, and both times, it had been because of Lin Fan. As the destructive energy exploded, the mark of destruction on Lin Fan's hand began to glow, deepening in intensity. Clearly, the bond between them had reached its peak, intertwining their fates inextricably. The destructive power of the goddess of destruction was truly earth-shattering. The formation created by the 9 dragon boats was immediately shaken under her attack. Despite being heavily restrained by the seal, the injuries she sustained while breaking free, and her repeatedly weakened power, she could still unleash terrifying force. Even Shu's expression changed slightly in the face of this overwhelming power. The Mo River surged with massive waves, and the 9 dragon boats swayed under the pressure. The golden light emitted by the formation flickered as it endured the unimaginable impact. Shu, realizing the severity of the situation, focused her full attention on stabilizing the formation. She channeled the power of her semi-transparent book, pushing it to its limits. The golden light continued to descend from the formation, but the destructive force pushing upward slowly began to rise against it. Roar! The golden dragon, which had been circling within the formation, let out an angry roar and pressed its mighty claws onto the array. It caused enormous waves to rise from the river, but even that couldn't stop the goddess's power from pushing upward. Master Lin. Master Lin! Shu called out, clearly struggling to maintain control. The enraged goddess of destruction was burning her life force again, pushing the destructive force of her rules beyond what Shu could manage. Don't worry. Since I've accepted your payment for help, I will ensure your safety. Lin Fan's calm voice cut through the chaos. With a single step he disappeared and reappeared above the golden formation. The golden dragon, born from the power of the 9 dragon boats, seemed to possess some form of sentience. When it sensed Lin Fan's presence, it lifted its head and gazed at him. Lin Fan had originally intended to confront the goddess directly, to settle their grudge once and for all. But seeing the dragon's reaction, he had a sudden idea. He reached into his belongings and pulled out a painting scroll. This scroll was no ordinary artwork. It was created by Lin Fan himself and upgraded to a divine level with the help of a max-level skill enhancement card. Roar! As the scroll unfurled, an unseen power slowly opened it, and a deep dragon roar echoed from within. The scroll depicted a bright sky with white clouds, and a golden dragon was painted within, swimming through the clouds. As the painting fully opened, the dragon within the scroll seemed to come alive, flying out of the painting in a blaze of golden light. The dragon swelled in size as it flew, until it became a massive, sky-darkening creature. Roar! Its thundering roar scattered the dark clouds above the Mo River. This is one of Hua's abilities. Shu, standing on the dragon boat, looked at the dragon in shock. She was familiar with this power. It was a unique ability belonging to Hua, one of the 4 arts. No. This is beyond Hua's capabilities. Hua hasn't mastered this level yet. Shu quickly corrected herself, her experienced eyes discerning the depth of the power. How many abilities does my dear son-in-law have? Wise King, watching from the side, couldn't help but marvel. Every time he saw Lin Fan in action, his perception of Lin Fan's strength was shattered and rebuilt. From the moment they met, Lin Fan had always exceeded his expectations. Wise King was prideful and never one to admit defeat easily, but when it came to Lin Fan, he had to admit he was thoroughly impressed. But this was just the beginning. As the divine dragon from the painting fully emerged, the golden dragon within the formation was drawn toward it. Though there were slight differences between the two, they shared the same essence, as if they were connected at their core. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 dragons slowly moved toward one another, and in a flash of blinding golden light, they merged into one. Roar! The combined dragon roared once more, this time even louder. And there was something new in its cry, an almost imperceptible hint of life. This hint of life was faint, barely noticeable, but it transformed the golden dragon from a mere constructive power into something more alive, something real. What? The true essence of the divine dragon? Impossible. The divine dragons have long been extinct. The goddess of destruction sensed the change and her expression grew serious. Her disbelief was evident. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. This wasn't the true essence of a divine dragon, it was merely a dragon he had painted using his divine-level art skills. What was divine-level art? It was the power to create miracles. With great care, even a painting could produce something extraordinary. That faint trace of life was the magic of divine art. It gave the painted dragon a small part of the characteristics of a real living being. Though it seemed like a small detail, it was often the smallest things that created the widest gaps. The goddess of destruction's reaction was the clearest proof of that. Boom! The newly empowered golden dragon returned to the formation above the river. It didn't perform any fancy moves, just lifted its mighty golden claw and pressed down on the glowing disc created by the formation. Dong! Dong! The sound echoed like a massive bell being struck, sending a shockwave that seemed to reverse the flow of the Mo River itself. Arg! The sudden explosion of power caught the goddess of destruction off guard. Her once unstoppable destructive force was forcefully shattered under the immense pressure. The formation, which had been steadily rising, began to reverse and press down on her instead. The array was a manifestation of the power of the 9 dragon boats, and with the newly empowered golden dragon acting as its spirit, its strength surged. faced with this overwhelming force, the goddess of destruction could no longer hold back. The power of destruction became even more violent, though it was clear she was pushing herself to the limit. Having already damaged her life force earlier, she was now further exhausting herself to fight back. Yet, she had no choice. Lin Fan's unexpected abilities had completely caught her off guard. A simple painting scroll had put her under immense pressure, and despite her strong will, she couldn't help but waver. Fortunately for her, the reinforcements she had summoned finally arrived. Though their numbers had dwindled after several defeats, the gods still maintained formidable strength. The leader of the group was the Lord of the Blood Plains, a god who controlled the rules of slaughter. He was as imposing as ever. But the others appeared less composed. Among them were the demon god who had first clashed with Lin Fan, the ruler of the necropolis that Lin Fan had conquered, and the thunder god who had also fought against him. All four gods had personal vendettas against Lin Fan. The goddess of destruction was confident. She believed that despite their fear of Lin Fan, none of these gods would back down now that they had crossed paths again. Yet to her shock, three of the gods, those with the greatest grudges against Lin Fan, immediately turned and left without a second thought. Even the Blood Plains Lord, who had initially hesitated, gave Lin Fan one last deep look before following the others in retreat. Watching this unfold, the once confident goddess of destruction was left completely dumbfounded. The arrival of the four ancient gods was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Their presence alone swept away the dark clouds over the Imo River, and their overwhelming aura seemed to press down on the heavens and the earth. Yet, the moment they arrived, they turned around and left after just one glance at a single person. This scene was beyond absurd. It was no surprise that the goddess of destruction was dumbfounded. Lin Fan was equally stunned. Seeing these powerful deities approaching with such confidence, Lin Fan had been prepared for a battle. After all, with the help of the Breaking Realm pill, his cultivation had advanced significantly, and his strength had greatly increased. He had been eager to test his newfound abilities in a real fight. He had even allowed the situation to drag out, delaying a quick victory in anticipation of this showdown. But the unexpected happened. The gods turned and left without a fight the moment they saw him. Am I seeing things? Wise King, in his female disguise, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? How could such an incredible scene unfold right before his eyes? These ancient gods treated humans like ants, livestock they barely deigned to notice. Even the strongest humans were, at best, not to be underestimated, like Shu, who had proven difficult to deal with, forcing the gods to lay a trap to capture her. But even then, they didn't truly fear mortals. For the gods, it was almost inconceivable to be afraid of humans. And yet that's exactly what happened right in front of them. How could anyone believe this? Shu, though calmer than Wise King, was also taken aback. Even she hadn't expected this. Her understanding of Lin Fan had deepened, but this turn of events exceeded her expectations. Her usually playful eyes now carried a hint of something more serious. Your comrades seem to have run away, Lin Fan said with a casual smile, aiming to wound the goddess of destruction's pride. It worked. Her iron will wavered, though not enough to throw her into disarray. Her eyes, however, grew colder, devoid of any emotion. At this moment she truly embodied the essence of a god, a manifestation of pure rule-based power, untouchable by external factors. The power of destruction surged around her. Dark clouds, which had been dispersed moments ago, gathered once more above the Mo River, and the sky grew darker than before. This time, the lightning flashing within the clouds wasn't just any color, it had turned black. Black lightning. The air in the area grew suffocatingly dense, as the power of destruction permeated everything around it. In the depths of the Mo River, strange, intelligent creatures, including a merfolk species unique to the river, were affected by the creeping power of destruction. These beings, governed by their own kings, lived in organized societies, much like humans. But under the influence of the destructive force, their eyes clouded over with darkness, their minds filled with violence, and they descended into madness, turning on one another with only the thought of annihilation driving them. In mere moments, the river ran red with blood. Kill. 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 Even Wise King's female form was corrupted, attacking Shu in a frenzy. But Shu merely lifted a finger, pressing it against his forehead, and he collapsed into a heap. Yet, even while unconscious, his body continued twitching, and his lips muttered words of violence and destruction. Shu was about to take further action but quickly realized that the destructive energy was seeping into her as well. Her expression grew grim. If even the aura alone was difficult to resist, how much pressure was Lin Fan, who faced it directly, enduring? Indeed, Lin Fan could feel the weight of the situation. The formation that had been pressing down on the goddess was once again pushed back by her force. The destructive energy contracted and then expanded violently, like a shockwave. With a loud crash, part of the golden disc that formed the array was blown open. The golden dragon moved swiftly, raising its claw to press the opening shut. But it was too late. The goddess of destruction seized the opportunity. As the golden dragon's claw descended, she transformed into a streak of black light and shot through the gap. Wheel of destruction. Freed from her confinement, the goddess unleashed her divine weapon. A massive, crescent-shaped disc rose behind her, brimming with the power of destruction. The space around her was torn apart, forming a vacuum, creating an absolute domain of annihilation. This ancient divine weapon, much like the reincarnation board in Lin Fan's possession, was a tool forged in ancient times, used for battle by the gods. As the weapon awakened, an indescribable pressure surged outward like a tidal wave, crashing down upon Lin Fan and the others. It was suffocating, as if a mountain was being pressed upon them. Ignorant human. Don't think for a second that the gods truly fear you. It's only because I didn't want to waste my divine essence on you. But since you wish for death, I'll gladly grant it. With her divine weapon in hand, the goddess's power reached new heights. The rules of destruction wrapped around her like a storm, transforming her into the embodiment of a god. This was her true form, the form of a god unleashed. Under the seal's restraints, using this form came at a heavy cost to her divine essence, making it extremely difficult to recover. But she no longer cared. She had to kill Lin Fan not just to satisfy her rage, but for her own survival. In that moment, Lin Fan felt the weight of the pressure. The disc behind the goddess shimmered with destructive power, and Lin Fan's body tingled painfully, as if it was on the verge of being sliced apart. An ancient divine weapon. Its power was terrifying. But rather than fear, Lin Fan felt his fighting spirit rise. Now this is getting interesting. With a grin, Lin Fan summoned a blood-red spear, cold and brimming with killing intent, into his hand. He thrived on raw power, and with his mastery of ultimate strength, a heavy weapon suited him perfectly. The golden dragon sensed Lin Fan's rising battle intent. With a mighty shake, it tore through the air and positioned itself beneath him, raising Lin Fan on its glowing golden head. In the dragon's radiant light, Lin Fan appeared almost divine himself. In an instant, Lin Fan became a dragon knight, a true dragon knight, riding a real divine dragon, not some oversized lizard. The goddess of destruction narrowed her eyes at the sight, but her expression remained cold. She calmly raised her slender hand and pointed at Lin Fan atop the dragon's head. No matter how flashy his display, under the power of her wheel of destruction, everything would be sliced apart, reduced to nothingness. A dark light flashed, and the wheel of destruction, like a black crescent moon, flew straight toward Lin Fan. But Lin Fan didn't hesitate. With a simple thrust, he aimed his blood-red spear directly at the incoming wheel. Are we really just going to leave like this? As the battle raged on at Mo River, the four ancient gods who had come to support were already far away. Feeling the shockwaves of the fight behind them, the god of thunder couldn't help but ask. Despite the fear Lin Fan had instilled in them, it was hard for such proud, ancient gods to simply flee without putting up any resistance. After all, what were humans to them? Just livestock to be harvested, nothing more. To be scared off like this, it was humiliating. Are we really going to just let it go? The atmosphere grew heavy until the Lord of the Blood Plains broke the silence with a cold, sinister laugh. Hearing his tone, the other three gods turned their gaze toward him. God of slaughter, are you suggesting we go back and fight that human, even if it means damaging our own essence? The demon god asked, his eyes flickering as he scrutinized the god of slaughter. The Lord of the Blood Plains, who ruled over the laws of slaughter, locked eyes with the demon god and responded with a question of his own. If I were to make that choice, would you follow me? The demon god didn't answer. He didn't want to. If he had been willing to fight, he wouldn't have turned and left the moment he saw Lin Fan earlier. It wasn't that he lacked courage, but they weren't fools. If they were to deplete their essence and reveal their vulnerability, disaster would soon follow. The gods who had been abandoned after their last battle served as a perfect example of this. It seems you're not willing. The god of slaughter sneered. As one of the strongest among them, he had always held a certain superiority over the other gods, though it wasn't quite arrogance, it was more of a natural dominance. Slaughter god, we're all on the same side now. Is there really any need for such pointless provocations? The Lord of the Dead spoke up, stepping in on the demon god's side. Despite his crude appearance, the god of thunder was no fool. He quickly joined them, standing united against the god of slaughter. Seeing this, the god of slaughter smirked. He understood the situation. However, he didn't intend to push the issue. None of them, except perhaps the goddess of destruction, mattered to him. Still, he wouldn't discard them just yet, they were still useful. Why are you all so tense? I was merely asking a question. The god of slaughter's lips curled into a smile. And with his words, the tension eased. The other three gods breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to fight either. Regardless of the god of slaughter's strength, it wasn't the right time to be squabbling among themselves. If they were caught in an internal conflict and their enemies exploited it, they would be in serious trouble. After all, two human anomalies had emerged among mankind, and they couldn't afford to be careless. With the tension diffused, conversation flowed more easily. Slaughter god, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have a plan. What do you intend to do next? The Lord of the Dead asked, adopting a peacemaker's role. It's simple. The god of slaughter replied. This human anomaly is strong, yes. But unlike us gods, humans have weaknesses, glaring weaknesses. What weakness? The Lord of the Dead pressed. Their families. The god of slaughter replied with a cruel smile. Hearing this, all three gods were taken aback. They weren't stupid. They immediately understood the significance of what he had just said. In fact, they had thought of this themselves but, in their divine pride, had dismissed the idea as beneath them. As gods, they had seen no reason to stoop to such lowly tactics. But now, things were different. They were no longer the mighty, untouchable beings they once were. What mattered now was how to turn the tide back in their favor. Whether the tactic was honorable or not didn't matter. If it worked, it was good enough. Slaughter god, that's a brilliant plan. The god of thunder was the weakest among the remaining gods, and he was the most fearful of being cast aside. So, naturally, he was the first to show support for this plan. The demon god and the Lord of the Dead exchanged glances and eventually agreed. As long as they could exploit Lin Fan's weakness, they would have the upper hand, whether advancing or retreating. No matter how strong humans are, they're always bound by their emotions. That's what makes them weak, and that's the difference between mortals and gods. The demon god reflected. Though he didn't always get along with the god of slaughter who had once mocked him for his misfortunes, he had to admit that this plan was ingenious. With the four gods now united in their strategy, there was no need for further delay. Mo River wasn't far from Lin Fan's family estate, and with the god's speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive. In their minds, taking down a group of humans, especially without Lin Fan there, would be a simple task. But they were met with an unexpected surprise the moment they arrived at the estate. Meanwhile, back at Mo River, Lin Fan was deep in battle, unaware of the events unfolding at his home. Facing the goddess of destruction, who was unleashing her full power despite the risk of depleting her divine essence, Lin Fan got a first-hand taste of the terrifying power of the gods. Especially the Wheel of Destruction, an ancient divine weapon. Its ability to tear through space made the stable void seem as fragile as paper. Each cut it made tore through the fabric of reality, leaving gashes that took long to heal, from which cold, cutting winds blew. Lin Fan's blood-red spear, forged through the blood-tempering technique, was his personal weapon, a weapon that would one day become his life-bound divine armament. It was razor-sharp, durable, and had never failed him in battle before. But now, for the first time, it was being overwhelmed. The edges of his spear, where it clashed with the divine weapon, were chipped and damaged. Though the cracks were small and could be healed quickly due to the weapon's unique blood-tempered nature, the damage was real. Compared to an ancient divine weapon, his spear was on an entirely different level. Lin Fan could feel the difference. He knew that the goddess of destruction, in her current state, wasn't even able to fully unleash the power of her weapon. Yet despite this, the destructive energy it exuded was immense, continually hindering his movements and preventing him from fighting at his full potential. Without an ancient divine weapon, what can a mere human like you do against me? The goddess of destruction's voice was cold as she wielded her weapon, pressing down on Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't argue because she was right. Even though he had greater raw strength, the divine weapon in her hand gave her an overwhelming advantage, leaving him on the defensive. But who said Lin Fan didn't have an ancient divine weapon? A small smirk appeared on Lin Fan's lips as he retrieved an object from his space ring, a chessboard radiating the aura of reincarnation. Who told you that humans can't wield ancient divine weapons? Who told you that humans can't wield ancient divine weapons? Lin Fan's calm voice echoed as the reincarnation chessboard appeared in his hand. The previously intense battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie stillness, as if the scene had frozen mid-action, like a movie buffering at a crucial moment. Reincarnation chessboard. Even the ruler of the Qin dynasty recognized the ancient weapon in Lin Fan's hand, and as an ancient being herself, The goddess of destruction could hardly fail to recognize it. But the moment she did, her expression grew solemn, and she practically spat out the weapon's name, enunciating each word with disbelief. A mere human. How could you possibly control an ancient divine weapon, and even gain its recognition? This is impossible. Her face twisted in disbelief. It wasn't easy for a divine weapon to choose a master, and it certainly wouldn't acknowledge a human who lacked the divine essence or the ability to command the power of rules. But now, as she observed the perfect resonance between Lin Fan and the reincarnation chessboard, it was unmistakable. The weapon had accepted him as its master. Nothing is impossible. Humans have achieved far greater things. This is just the beginning. Lin Fan smiled, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the so-called mighty gods, seeing them as far less imposing than they thought themselves to be. The goddess of destruction quickly regained her composure, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Her cold voice cut through the tension. Even if you possess an ancient divine weapon, without the power to control the rules, you're just a child wielding a sword. Without hesitation, she resumed her attack, commanding the wheel of destruction to continue its relentless cuts. The destructive energy filled the air, and the black, crescent-shaped wheel became even more elusive. Its suppressive force, which had hindered Lin Fan earlier, remained omnipresent. But now that Lin Fan had activated the reincarnation chessboard, everything changed. The aura of reincarnation spread, countering the destructive power. As the reincarnation chessboard awakened, ghostly shadows reappeared, and the familiar scene of the Yellow Springs path materialized. The wheel of destruction, which had been nearly impossible to track, was now fully visible within the domain of reincarnation. Its most dangerous qualities, its invisibility and pervasive suppression, had been neutralized. The battle had shifted dramatically in Lin Fan's favor. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar resounded. The previously restrained golden dragon, now brimming with energy, expressed its frustration at being suppressed earlier. It surged forward, eager to vent its anger. Blazing with golden light, the dragon's cloud-riding abilities allowed it to soar through the sky at lightning speed. With such a powerful mount supporting him, Lin Fan no longer needed to focus on movement and could fully concentrate on attacking. Clang! In a flash, Lin Fan caught the wheel of destruction's trajectory and thrust his blood-red spear forward with all his strength. The force of his extreme power caused a sharp, piercing sound, and the ancient divine weapon was sent flying. Its rhythm broken, the wheel of destruction became easier to track, and now Lin Fan dominated the battlefield. The golden dragon wove through the air, leaving streaks of gold in its wake. The wheel of destruction, having lost its key advantages, was repeatedly struck by Lin Fan's spear, knocked aside again and again. The goddess of destruction fought desperately to regain control, but the reincarnation chessboard floating above Lin Fan's head continued to unleash its power. The vision of the Yellow Springs path grew more vivid, and under the overwhelming force of reincarnation, even the extreme destruction the goddess wielded had to retreat. As time passed, the pressure of reincarnation began to encroach upon the goddess's domain of destruction. Faint, eerie wails echoed across the battlefield, growing louder with each passing moment. Clawed hands emerged from the void, reaching for the wheel of destruction, trying to drag the ancient divine weapon into the cycle of reincarnation. The cosmic cycle of life and death governs everything. What chance does a mere weapon have of escaping reincarnation? Damn it! The goddess's expression darkened as Lin Fan once again pushed her to the edge. The idea that a mere human could drive her to this point would have seemed laughable to her before, but now, she had no choice but to take him seriously. I never thought a human could push me this far. Humans truly have untapped potential. Even in a world so heavily disrupted, they still find a way forward. She took another deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Everything else could be delayed. Her priority now was preventing her divine weapon from being pulled into reincarnation. If the reincarnation chessboard, now under Lin Fan's control, succeeded in dragging the wheel of destruction into the cycle, it would mean her weapon had been stolen. There was no way she could let that happen. By the power of my destruction Tao fruit, I offer it as a sacrifice. I call upon the highest law, returning me to my peak, my true divine form. Her solemn words echoed across the battlefield. Pushed to her limit by Lin Fan, the goddess of destruction unleashed her most desperate move, burning her Tao fruit to fuel a sacrifice, exchanging it for her full strength. Boom! Golden flames erupted, burning away something deep within the goddess. Her face visibly paled, but her aura surged dramatically in response. The entire Mo River trembled, and towering waves rose hundreds of meters high. Even the 9 ancient dragon boats, immovable for ages, began to sway under the pressure. But what was truly terrifying was the fact that the void itself began to shatter. The gods, including the goddess of destruction, had been restrained by the world's seal, preventing them from unleashing their full power. But now, with the void breaking apart, that restriction was temporarily lifted. Freed from the seal, and with her power continuing to rise, the goddess's strength grew exponentially. Lin Fan, directly in the path of this surge of power, immediately felt the overwhelming pressure. And that pressure was still mounting. Lin Fan. The goddess is using her final move. This is her last resort. She can't maintain it for long. You don't need to defeat her, just hold out. The book's voice echoed from the dragon boat, worried that Lin Fan might abandon them. She quickly spoke to reassure him. Brother-in-law, weren't you planning to take this goddess home? Hold on, and she's yours. The shout from Wise King followed, doing his best to cheer Lin Fan on. Taking the goddess home. It was certainly a bold idea. But the words seemed to trigger the goddess's fury. Damn it! Lin Fan barely had time to react as the enraged goddess launched her frenzied assault. The goddess's frenzy was no joke. At this moment, the goddess of destruction had unleashed her full power, tapping into her strongest state. Her desperation was a sign that she was out of options, making this her final, all-out assault. If Lin Fan could withstand this, dragging her back home wasn't just an empty boast. But surviving such a desperate last stand was far from easy. With a simple gesture, the space around Lin Fan shattered. He reacted quickly, summoning the dragon domain to form a protective barrier, but the force still sent him flying. And that was just the beginning. Now, in her frenzied state, the goddess of destruction moved like the embodiment of the very laws she controlled. Every action carried the terrifying weight of those cosmic rules. In just a few short exchanges, Lin Fan was finding it hard to hold his ground. Cough. This woman really has gone hysterical. Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips, his internal energy in turmoil from the blows. There were very few who had ever managed to push him to this point. Such a powerful physique. The goddess of destruction was visibly taken aback. After unleashing her full set of devastating attacks, Lin Fan only spat a little blood. As someone who understood the true power of her attacks, she was stunned. A normal human would have been pulverized, even mountains forged from divine metals would have crumbled under her force. Such a sturdy body was rare, even in her ancient times. It was comparable to the young of the pure-blooded divine beasts. In fact, Lin Fan's resilience might even surpass that. Humans were naturally weak in their physical forms, which was why the gods had always looked down on them. But Lin Fan's unyielding body surprised her. Still, a surprise was all it was. The wheel of destruction reawakened. This ancient divine weapon had once bathed in the blood of countless supreme beings during the ancient times, even slaying gods. Its true potential had been held back by its weakened owner, but now, with the goddess burning her Tao fruit to restore herself, the weapon's true brilliance began to shine again. A deep, unsettling hum filled the air, sending shivers down Lin Fan's spine. The infamous divine weapon was now fully awake, and even though there was still some distance between them, Lin Fan felt as though his skin was being cut open. The buzzing in his ears felt like it would split his mind. He instinctively reached up to his forehead, and when he pulled his hand away he saw traces of blood. What a terrifying weapon. Even Wise King, who had so much faith in his brother-in-law Lin Fan, began to feel uncertain after witnessing the full power of the ancient weapon. The casual confidence he'd had before was shaken to its core. Lin Fan, however, remained focused, despite the gravity of the situation. This was the most intense battle he had ever faced, and though the pressure was immense, he also felt a surge of excitement and determination. Bring it on. Steadying himself, Lin Fan raised his blood-red spear and pointed it at the goddess of destruction. Go? Without another word, the goddess extended her slender finger once more, and the wheel of destruction transformed into a black moon, splitting the heavens as it advanced. Wherever it passed, the world seemed to tear apart, the sky and earth divided as if they were mere paper. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming power, Lin Fan didn't retreat. With unwavering resolve he charged forward, spear in hand. This was a battle of blood, one where neither side would yield. While this brutal confrontation unfolded on one front, another battle began simultaneously on another. Knowing their mission was urgent, and that Lin Fan could return at any moment, the gods who had arrived at Lin's manor didn't waste any time. Leading the charge, the short-tempered thunder god unleashed a barrage of lightning upon the manor. Despite being outclassed by Lin Fan and the Qin Emperor earlier, the thunder god's true strength was nothing to scoff at. In fact, his power far exceeded the limits of this world. Understanding that time was of the essence, he didn't hold back and unleashed his strongest attack right from the start. Boom! Endless lightning bolts crashed down, enveloping Lin Fan's mansion in a storm of destruction. The manor, having been reinforced countless times, was fortified like a fortress. Powerful defensive arrays sprang to life, creating shield after shield, blocking the relentless barrage of lightning. Not only did these arrays withstand the attack, but they also absorbed the lightning and redirected the energy back at the thunder god. Among the defensive measures, the most powerful was the Six Paths Reincarnation Formation, which vaguely took the shape of a reincarnation disc. This formation was Lin Fan's most potent creation, designed specifically to counter the gods by targeting their souls and consciousness. As the formation activated, an overwhelming force began to pull at the thunder god's very soul. Caught off guard, he nearly succumbed to its pull. "Damn it! This is tougher than I thought. I need backup." His face turned pale as he frantically called for help from his companions. The gods, despite their ancient power, were left speechless by the sheer complexity of Lin Fan's defenses. Reluctantly, the demon god and the lord of the dead were forced to intervene. Lin Fan had poured all his energy and effort into protecting his home, anticipating the arrival of these so-called gods. The three gods, even working together, couldn't easily break through the barrier, at least not quickly. Under normal circumstances, time wouldn't be a problem. But today, with Lin Fan possibly returning at any moment, they couldn't afford any delays. The Lord of the Blood Plains understood this. Despite silently cursing his allies, he knew he had to act. Drawing his blood-red sword, he slashed at the reincarnation disc. A thin line of blood energy surged forward, cutting through layer after layer of defense until it landed on the reincarnation disc itself. Crack! A sharp sound echoed through the air as a crack appeared in the disc. "Leave the formations to me. You go in and capture the target." The Lord of the Blood Plains took on the brunt of the task, leaving the others to proceed with their mission. None of the gods objected. With the defensive arrays handled, capturing the humans would be easier, so they thought. But as soon as they stepped through the breach and into Lin Fan's manor, they were hit with a surprise. "Kneel." A soft yet commanding voice rang out from within the manor, filled with an indescribable authority. Caught off guard, the gods felt as though an immense weight had fallen upon them. Without warning, they were forced to their knees at the entrance of the manor, unable to resist the overwhelming pressure. The three gods who had entered through the breach, expecting an easy victory, were immediately forced to their knees. The crushing weight they felt wasn't physical, it was a mental and spiritual pressure, as if their consciousness itself was being suppressed. These proud gods were now kneeling at the entrance of a mere mortal's estate. The power of words. Despite their fallen status, these gods had once stood at the pinnacle of existence. It only took a moment for them to realize what had happened. Their expressions changed instantly, and they were tempted to flee. It wasn't that they were cowards, they knew full well what such power signified. Cowards. It's just a small amount of the power of words, and you're already trembling? You disgrace the name of the gods. The Lord of the Blood Plains, while bearing the brunt of the external pressure, was also paying attention to the situation inside. Seeing his comrades immediately kneel upon entering, and even considering fleeing in fear, his face twisted with anger, and he cursed them loudly. Damn it! The insult stung. The three gods were furious. It was easy for him to say it was just a small amount of power. The power of words was the domain of truly invincible beings, those who could reshape reality with a single command. Even at their peak, these gods would have been reluctant to provoke such a force. Facing even a fraction of it now, in their weakened state, was more than they could handle. Although they had been caught off guard, the sheer oppressive force of the power of words was far more terrifying than the Lord of the Blood Plains made it out to be. "If any of you retreat, I'll close the breach and trap you inside for good." Realizing insults weren't working, the Lord of the Blood Plains coldly threatened them. "You." The three gods wanted to curse him, but they knew they had no choice. Gritting their teeth, they stopped in their tracks. With no way out, they had no choice but to push forward. As they steeled themselves, they finally laid eyes on the one responsible for forcing them to kneel. One glance was enough to make their faces turn pale, as though they had just seen an unspeakable horror. Meanwhile, at the center of the Mohi River, the brutal battle raged on. Lin Fan was struggling against the full power of the ancient divine weapon. Despite his best efforts, his reincarnation chessboard was being suppressed. After all, the chessboard was only a fragment, a mere tool, designed to be a key to the true Six Paths reincarnation disc. Given Lin Fan's current cultivation level, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't fully unlock its potential. Understanding this didn't make it any easier. With the reincarnation chessboard suppressed, Lin Fan found himself once again on the defensive. The destructive power that had become invisible and omnipresent continued to batter him. Lin Fan had already activated his divine abilities, including the dragon transformation, covering himself in golden dragon scales, transforming him into a humanoid dragon. He had also activated his heaven and earth technique, further enhancing his physical body to the extreme, making his defense stronger than even the finest divine armors. Yet despite this, his defense was being sliced apart. His body was riddled with wounds, and his blood-soaked clothes clung to him. His trusty blood-red spear, which had accompanied him through countless battles, had even had its tip sliced off by the wheel of destruction. It was a new level of hardship. But even in this state, Lin Fan's eyes burned with intensity, and his battle spirit only grew stronger. The goddess of destruction, though she maintained her imposing stance, was beginning to falter. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to hold out this long. Her sacrifice required a tremendous price, and she knew she couldn't maintain this form for long. If Lin Fan didn't fall soon, she would be the one to collapse. Going mad now, are we? Lin Fan, despite his injuries, still smiled, mocking her as he sensed her unease. Mortal, let's see how much longer you can last. The goddess of destruction wasn't as confident as she appeared, but she refused to show weakness. She was hanging on by a thread, but Lin Fan was too, and she knew it. Her divine weapon, the Wheel of Destruction, was a killing tool of immense power, and she was sure that no mere mortal could withstand it for long. Indeed, Lin Fan's internal condition was a mess. His body had been ravaged by the destructive energy coursing through him. If not for his incredibly tough physique, stronger than that of even pure-blooded divine beast cubs, he would have been torn apart by now. However, Lin Fan was no ordinary fighter. Rather than simply trying to resist the destructive energy, he used it to temper his body. Ever since stepping onto the martial path, Lin Fan had been consuming all kinds of pills, dragon blood pills gifted by his wife, Saint pills, and even indestructible golden spear pills. While most of the medicinal energy had been absorbed, some traces had remained deep in his body, difficult to fully refine. But now, with his body already damaged, Lin Fan chose to fully unleash this residual energy. It was a gamble, but one that paid off. Not only did his injuries begin to stabilize, but the released medicinal power also helped him break through the bottleneck in his cultivation. Though he didn't break through completely, the barrier had loosened significantly. The road that had been blocked now seemed within reach. The tides were turning. However, just as Lin Fan was preparing to fully unleash his strength, he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the protective formations he had set around his home. Not long after, the strongest formation, the Six Paths Reincarnation Formation, had been damaged. That formation was his last line of defense at home. If it had been broken, something terrible was happening. In an instant, Lin Fan realized what had happened. The gods who had fled had targeted his home. You dare! Rage surged through Lin Fan, and his concentration wavered. He wanted nothing more than to rush home and deal with those responsible. Sensing Lin Fan's distraction, the goddess of destruction began plotting her retreat. Although she had put on a facade of fighting to the death, she had always left herself a way out. But now, seeing Lin Fan's sudden shift, she quickly deduced that her fleeing companions had taken advantage of his weakness. There was no way she would let Lin Fan escape now. With his attention divided, the tide of battle had shifted once again. If she could exploit his weakness, she could finally turn the tables. Despite the risk of depleting her energy even further, the potential reward was too great to pass up. Taking risks is worth it. As long as success is achieved, the rewards will be proportional. The more she interacted with Lin Fan, the more she realized just how terrifyingly powerful this anomaly was. If he continued to grow unchecked, it wouldn't just ruin her plans, she might not even be able to hide in peace anymore. In this situation, eliminating Lin Fan was the only option. Our battle isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The goddess of destruction, who had taken the upper hand, smiled as she unleashed her power, preventing Lin Fan from escaping. The wheel of destruction gleamed menacingly. If Lin Fan tried to force his way out of the fight, the price he'd pay would be unbearable. He might even be cut down by this ancient and terrifying weapon. Lin Fan was well aware of this. Against a weapon infused with the power of divine laws, even the best life-saving abilities were useless. If the wise king had taken a direct hit from this weapon, he'd be nothing but a pile of flesh completely beyond recovery. This was a certain death trap. Lin Fan didn't respond with words. He kept mobilizing his inner strength, trying to repel the wheel of destruction. But the goddess of destruction had already seen through his intentions. She didn't confront him head-on but used agile tactics to entangle him, hoping to make him lose focus and create an opening. Once there was a big enough flaw, she could deliver a fatal blow. Even if she couldn't, she could stall for time until her allies found Lin Fan's weakness and exploited it. Whether it was the first or second option, both would lead to success. What's going on? Why does it seem like he's suddenly eager to leave the wise king, having finally expelled the harmful energy from his body and restored himself with his blood spirit technique, was no longer a pile of dead flesh in the corner. But just as he regained his composure, he saw the sudden shift in the battle, and was left bewildered. Although Lin Fan was under pressure, it was clear to the observant that he wasn't truly struggling. In fact, he was quietly evolving, using the external attacks to strengthen himself. Yet, everything changed so abruptly, leaving the wise king baffled. Those gods that just left, they've gone to strike at Lin Fan's home, the goddess of books said with a calm yet serious expression. From Lin Fan's sudden shift in behavior, and the reactions of both sides, she could easily deduce what had happened. What? Even gods would stoop to such low tactics? The wise king's eyes widened in disbelief, cursing in a way he'd learned from Lin Fan. The goddess of books remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battlefield as her expression grew more complex. What she had originally thought would be a perfect opportunity was now turning out to be full of unexpected twists. But there was little she could do at this point. She had underestimated the gods' lack of scruples, and their determination to eliminate Lin Fan. She had assumed they were too self-serving to risk themselves in a life-or-death struggle, perhaps even ready to betray one another. Yet, to her surprise, things had escalated far beyond her expectations, veering in an entirely different direction. What do we do now? The wise king was completely unsettled. They were now all in the same boat. If Lin Fan fell, they would face the wrath of the gods, and with their vengeful nature, hiding would be impossible. The goddess of books understood this as well. After observing the battle for a while longer, she sighed and murmured, "In the end, this fortunate opportunity falls to you. Perhaps this is destiny's arrangement." "What do you mean?" The wise king was confused, not understanding her cryptic words. The goddess of books offered no further explanation. She glanced at Lin Fan once more, then pulled a golden horn from her storage ring. The horn was wrapped in a soft golden light, exuding a faint but sacred aura. The dragon horn. The wise king's pupils contracted, instantly recognizing the horn's origin. The goddess of books nodded slightly in confirmation. She brought the horn to her lips and blew. A loud, ancient sound filled the air, carrying with it an aura of desolation. It was as if they were transported to a distant era, where countless powerful beings fought to the death on a battlefield. At first it was just the horn's sound. But as time passed, 9 dragon ships on the distant Mohi River responded to the call, echoing the same sound. At first the response was faint, but it gradually grew louder, finally resounding across the heavens. Amidst the fierce battle, the sound couldn't help but draw attention from both sides. What followed was a scene none could have predicted. The 9 dragon ships, called forth by the horn's echo, began moving toward each other. Finally they merged into one, glowing so brightly it was hard to keep one's eyes open. When the light finally dimmed, a new dragon ship emerged on the Moha River, coming into view for both sides. Though the new dragon ship had merged from 9, it was not larger. Instead, it was sleeker and more compact. Its presence, however, was even more overwhelming. The entire ship was covered in golden dragon scales, as if a divine dragon lay across the water's surface. Suddenly, the golden dragon beneath Lin Fan let out a resounding roar. In a flash, the dragon's light merged with the new dragon ship. Once this happened, the dragon ship seemed to come alive, its aura expanding and contracting like breathing. "If not now, when will you choose your master?" The goddess of books put down the golden horn and shouted solemnly. Roar. With another dragon's roar, the newly formed dragon ship tore through the void, heading straight for the battlefield. More precisely, it was heading toward Lin Fan. Sensing the connection, Lin Fan's dragon power erupted from his body, resonating with the ship. Their energies were the same, from the same source. A void dragon ship. So these 9 dragon ships were fragments of this ancient divine weapon. The goddess of destruction's face changed as she attempted to stop the merging. But she was too late. The dragon ship neared Lin Fan, shrinking as it approached but moving faster and faster, slicing through the void. By the time the goddess of destruction tried to intervene, the void dragon ship had already entered Lin Fan's body through his chest. Once the ship fused with him, their auras became one, and an overwhelming surge of power exploded from Lin Fan's body. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. At the same time, a barrier within Lin Fan's body shattered completely. With Lin Fan's current abilities, and the immense power he has accumulated over time, there shouldn't be any bottleneck he couldn't break through. This isn't just a boast, it's the truth. His foundation has grown so deep that it already far exceeds his current realm. But even with that, the rules of this world are in chaos, and the path forward is blocked. No matter how much power he builds up, if the road ahead is severed, there's no way to move forward. Yet now, with the help of another ancient divine weapon, the void dragon ship that the goddess of destruction mentioned, he managed to forcefully reconnect the broken path. It wasn't just because the ship contained an immense amount of dragon energy, which was the perfect nourishment for him as they shared the same source. Inside the ship also resided a complete set of rule-based powers, almost as if it had been prepared specifically for him. Because of this, he was able to make up for the missing key element. He actually broke through. The goddess of destruction stood there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Before Lin Fan had broken through, she already had to burn her life essence just to keep up with him. Now that he's broken through, how could she possibly contend with him? As someone who had lived since the ancient times, she was no stranger to the realms of human cultivation. The so-called martial saint, in the human cultivation system, was only the foundation, the most basic realm. Even at this level, no matter how powerful one becomes, there's always a limit. But once a breakthrough is made, it opens the door to an entirely new realm, which is why incomplete world rules prevent such a breakthrough in the first place. At that level, it's no longer just about refining oneself but also about understanding and controlling the very laws of the world, stepping onto the path to transcendence. Once one reaches this stage, the improvement in strength becomes immeasurable. The deeper the foundation, the more profound the understanding, the more terrifying the power becomes. Lin Fan, already at the martial saint realm, could go toe-to-toe with an ancient god like her. His foundation needed no further elaboration. And with the boost from the ancient divine weapon, what level has he now reached? The goddess of destruction couldn't imagine it. For a moment, she was at a loss. So this is the power beyond the martial saint realm? No wonder that man in the black robe was willing to sacrifice everything to break through. It's truly a different kind of power. A transcendent power. Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming energy surging within him. In that instant he finally understood why so many sought this power. With a single circulation of his immense life force, the destructive energy still ravaging his body was instantly obliterated. The injuries he had sustained were healed in the blink of an eye, and even the shattered blood spear in his hand was restored to its former state. Had enough fun yet? Now it's my turn, isn't it? As his injuries completely healed, Lin Fan's aura surged to an unprecedented peak. The golden light in his eyes shone as brightly as two miniature suns, brimming with energy. Faced with this blazing gaze, the goddess of destruction found herself unwilling to meet his eyes. She realized that she was now utterly on the defensive, more vulnerable than ever before. But given the current situation, even if she wanted to retreat, Lin Fan would never allow it. And indeed, Lin Fan had no intention of letting her go. These so-called ancient gods were vengeful beings. Now that he had provoked them, he needed to end things decisively. You can't guard against thieves forever, and Lin Fan understood this all too well. Boom! Lin Fan moved. There were no fancy techniques, just pure brute force as he swung directly at the destruction wheel circling around him, opting for a head-on clash. The goddess of destruction didn't want this. She tried to maneuver the wheel away. But it was too slow, or rather, Lin Fan was too fast. Before she could react, Lin Fan's blood spear was already upon her. Boom! A deafening impact followed, leaving everyone in a daze. The wise king, still recovering from his previous injuries, was thrown to the ground, completely disoriented. The once indomitable ancient weapon was sent flying by a single sweep of Lin Fan's blood spear, humming ominously, as if it might shatter in the next moment. The goddess of destruction used all her strength, just to stabilize her divine weapon, but instead of giving her confidence, it only deepened her despair. After breaking through, Lin Fan's power was terrifying. Even with a light move, it had far exceeded the limits of this world. And worse still, her peak strength, which she had gained by burning her life essence, was rapidly diminishing. The time limit was almost up. This situation was nothing short of disastrous. In this gamble, she had lost completely and utterly. But as a proud goddess, surrender was never an option. Neither was begging for mercy. A god cannot be humiliated. With that unyielding will, the goddess of destruction prepared for her final battle. She unleashed all of her remaining power, abandoning all restraint and throwing everything she had into this last stand. The battle that followed shook heaven and earth, with the Mohi River reversing its flow. The terrifying aftermath of the fight carved out a deep trench in the riverbed. When the dust finally settled, only one figure remained standing. Unsurprisingly, it was Lin Fan. He hovered in the air, holding the blood-red spear, his overwhelming life force surging toward the sky like an ancient war god. As for the goddess of destruction, she had exhausted the last of her power and lay in the air, her fate uncertain. The battle was over. "You really did it, my dear son-in-law." The wise king rushed over, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at Lin Fan, full of admiration. This entire ordeal had been a roller coaster, even for someone as tough as him. But in the end, Lin Fan had pulled through and claimed victory. The goddess of destruction was now utterly spent, lying at death's door. Even an ordinary person could deal with her now. Lin Fan had not only won. If he wanted, he could take the goddess home with him. Taking a goddess home that had started as a joke, a bit of motivation for Lin Fan to not run away under pressure. But now, it had actually come true. Faced with this outcome, the wise king could only feel awe. The goddess of books didn't display such exuberance but congratulated Lin Fan on his victory. "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Fan gave a sincere word of gratitude to the legendary woman. He wasn't stupid, he knew just how much opportunity and help she had given him. Without the Void Dragon ship, an ancient divine weapon, he might not have won. He could have even died here, distracted and overwhelmed. "There's no need to thank me. You came to help us in the first place." The goddess of books smiled sweetly, like a girl next door, showing no desire to take credit. "You already paid me for that help during the battle." Lin Fan insisted, waving off her humility. "Fair is fair. I owe you a favor." Without waiting for her response, he grabbed the unconscious goddess of destruction and vanished from the battlefield, leaving only a parting message echoing through the air. "You can call on this favor anytime, and as long as it's within my power, I won't refuse." As his words faded, Lin Fan's figure disappeared completely. There had been a major incident back home, and he had to get there as quickly as possible. The goddess of books smiled slightly as she watched him leave. "A favor that can be used for anything? That's something worth looking forward to. The avatar of my true self has fallen. A human anomaly. Could the ancient prophecy really be coming true? This is certainly an era worth watching." At the foot of an unknown village stood a small, humble straw hut. The hut was simple, but surrounded by a delicate fence. Inside, a woman dressed in simple clothes was tending to a small vegetable garden. The warm sunlight bathed the scene, giving it a peaceful air. Suddenly, the woman in plain clothes looked up at the distant horizon and muttered to herself, her expression serious, but soon she smiled again. If Lin Fan were here, he would have been shocked. This plain-clothed woman looked exactly like the goddess of destruction, not only her appearance but her aura as well. The only difference was in their temperament. One was cold and resolute, the other serene and peaceful. However, Lin Fan wasn't present, so he missed this surprising scene. After making a heartfelt promise to the goddess of books, Lin Fan took his captive and hurried home at his fastest speed. Although he had left many traps and defenses behind, he knew they wouldn't hold for long. Having fought against gods in life and death battles, Lin Fan understood the power these ancient beings could unleash, especially when they no longer feared the golden eye's suppression. He had spent a great deal of effort creating a defensive formation, but it had been swiftly broken, proving just how deadly these gods could be. Yet, as he rushed back to the Lin family estate, he was stunned by the sight that greeted him. There was no destruction. Everything was eerily calm. There were no shattered walls, no debris scattered across the ground, and no screams of despair. While some parts of the defensive array had been damaged, and some were even completely broken, the estate itself remained untouched. The members of the Lin family were unharmed. Though everyone seemed engaged in deep conversation, their faces glowing with a strange excitement. What's going on here? Lin Fan wondered, his mind filled with confusion. He knew all too well the nature of the gods and their ruthless determination. He also understood their purpose for coming here to use his family as leverage against him. But the scene before him didn't match any of his expectations. It was as if he was looking at an illusion. Lin Fan activated his martial eye to carefully scan every corner of the estate, but he found no discrepancies. "Husband, you're back." Lin Fan's wife, Jian Ling, was the first to sense his return. She had been organizing the household's guards and was waiting just outside the estate. She hurried over to greet him. "What's going on here?" Lin Fan couldn't hide his confusion, and asked the moment he saw her. Jian Ling smiled softly. "All this is thanks to Xiao Qing, or rather, thanks to our empress, the Lady King Di." "Xiao Qing?" Empress Lin Fan's confusion only deepened, but as Jian Ling explained further, the situation became clearer. The gods who had seen him leave had indeed come to the Lin family estate, just as he had expected, with the intention of using his family against him. However, the outcome had been far from what they anticipated. The reason for this? Xiao Qing, who had been in a deep coma, had been suddenly awakened during the gods' attack by some unknown stimulus. Husband, you weren't here to see it, but Xiao Qing was incredible. Jian Ling explained, her voice filled with admiration. She shouted for the three gods who broke through the formation to kneel, and they actually fell to their knees. Jian Ling pointed to a spot near the estate's entrance, where there were 6 distinct indentations in the stone floor. Those 6 pits? They were made by the gods kneeling. Lin Fan looked in the direction Jian Ling had indicated, and sure enough, the stone ground near the estate's entrance bore the unmistakable marks of 3 pairs of knees. Even faint traces of divine power lingered around the area, an aura that could only belong to gods. Xiao Qing did all that. Lin Fan was momentarily lost in thought, recalling the mysterious world he had glimpsed when he had used his martial eye to peer into Xiao Qing's consciousness. In that vision, Xiao Qing had been an empress towering over the heavens, every word and movement brimming with boundless power. Her body had been filled with tiny stars, as though she were an entire universe unto herself. Yes, Jian Ling nodded enthusiastically, confirming Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan's return with a captured goddess was certainly a major accomplishment, but in comparison, it seemed almost trivial. His once demure and gentle Xiao Qing had risen to the heavens, and with just a word, she had made the invading gods kneel. And that had only been the beginning. In the ensuing battle, her ability to command reality with her words had proven terrifyingly effective. With a simple phrase like "you shall grow weak and wither away," a mysterious force would take hold, and the target would begin to wither and weaken. For their allies, phrases like "you shall be swift as lightning" would grant them incredible speed. This ability to simultaneously weaken enemies and strengthen allies was beyond compare. The invading gods had come with great resolve, but faced with such a ridiculous power, they had been utterly defeated, retreating in shame after being berated by the Blood Plains Lord as useless trash. "Where is Xiao Qing now?" Lin Fan asked, taking a deep breath to calm his mind. "She's in the chamber, helping Sister Wang awaken her bloodline," Jian Ling replied, referring to Wang Nanan. "Let's go see." Without hesitation, Lin Fan sealed the unconscious goddess of destruction in the core of the reincarnation formation and headed toward the chamber with Jian Ling. Wang Nanan was still asleep, her bloodline awakening proving difficult, especially in the current chaotic state of the world's rules. But Xiao Qing, who had been unconscious for so long, was now fully awake. She stood by Wang Nanan's ice bed, her back to the chamber door, using her powers to speak commands into the air. With each command she spoke, a mysterious force would descend upon Wang Nanan, aiding in her bloodline awakening. When Lin Fan entered the chamber, all eyes turned toward him. Seeing him, the pillar of their household, finally return, his wives collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Though they had managed to fend off the gods, the attack had left them on edge. Lin Fan nodded toward his wives, silently expressing his gratitude before turning his gaze to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing had been in the middle of aiding Wang Nanan, but sensing Lin Fan's presence, she stopped what she was doing and slowly turned to face him. The moment Lin Fan saw her face, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. Because standing before him now was exactly the same woman he had seen in his vision, a majestic empress who commanded the heavens and the earth. The aura of sovereignty and supreme power radiating from Xiao Qing matched exactly what Lin Fan had seen before. The empress. Jian Ling hadn't been exaggerating. Xiao Qing had truly become an empress. The terrifying battle that Lin Fan had witnessed in that strange, unfamiliar world still lingered vividly in his memory. Most of all, he remembered the empress leading the charge in that battle. Her appearance was exactly the same as his little wife, Xiao Qing. However, their temperaments were worlds apart. One was a delicate, sweet girl, like a gentle neighbor, while the other was a domineering empress, reigning supreme over all creation. Their differences were so vast that, despite their identical appearances, Lin Fan could never confuse the two. After all, their auras belonged to completely different realms. But now, something had changed. Xiao Qing, who had just awoken from her coma, possessed the same imposing presence as that empress. Although the intensity was weaker, it was undoubtedly of the same kind. Even a simple glance from her evoked a sense of reverence, as if one were standing before a true monarch, not the kind that rises to power through earthly means, but a ruler who stands atop the peak of martial power, reaching unimaginable heights. Brother-in-law, are you shocked by Xiao Qing's transformation?" Suddenly Xiao Qing broke the tense atmosphere with a playful giggle, her regal demeanor disappearing in an instant as she returned to her usual playful self. The shift snapped Lin Fan out of his daze, and he nodded seriously. "It's definitely surprising. Did you awaken some sort of cultivation from a previous life?" Having read countless novels, Lin Fan was no stranger to such tropes. And given the drastic change, it seemed like something only explained by the mysteries of past lives. But Xiao Qing shook her head. I'm not sure, really. I just woke up, and all the energy points in my body opened up. My abilities from before also became much stronger. Did you dream of anything? Lin Fan asked, thinking back to the visions he had seen using his martial eye. Xiao Qing thought for a moment, and shook her head again. Though her mind seemed to have gained something, there were no memories of dreams. I think Xiao Qing hasn't yet reached her full potential. Zhou Yu interjected. As a former leader of a grand sect, her knowledge was deep, and her insights ran far. The founder of the Blood Holy Sect had undergone a similar rebirth process, though in the end, it was Wise King who took advantage of it. That makes sense. Lin Fan agreed with a nod, recounting the vision he had seen when he used the martial eye to glimpse Xiao Qing's hidden world. At first, the people in the room were calm as they listened, but as Lin Fan continued, gasps of shock filled the chamber. Everyone's view of Xiao Qing shifted once again. Xiao Qing's earlier display of power when she forced the gods to kneel had already turned their understanding of her upside down. Now, after hearing Lin Fan's account, the change was even more profound. Could it be that our little Xiao Qing was a supreme powerhouse in her previous life? Jianling was the most confused of all. Even though she had some time to process it, Lin Fan's words still left her reeling. She had known Xiao Qing the longest. Abandoned as a child, Xiao Qing had been taken in by Jianling's grandfather during one of his training journeys. He had brought her back home out of pity, and from then on, Xiao Qing had grown up as Jianling's personal maid and companion. The two were practically inseparable, and Jianling knew Xiao Qing inside and out. In terms of personality, Xiao Qing wasn't anywhere close to being a dominant ruler. She was the type who would cry at the slightest scare or panic in distress. She still remembered how, when Lin Fan had first met her, Xiao Qing had been so frightened by a bug that she cried until Lin Fan stepped in to help. How could such a timid girl have once been an invincible powerhouse? It seemed absurd. Yet now, according to Lin Fan's guess, that very same timid girl might have been a supreme being in a past life. It was hard to believe, but the truth seemed undeniable. Everyone else in the family felt similarly shaken by this revelation. Although we can't be certain, there's a good 70 to 80% chance. Lin Fan confirmed. It wasn't just the vision from his martial eye. Xiao Qing's fully activated energy points were filled with a power so immense that even he felt overwhelmed by it. Though only a tiny bit of this power remained in each energy point, its sheer quality was awe-inspiring. And then there was her power to command reality with her words strong enough to subdue even gods. All of these clues together made reincarnation the most plausible explanation. While the notion was mysterious, it wasn't entirely unheard of. Even martial sages from the Buddhist sects had found ways to preserve their lives through strange methods. For an even more powerful being to undergo rebirth wasn't impossible. Xiao Qing, when you recover to your peak strength, don't forget those of us who stood by you during your humble beginnings. Dao Miao Miao, another of Lin Fan's wives, joked light-heartedly, her cheerful nature evident. Xiao Qing, equally carefree, laughed. Don't worry, Sister Miao, I've got your back. Good Sister Dao Miao Miao laughed, and soon the entire room was filled with warmth and laughter. Both women were like rays of sunshine, and their playful banter quickly lightened the mood, allowing everyone to relax after the shock of Lin Fan's revelations. No matter what changed, they were still one big family. Lin Fan smiled, enjoying the happy scene. Whether or not Xiao Qing had been a supreme powerhouse in a past life didn't matter. He would never feel unworthy of anyone, no matter how powerful they were. Husband, what's that? One of his wives asked, noticing something as Lin Fan pulled out the Nirvana divine fruit from his storage ring. It was the reward the goddess of books had given him, something the goddess of destruction had intended as a backup plan but had ultimately lost to him. As soon as he took it out, everyone could feel its powerful energy. The Nirvana divine fruit. Lin Fan explained. An ancient divine fruit capable of triggering rebirth and aiding in the awakening of dormant bloodlines. His description was brief, but everyone immediately understood the immense value of the fruit. Big Sister Ye Xiaoru's eyes filled with tears as she realized that this divine fruit could potentially solve Wang Nanan's problem. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, everything will be fine. Nanan's situation will be resolved. Lin Fan reassured his wife gently. With that, Lin Fan activated his alchemist abilities, refining the Nirvana divine fruit into its purest essence and carefully fed it to Wang Nanan. The moment she consumed it, the energy was absorbed into her body. And in the next instant, an immense force exploded from within Wang Nanan's body.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.